evening, guys. Corner Clubhouse, Cobalt 66. Good to see you, brother. How are you doing? How has your week been? My week has been great so far, so I can't complain. It has been a busy week, but anyway. And I appreciate that, Corner Clubhouse. I appreciate all the thumbs up. It helps the channel. The more thumbs up we get, the better. Yeah, I'm muted there. Good. Welcome to the stream, buddy. So, one in the house. Well, we wait and see how many will drop in. They will probably drop in soon enough. And I almost finished my cup of coffee. We have a lot of things to discuss today, so that will be interesting. But we wait until more people will join the stream. And we have 3 in the house. I wonder who you guys are. Two in the house. That will not help me much, right? And my cat is in my lap at the moment and mess things around. Two Beers, good to see you, brother. How are you doing? Yeah. Please do go to the throne room. That is what I call a bathroom break. Oh boy, you get the Charlie Victor. Ouch. How did that happen, Two Beers? I hope you will feel better soon. Because that can be pretty tough to get through. Hey, Bob942, good to see you, brother. How are you doing? Mrs. Perry Blessing TV, welcome to the stream. Oh boy, I need to give you're new here, my friend. So let's just see what you have on your channel, man. Now, I noticed I almost already following you, my friend. So we do like, now you're blue, my friend. Hey, Simply Nanette and LG, good to see you guys. And Guardian Prepping, good to see you. I hope everyone has a great day and had a great week. Guardian, Bob, are you up to join me here? I pinned the link to the live stream, to the StreamYard link in the top of the chat. So please, if you are up for it, please join me. Yeah, Mrs. Perry, I followed so many channels I forgot who I am following. I appreciate that, Simply Nanette. Yeah, I know it's 2 a.m. over there. Hey, B Moron, good to see you, brother. Oh, how did that happen, Guardian? Okay, Simply Nanette. Two o 6 p.m. in Baltimore, Maryland. Well, that's afternoon for you, my friend. But anyway, it's good to see every one of you here. And I believe Bob will are up for it to join me up here. It begins to feel a little bit lonely up here. Yeah, the time is a pretty funny thing. Power outages are very common here. Power is off 3 times a day for 2 hours. That's a long time, buddy. Yeah, different time zones are a funny thing. Eight oh seven p.m. in Italy. Yeah, we are on the same time. My time is 8:08 p.m. So, how are you doing, Mrs. Berry? Time is a funny thing. Time is changing, guys. Time is changing, guys. And the time doesn't. These days, it doesn't feel as it did 10 to 15 or 25 years ago. We had this war for over a decade in South Africa. Okay, that's good to hear, Mrs. Perry. Good to hear. Bob, do you want to join me up here? You know, the link is pinned in the top of the chat, so please feel free to click it. Okay, Guardian, no problem. Okay, Bob, no problem. By the way, what do you have for the lunch, dinner? It's good to see every one of you here, guys. I appreciate that. I hope I didn't miss any because it's happened sometimes. No, I didn't miss anyone. Winterland Vlogs, good to see you. How are you doing, Winterland Vlogs? I hope you are okay too. Ham and cheese omelette. Ah, yeah, that will fill you up. Omelettes are really yummy. I usually mix my veggies in tuna in my omelettes. And feel free, guys, to get to know each other if you don't do that already. But anyway, guys, let's get to into this topic for today's stream, guys. And let's say I'm not happy about it, about the topic itself. But it's an important one. The topic for this stream is new government. And let's say that will be not a good one. Not this time. New government, 2 years. New government. We had the election on September 11th, and we get the final result at September 18th. And it was the right-wing bloc. And I will discuss this from a prepper's perspective because it makes everything much easier that way. So, it was the right wing who won this election. And yeah, that makes everything a little bit more complicated. First of all, there are a few parties on the right wing. We have the moderate party, and the moderate party will be that party leader will be the new prime minister for our new government. And then we have the Liberal Party, and then we have the Christian Democrats, and then we have the Swedish Democrats. The thing here is the Liberals demands a minister post in this new government. But it's not the only party who demands that. It's also the Swedish Democrats also demand a minister post. So, some here in Italy, 25th is the election. Okay. The thing here is we will have a serious problem here. Because SD has made the Liberals basically as a doormat. So the Liberals has nothing to put against the Swedish Democrats. So the other thing is that the SD are the second largest party at the moment. So if they have the Liberals as doormat and step on them, so what doesn't So what can happen if the SD push their politics and what they want and run over the Prime Minister? Yeah, but the problem is, hey, Warren RCG, good to see you, brother. The problem here is I will share something for you guys. And one of the websites, the Euronews, are in the description box, so you can take a look at it. But hey, Mary Babes Vlog, good to see you. Lyman Milano, good to see you. So here's the thing, I will show you an article, actually share an article with you guys. If I can find it. Cancel that. Let's try this again. This dude is not he's the leader for the SD, okay? And this government will probably tear everything up and makes everything worse. So these guys are really, really not good. These are dangerous. They have twisted politics. They will they are a threat against our freedom and the democracy. And now they are the second largest party. I don't have any hopes for these 4 years until the next election. They will make they are a threat to the democracy. They will make create problems. Okay, Warren G RCG, no problem. Hey, CR. So, anytime. Anyway, these are basically the biggest threat to our country and our freedom because they don't want that. Especially, I can enlarge that a little bit more. I think that might be good enough. I heard someone, 2 beers. Welcome, 2 beers. Good to see you.
Good day, good day, good day.
Diggity guy. Oh yeah, I like that.
Yeah, my wife got the virus at work and spread it to the rest of us here at home.
Ah,
She works as a nurse in an old folks home,
yeah,
and they went right from the beginning to up to a couple months ago without having any residents or any. One staff member got sick right at the beginning, but he was an outside contractor, and since then they had nobody sick until a couple months ago.
yeah,
Then a couple months ago they relaxed everything, let all the families come in, visit, blah 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 blah. And now there's a couple of staff sick with the COVID, and 14 residents have got COVID.
yeah,
Well, as you know, I have had 4 shots, so
yeah,
I guess that's a good thing. It's not going to kill me, but my nose has been running now for 2 days straight, and I feel congested and a slight headache, and that's about it.
yeah,
The first night my wife had it, man, she was lying in bed next to me, and boy, did she ever feel hot.
yeah. I can imagine that.
It was like sleeping next to a hot water bottle.
Yeah, but anyway,
So, with everything that's going on over there, you thinking like most other people in the world think you're going to come to Canada?
Yeah, and another one thing I want to share with you guys is this is from the Wikipedia. This is the early years. How can I launch that a little bit more? So it was the party was founded 1988. Um, it was direct successor to the Sweden Party, uh, which in turn had been formed in 1986 by the merger Keep Sweden Swedish and a faction of the Swedish Progress Party. Um, and they claim February 6, 1988 as the date of its foundation, although observers tend to see the party's foundation as part of complex decade-long series of events, with some even calling into question whether a meeting took place on February 6.
So basic,
According to
so basic,
basically what,
so basically, it was a bunch of people in one party. They were unhappy about things and decided to create a new party.
yeah, according to Expo, it is generally agreed that Sweden Democrats has never been a Nazi party, although some of the SD's early members had previously been connected with the Swedish fascist and white nationalist groups. The party's first auditor, this dude, Gustav Ekström, this one was a Waffen SS veteran, and he was in that party's border.
Uh huh.
Yeah, so you see, do you see the problem here? They are the second largest party, and they they will make a lot of problems.
So they have a majority or a minority? Yeah. How
I
many
think
how many parties do you have there?
on the right wing, it's the moderate party. That's one. Uh, the liberals, and you have the Christian Democrats and the SD. That's four parties.
So the other threes, are they enough to keep the ones in power in check if they have to?
Well, on the left side, we have the Social Democrats, the Left Party, and we have MP, which is the Environmental Party, um, and we have the Center, and then I believe it was someone else. Well, I believe they are four.
Uh huh.
Yeah. So what I consider, if the SD has made the liberals as a doormat, they basically steps on
Yeah.
they basically steps on the liberals. I read that in the newspaper at work that the SD has made the liberals as a doormat because they have pushed the liberals down so much, and I don't think the moderate the moderate party has at least 14-15%, and the SD has 26%. So the problem is, I look at this from a prepper perspective. These coming 4 years will not be nice because this government will cause chaos. And for that reason, we need to stay prepared and keep preparing because this will not be nice 4 years.
Yeah.
We will, I believe, because the Swedish Democrats wants to reshape Sweden.
Yes.
and they will make sure that they're, I don't know the English word for it, but I'm gonna,
They'll screw everything up,
yeah.
basically.
Ah, and they want the SD wants also to have the market rents. That will means that every landlord can put uh, a rent as high as they want to. That's
Yeah.
free for them. So what will happen? That will be a lot of people who will just be kicked out on the streets.
Well, we have sort of a rent control here, and I've got a 3 bedroom apartment, 2 bathrooms, and including the underground parking, I'm paying $18.50 a month. Now, somebody, as soon as somebody moves, one of the older tenants moves out of the building, or even one that's only been here for 6 months moves out, they renovate the apartment so they can jack the rent way up. Because that's a way around the rent control is to renovate. For example, there's a 1 bedroom apartment across the hall from me that a Kurdish family just moved into. He's paying $23.50 a month for the 1 bedroom plus electricity.
Yeah,
Because I was in here before they put separate hydro meters in all the apartments. I was in here before that, so my lease automatically renews with just the added couple percent that the city government allows them to increase the rent. As long as I don't move out of here, my lease automatically renews with 2 or 3% increase in rent.
yeah,
1 bedroom going for $23.50, and I've got a 3 bedroom, and I'm paying $18.50 plus parking, and
yeah,
my hydro is included.
yeah. So what I'm a little bit worried about, uh, if because I think they will give them some minister posts to liberals and some to the SD. Uh, but what worries me is that SD can push their so put some pressure on our new prime minister to get their politics through.
Yes.
And if they run over the prime minister, we will have some chaos. They will create chaos. This government will not do a zip this time. We will face really real problems. And
Now,
I'm a little bit afraid that
now
they will succeed.
you're living in an apartment, right?
Yeah,
And I guess you have like a 1 year lease.
yeah. No, no, no. I pay every month for every month. Every
Yeah,
month I pay rent.
yeah, but you have a 1 year lease, correct?
I no, not 1 year lease. I just pay the rent and I can stay here as long as I until I decide to move.
So can they jack up the rent however they want every month?
No, they can't. They do it every year.
And is there limitations on how much they can increase it as long as you're still staying there?
Well,
Or is it like here that once a person moves out they can jack it up to whatever they want?
it depends on. Let's say if you move out and they refurbish the whole apartment, they put they the rent will go up.
To whatever they want when they
So
refurbish
they
the
can.
apartment, like give it a coat of paint and said, "Oh, we renovated it. We can jack it up to whatever we want."
Yeah, I don't know how much, but they can. Thank you, big movie fan. So I'm a little bit worried now because this will cause, my gut feeling tells me, and my gut feeling are usually right. So I see a huge problem for the next 4 years.
Yeah.
It will be dark times. And we have already huge problems as it is already. And the problem is the Swedish Democrats don't want um, democracy. They don't want it,
Yeah.
and they will take away the freedom. They will limit. If like, I can take an example, I read that in the newspaper as well. Um, we take a family, an immigrant family,
Yes.
and if they have a kid in that is in, let's say 16, 17, and if that kid commit a crime, what they want is to basically kick out the whole family. The whole family will be punished for it. And they will segregate people and those who are on welfare, let's say, and don't have a job. Or if you have a welfare and you have some form of work, but you don't have any paycheck for it because you're on welfare, they will, they say that that is not work. So they will be kicked out as well. So you need to have 100 full-time job with real pay to make it count.
Well, it's like most countries in the Western world. They don't want immigrants to be a drain on the rest of the society.
Hey, Oakums, good to see you, brother. Hey, Ace Fly One, good one to see you.
The
So
lawyer,
I'm a little,
my lawyer, may he rest in peace, who handled my divorce. Uh, he was a close friend of a friend who uh, recommended him to me, and he did my divorce for free in exchange for me sitting in his office and taking place of his receptionist for a week, who was going on the holidays. And by the way, his receptionist was a lawyer herself. It was his daughter. So he had me sit there in the front for a week, and it, I found it kind of comical. As back then, I was in very, very good shape. So every time he had a problem, uh, what would you call him? A problem client come in, he would have me come in and sit in his office with him. And one day he calls me in to his office, and there was this guy who was trying to get political asylum in Canada. And this is before the Soviet bloc broke down. And this guy was from West Germany,
yeah,
a complete misfit that couldn't get along with anybody. I mean, completely couldn't get along with anybody. And my lawyer was, because he was his lawyer, he had to do what he had to do because he was the guy's lawyer. And afterwards, when the guy left, the lawyer gives me the rundown on this guy, and he'd been his lawyer for the last 10 years. And this guy was constantly fighting not to be deported back to Germany. And just my sitting there listening to him, this guy for about an hour, I could tell this guy is a complete 100% misfit. I told my lawyer, who was 86 years old, I says, I know you shouldn't do it, but you know who all the judges are, right? And my lawyer basically was afraid of this guy. He
yeah,
was afraid to be physically harmed by this guy. I said, why don't you have a little conversation with the next judge that's hearing his case and tell him to have immigration standing by and kick the fucker out of the country. He says, I can't do that. That's not legal. I says, come on. You're really afraid of this guy? And he's short of his six pack. That's easy enough for me to sing there for an hour. Anyways, that's exactly what my lawyer did. Had a little conversation with the judge, and when they went to another hearing on to have this guy just deported, he had immigration stand by, and the judge said, "That's it, you're deported," and told the immigration guys, "Take him," and they took him straight to the airport and put him on an airplane for 10 years on welfare, trying to do all sorts of frivolous lawsuits against his neighbors, his landlord, and the police are apparently going by to this guy's apartment almost once a week for over 10 years. Yeah, yeah. Basically, that's somebody we don't want in our country.
Um,
Complete drain on society.
yeah. Babes in toilet and other things. Good to see you. But anyway, if they are a threat against our freedom and democracy, that is bad. That is bad. And I heard people from other parties on the left wing says the same thing. They are a threat against our democracy and freedom.
Well, every election here we hear basically the same thing. Like right now, Trudeau's on his second term, and everybody's blaming Trudeau for all their problems.
Yeah. And how many terms is he allowed to be on the post?
4 years.
Okay.
Oh, because of the pandemic and the resulting measures they took against the pandemic, they're all blaming Trudeau. And basically, he's following what the experts are telling him. But he's the guy at the top, so blame him. They blame him for the fact that we can't get our gas and oil to the west coast or the east coast. See, there's one. Don't get me started in Trudeau. It's like one time I'm sitting there on my balcony when I was living in NDG in Montreal, and there's a group of black guys walking by, and they were talking about politics. I don't know who am I going to vote for. Brain bent, uh, cretin. Yeah, who was the other one? Baloney. It's Mulrooney, but they were calling baloney. Yeah, who the hell was the NDP? They were calling him brain bent. And Jean Chrétien, they were calling him cretin. I just watched an episode yesterday. It was a new release of Buffalo Air. They still fly DC-3s and C-47s way up north because jet engines just don't work in that climate up there like the old piston engines do. And they had a P-3C Orion from the Canadian Armed Forces that landed there, which is the military version of a couple of the civilian aircraft that Buffalo Air fixed. Anyways, one of the engines went south on it, so they asked Buffalo Air if they could bring it into the hangar to work on it because it's 40 below outside. And it was comical that their chief aeronautical engineer that works for Buffalo Air. He was showing these all these armed forces guy how they do things. No, that's not the way the military do things. And it took them 3 days to change an engine. Or in Buffalo Air, if their chief had his way, it would have been done in 6 hours. But he ended up showing them all sorts of shortcuts on how to replace the engine. And the military guy says, no, that's not the way we do it. That's not in the book. Like, for example, bolt the engine in place and then connect up all the wiring harnesses and lines to the engine after you got the engine bolted in place. And he goes, no. Hoist it up, keep it about 6 inches away, hook up all your wiring harnesses, then bolt the engine in place. That way you can get your hands in there. And they're like, okay, we'll try it your way. Yeah, that works. We shaved hours off of the operation of replacing the engine.
Yeah.
I remember my father working on the P3C Orion project, or the Aurora, as they call it here.
Okay.
My old man was in charge of the Department of Supply and Services, one step below minister. My father was a civil servant, not an elected official. And the minister of Supply and Services kept going in the House of Parliament and saying, oh, this should be changed in the contract, that should be changed, blah, 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 and kept going, to the point that the old man had this guy removed from Parliament through backdoor maneuverings. Well, we've had the Orion now flying for close to 25 years. It's been proven to be 100% reliable. But don't forget, my old man had 7 engineering degrees. So he took all the criterias that the Canadian Armed Forces were looking for in the aircraft. And then the minister, during debates in the House of Parliament, was dreaming up of changes that he wanted done to the airplane. He had absolutely no military experience whatsoever and no aeronautical experience. And that's why he got pushed out. That's why he got pushed out. And the fact that he called one of my father's employee incompetent, that was the nail in the coffin. And I remember one time my father was approached by the Department of Defense. At the time, he was working for heading Department of Mines and Natural Resources. And somebody called him up from National Defense and asked him to find out why the CF-104s were falling out of the sky.
Yeah.
So he did all sorts of research, even going to, I think it's Norway that had a whole bunch of F-104s. And what he found out between the Canadian Armed Forces, the American Armed Forces, the German Armed Forces, is that 80% of the pilots did not know the exact procedure how to relight the engine if they had a flame out. You have to remember the F-104 needed a ground starter to start the engine up. So if you had a flame out in flight, there was only one procedure, and it had to be followed meticulously how to relight that engine before it spooled down. And 80% of the pilots didn't know how to follow the exact procedures to relight it. There's I think it was Norway that had several hundred of the F-104s, and they only lost half a dozen of them. Hello, Bob.
Hey, Bob.
Hello, Two Bears, and hello, Shadow. Hello, everybody.
Hello. As you see, Bob, this new government will be a huge, huge problem.
Changes are coming, huh?
Yeah.
Now the one in power now and the three opposition parties, is there enough in the three opposition parties that if they combine together, they can keep this one that's in power in check? Or do they have an absolute majority?
This time, I think the right wing are in the majority at the moment.
Yeah, but does the left have enough numbers that if they banded together, they could keep the majority in check?
Yeah, I hope so. If they don't, are going to be run over too.
And for me, and here in the States, federal government can do whatever. The most I can really do is vote. That's it.
Yeah.
That's really all I can do. And what I do locally here in Washington State is, like, I took all the candidates for different positions, and there's a website here in Washington State that I can go to and check their criminal history. And I did. I checked on all of them. And yeah, there were some of these folks you don't want to be handling your tax dollars, or because there was one fella in particular, 3 different cities. He was fraud, different things like that. He had a criminal background. It's like, yeah,
you talking
yeah.
about Trump?
No, I'm not talking about Trump. I'm local here in Washington State. That's how I vote. I vote responsibly. I look up their history as much, and you can, anyone who was still in place, I could. They were already listed on. It's not Google. It's the encyclopedia online. So I would look at their background there, get the correct spelling first, middle, initial, and last, and then look them up on this court system to see what kind of laws they've broken. And that's how I vote responsibly. Is if you got somebody who can't stay out of trouble, I sure don't want them being in charge of my tax dollars.
Definitely not.
Yeah.
So I will expect chaos the next these 4 years. They will sit.
Yeah, it's just prepare for it. I'm glad to see you're putting away blankets and ways to stay warm and food and water. It's good. Keep doing it.
Yeah, I do what I can now because my gut feeling tells me this government, it will be bad.
Yeah.
And if my gut feeling tells me that,
listen to it. Yeah.
I always do.
Yeah, smart.
The last time I didn't listen to my gut feeling, I was sorry about that one.
Yeah.
So after that, I'll always listen to my gut feeling.
Mm-hmm.
And it doesn't feel right this time. It feels it feels wrong with this new government. Nothing will probably happen now or in the next.
It takes
weeks.
time.
It takes time.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Maybe 2 years from now, maybe.
Yeah. Yeah, that's really overall the way I live is all I can do is vote responsibly. Not all I can do, I could do other things, but and vote responsibly and take care of me and my own.
Yeah.
So that we have more than one way to be able to eat hot food, and we have enough to eat, maintain good nutrition, and things like that, and protect ourselves, of course. That's my. I stopped watching television news a long time ago. It was just so much propaganda and hate, and I just can't stomach it. I just can't stomach that stuff.
Yeah.
You can't escape it completely, but yeah.
I stopped watching the local news when I got the Ruco TV.
I haven't watched the news for a long time either. So it was a long
Hmm.
time I watched on anything on TV. Well, I can put a video on, but it's not the same thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The only news wife and I will watch occasionally is Seattle Tacoma News right here where we live, and that's it. The what happens to some folks in other parts of the country, you've just got to, well,
Tune it out.
they'll, yeah, that's, yeah, just they'll deal with it in their own way, and in that part of the states or in another country. I still say that the greatest priority for anyone who has got a family is to make sure that you've got food, shelter, a way of protect yourself. That's your priority. At least it's mine. You know.
Yeah, and those who voted for this right wing government, um, they will feel sorry when everything goes down.
Mm,
Why did we voted for this government? Yeah, too late, buddy.
yeah. Too late.
So
Now the locally, I do attend city council meetings just in my city only, just to sit down and listen. There are some cities in this area that have YouTube channels, and they'll broadcast their city council meetings so that I have an idea of where my direct tax dollars are going. But as far as getting in protests and all that, I won't. I'm not physically up to it anymore. I'm just a couple months away from 60 years old, and I sure as heck don't want somebody to push me on the concrete for some reason. That just would not be a good day, you know.
Yeah. You get involved in a protest, and you might be end up as an innocent casualty.
Yeah, that does happen. You guys hear about that stuff. It happens all over the world. You get in front of or next to someone who just doesn't like you. He's going to knock your teeth out. And now where are you? You're on the ground bleeding. I don't
Well,
want
I keep seeing these things reading in the news and seeing on YouTube about all these people complaining, oh, they didn't show me respect, blah 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 blah.
to. Yeah,
Here in Canada, we have a completely different take on that. Respect is not given; it's earned.
earned. Yes, that's a
Like,
stumbling. It's a stumbling block. It's the same here in the states. It's a stumbling block for some new immigrants to the U.S.
yeah,
I mean, I treat everyone with manners and be polite always wherever I'm out on the world. But that is something for a new arrival to the U.S. for someone to learn. You have to earn respect of your coworkers, earn respect of your neighbors. It's yeah.
I had an altercation with this American fella in my apartment building, and by the way, I'm in Toronto. And he starts screaming, I didn't show him respect.
Good question,
I said,
Hugo.
what the hell are you talking about? I don't even fucking know you.
Yeah, that's just a word to stir people up and maybe
Yeah,
start a fist fight.
I said, welcome to Canada. Respect is not given, it is earned.
Yeah. Hugo, that's a good question, Hugo. What are we doing? Prepare for winter. Well, you saw.
I'm going to the Philippines for the winter.
Oh, okay. Yeah, yeah. My wife's Filipino. You might know that, but yeah, we're going to the Philippines too. But
My wife still has a couple of years ago before she can collect her pension early.
Hmm.
But anyways, I'm going there for the winter. It'll be my first winter away from Canada.
Okay, good. Yeah.
And I'm going to build a kitchen add on to the back of the house.
Well, dirty kitchen. Yeah, that's what they call it. Yeah.
Well, it's going to be
Yeah.
20 feet by 40 feet.
Yeah. That's what the Filipinos call it, is a dirty kitchen.
Yeah.
I don't know why they call it that, but
It's going to be the only room that's not air conditioned.
yeah, what I preparing for different things is constant for me. Well, like I posted up a video the other day of, we're moving, so I'm sorting through. I have my preps stored in different locations, and like example is I had 300 of these tea lights that
Yeah.
were in a different location, and I took those and poured them into one large container of tea lights. And if you didn't see the video, this is one of the things that I use tea lights for. Is I welded together a little thing here to keep my coffee warm. There's a tea light inside there, and I put my coffee cup on top of that.
Show me that again.
Oh, it's just got a little tea light. See it on the top. It's
okay.
heats up a metal plate. Like while we're talking here, I've got my coffee cup sitting on top of here. And
So what is that? A little halogen bulb?
no, it's a tea light. No, I'll show you here in just a moment.
Yeah, I watched Bob's video about that with his tea lights. That was awesome.
Yeah, it's they're a little candle.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Yeah, and the heat from the candle keeps my coffee warm while I'm chilling out here. Yeah, that's all they are. These will burn for about
my wife
3 or
buys
4
a
hours.
big bag of those.
Yeah, I buy them by a pack of 100, and I wait till they go on sale for a few dollars, and I'll pick up 100. And I had those.
My wife does the same thing, and when we have a power failure, can't find any of them.
Yeah. Well, that's why I've got some shelving in. I'm going to keep it as close to the family room center of the building. We're moving, so as possible, and nothing in front of it, no objects, no obstructions, so you don't fall down in the dark. And on that one shelf, it's got different flashlights, lanterns, tea lights, and I've even got some of those little IKEA lanterns, and I welded together brackets, and I put 4 of them on the second floor. And so that I can just go by with one of these fireplace lighters, open the little lantern, light them, and then they just stay lit for 4 hours, so that we don't take a fall down the stairs in the dark. Just precautionary stuff. Just put it there, leave it there. Don't mess with it. But that's some of the things that I've been doing. Huga asked the question, what are we doing getting ready for winter? That's some of the things that I do.
Yeah, and that is good preparations. Tea lights is always useful.
Yeah, they add just a little bit of heat and light. Yeah.
Yeah.
And they are cheap too.
They are.
So they don't cost much.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
You can get 100 for $3-4 maybe.
Yeah, here it's normal price for a package of 100 is they can range $9 to $10, and then I wait until they go on sale. They bring the price down to $6 or $7. And that's when I'll go grab one, put them in, and bring them home, and then stack them up. And I make sure that my family will be able to stay warm and dry and have hot food. That's just my thing.
Yeah. And I think when I find some more blankets, I will get more of them
Good.
if I can find them for a reasonable price. So
Hmm. That's where my wife is so particular. We can get blankets at a used price for very inexpensive, but she's in healthcare and kind of a germ afraid. Oh, it was on
yeah,
somebody else. Geez, hon, we can get it for $6. We pay retail. We're going to pay 40.
yeah,
Should teach my wife something.
Two Bears, what part of the Philippines are you guys going to?
Iloilo.
Oh, over in Panay. Yeah, okay, yeah.
Yeah. Western
Your,
Visayas.
yeah, your wife's Ilongga. Mine's from Davao, way down in the Muslim area.
Yeah.
yeah. Those military wool blankets are really good quality.
They are,
They are
yeah.
really warm,
Yes, they are. Hmm.
and they will keep you warm.
Hmm. I like when my wife likes to get a new comforter for our bed, and she wants to throw it out. Well, just get rid of it. No, no, we're going to fold that up and we're going to put it in with the others.
Send it to the Philippines. Somebody will use it there.
Oh, yeah. Oh, in fact, my brother-in-law, I just got two of my boxes arrived in the Philippines that are destined for our house, and he posted up some pictures, and then we did a video call on Facebook for a little bit, and he and his wife came over to our house, and they were preparing adobo for lunch. And what I kind of think it is that he and his wife like to go over there because the kids ain't around. They want to go get some, have a lunch, and then they've got privacy.
Well, they've had two electrical fires in my house so far.
Oh no. Oh,
I kept telling them, don't plug that goddamn arc welder into one of the wall plugs.
yeah. Yep.
There's all the plugs that they had, all the plugs and light switches they've got over there are the ones that have that hole where you just strip the wire back half an inch and slip it in the hole.
Oh boy, that don't sound good.
So it's not a 100% mechanical connection.
I get you. Yeah. Yeah. That is one of the first things that I'm I got the new place we're moving to. It's not a new house, it's used. I got to mend the fences first, and then one of the first expenses I want is the garage is my house.
Yeah.
It's man's land. I smoke. I'm not going to smoke in the house wherever I live.
The
And I
man
want to,
cave.
yes, sir, exactly what it is. And I want to call in an electrical contractor and run additional outlets in the garage, and maybe even put in a 220 plug for a plasma cutter and a welder, whatever I might need. So.
If you want to use any of your 110 volts stuff
Mm-hmm.
in the Philippines, forget about these transformers.
Yeah.
Get yourself a VCM, voltage control module.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And you just plug that into the 220 and you dial it down to 110 volts.
Mm-hmm. I've got two of those in the Balak Bayan boxes that I just sent. One's for me because I've sent some of my tools, power tools,
Yeah.
so I can use them there if an emergency comes up. And another one is a gift to my brother-in-law.
The only thing you have to do is to watch out that some Filipino doesn't plug the fucking thing into a 220 volts.
Yeah, that's why there's, like I said, my tools.
Yeah. And my brother-in-law begged me to send him a battery drill, which I did, and I told him it's 110 volts.
Yeah. Yeah.
The plug looked the same, and he plugged it into 220. And I said, "Did the smoke escape?" And he goes, "Yeah, it's not good to let the smoke escape out of the electronics."
Yeah. I'm pretty lucky in that respect because my brother-in-law was an electrician in the shipyards. He's a certified electrician.
Yeah,
And the first couple of boxes we sent was going to be a combo, some stuff for the family and some stuff for our house. Like I already sent a supply of canned goods to be at my house. That's not theirs. That's going to my house. I always put extra food away, and he sent me a picture of my Mr. Coffee maker, and he's making coffee with my Mr. Coffee maker and my coffee, and went, hey, wait a minute, hold on now. And that's how the got started. Where he sent me a copy and pasted Amazon for the voltage regulator that he recommended.
yeah.
And so I picked up two of those, one for my house and one for his house, so.
You get a VCM that can handle from 35 to 50 amps.
Mm-hmm.
A lot more than a transformer, which costs 10 times the amount of money.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But they have their own way of doing things in the Philippines.
Yeah, they do. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I sent my own tools over there, and he goes, "Bro, just buy your tools here." I said, "Well, I will eventually, but right now I've got a converter and the tools there, so if something
Yeah.
happens, I can be able to quickly respond.
But I find it's difficult to find anything in the Philippines in bulk,
Yeah, yeah, that's true.
especially
That's
like
true.
electrical fittings and stuff like that.
Yeah, that's true.
It's
Buy it while
one at a time in a little plastic package.
yeah, and a good rule of thumb is buy it when you can find it.
Yeah.
Like yeah, we're lucky though. We're in Davao, and it's a major city, and I watch different expats channels, and they have a lot of trouble finding little things in the smaller cities. Because well, it's just kind of a backwater, and like plumbing fittings or different things like that, they just can't find it. And Davao's got everything,
Yeah.
you know.
Well, in Iloilo, basically everything's got to come from Manila.
Yeah, yeah. Well,
I had my
Shadow, does your wife mind using used blankets at all, or
No,
is she? She's
no,
not
she
like that.
does
Oh,
not.
okay. Okay.
She
Yeah.
she let she use it, so, and I use it. So I
Yeah.
and besides, it was her idea to buy them. So
Smart lady. Keep her around. She's a smart one.
yeah, she is.
Hmm.
Well, she was on second hand and just saw them, and she bought one or two, I believe,
Uh-huh.
and she told me you have to go and buy some. When I was anyway go and get the fourth shot on the vaccine, so I took
Sure.
a side tour to the second hand and
There you go.
bought them.
Do you have these things stored up yet, Shadow? These or other type of pillar candles, or?
Yeah, we have a couple of those tea lights, but I probably need to get some more.
Mm-hmm. Never hurts to have more than you need. Yeah.
I had a 5 kilowatt generator I just sold to somebody,
Okay.
and they were going to shut down his the power in his apartment building for a couple of days, and he had the intention of running this out in his balcony. But anyways, he picked it up from me, and I told him, "I said, don't run this thing on your balcony. Do not run it on the balcony.
Mm-hmm.
Put it outside on the ground and toss the long extension cord off your balcony." But anyways, when he got home, the power was already shut off, so he couldn't get it up to his apartment, which was a good thing.
Oh, okay.
You don't want it running out on your balcony. You're going to get the carbon monoxide in your apartment.
My son bought a generator sitting right over there, and I opened the packaging, I assembled it, read all the instructions, labeled everything like fuel drain, and we haven't used it yet. We haven't used it yet, and I won't use it unless he's with me and we can figure out how to operate it together, because it's his property, just out of respect for him.
Yeah.
But I did make a deal with him. He says I'd like to get a generator, and that's fine. It's your choice. And I made a deal with him. I said, if the power is out and we have to use it, see, we live in a congested area, a lot of rental houses.
Yes.
I told him that we can put it over there on a side patio where it's hidden from sight, and we'll run it and run a power cord into to use it for recharging whatever, and the refrigerator. Okay, maybe a space heater, whatever it takes. But at nighttime, the generator goes off, and we're not going to run any lights, no electric lights. I want us to look just like the neighbors.
Is it just like about a week ago? A whole family died of carbon monoxide poisoning. They were running a generator outside.
Mm-hmm. Oh Lord!
These
Yeah,
are tea lights.
There you go.
Right next to the door.
250. These are 250 packs.
Uh-huh.
The burn time is 6 hours.
There you go. Very good. That's the stuff
I think I'm gonna get the 250 pack, but they cost. They are a little bit, around over $20, but it's worth it.
It's worth it, because if you got a little light, you won't take a fall. That's something that's a serious consideration, is taking a fall. You've got power out, you're cold, and now you've got a broken wrist. Or you've just knocked your teeth out, or you need stitches because you're in the dark and you take a fall. That's one thing I want to really avoid, is that. Yeah.
So that is nice. And there we have the regulars for 4 hours.
Yeah, that's pretty much what I've got, is those.
Yeah. They have a lot of things in this store.
Is that like your version of Amazon or something like that? Or?
No, it's like
looks like
surplus. It's a surplus.
Surplus. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
I mean, they have different for the tea lights.
Yeah, when a tea light has got a surrounding around it, they last longer. But one that's out in the open and the breeze blows it, that makes it burn out faster. So if you can put it into a glass container, that'll make it go for at least 4 hours. Yeah.
Yeah. And here you have for these are, I don't know, 8 hour. Yeah, 8 hour burn time for this.
Yeah,
and these are large tea lights.
Mm-hmm. Huga says she's a bit of a germaphobe too. That will be hard, like daily shower and things. Yeah, getting clean. Yeah, prepare for that kind of stuff, Huga. If you've got a way to be able to heat some hot water and take a spit bath, you're going to be in much better shape. So you can wash your hair, and us guys, we got to wash our nuts and stuff. And, yeah. Yeah,
Well,
that's
I find when I go to the Philippines, I take a shower 2 or 3 times a day,
oh yeah, sometimes I do. Yeah.
and back here, I take a shower maybe twice a week.
Well, I shower every day here, but it's
I guess that goes back to my growing up in the prairies, where we
mhm.
had to have water trucked in.
Oh, okay. I got you. Yeah.
Yeah, I remember when I was a kid, we still had a hand pump in the kitchen,
Oh, wow.
and the toilet was a 45-gallon drum with a plywood cover on the top.
I'll be right back, guys.
Yeah, no problem.
Yeah.
Yeah, Hugo unscented is best.
Ever watch Philly in the Philippines? Apparently, he's headed back to the States for medical stuff.
Yeah. My next vacation. That will be next year, but probably I will probably stay here at home. I don't go. I don't travel that much.
One doesn't travel much until they really start traveling and see the world. Then the bug gets under you and you really want to travel.
Yeah, Huga's right that the unscented candles are better because they don't put up so much smoke.
Oh,
You know, that's one of the pillar candles that I made myself. I've got some
Yeah,
molds and this is all the rest of my stuff's packed away in boxes, but this one is still out. But what I do with the pillar candles is I put water in the bottom of here with a nice
yeah,
wide open top, and then the wax goes into the water and it turns it back into a solid. And I take what's left over and melt it back down and make it into more of these
candles.
pillar candles. The only two kinds of candles that I use is pillar candles, big wide base, and tea lights, and that's it. None of the others. No, I don't
Yeah.
use them. They fall over too easily. They're
yeah.
just too easy. Like those tall, skinny ones you see. Those none of those in my house. None. I don't use those. Yeah.
Well, you get a point there. Carbon monoxide.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
Yeah, that's why you should have a carbon monoxide detector.
we do. We certainly do. Yeah.
I don't have that, so that is another thing I need to buy.
Yeah,
While
but
we're,
do you need one?
I'm gonna light this tea light and just while we're sitting here chit chatting, and I'll put that here in this. I bought this thing. It needs to be polished, but this was a second hand. Also, this is like $6 or so second
Yeah,
hand.
Yeah, that's a good price for that
that's
Oh
one.
yeah.
that's pretty.
I'm I'm a real like in the second hand stores here. They have a color code on the price tag, and I usually won't buy anything unless it's already a cheap price, and then say if it's 30% off, 50% off just today only, and then I'll buy it. You know,
Yeah,
living that way, we were able to save up money to get our own house. That's the way we've been living for a long time. But I can't get my wife past that germaphobe stuff. She will buy used clothing, you
Year,
know, but
years
but
years ago, I went into a Woolco. Remember them?
mm, Wilco, no,
And
didn't have those.
they had some deer hide moccasins.
Oh, okay, okay.
So I bought myself a couple pairs for $9.99. I was working on the ship. I go back to the ship, and the other guy says, "How did you get those?" This is from Woolco. This is how much those cost. This is $9.99. Can you get us one? So yeah, so I ended up jumping back in the taxi and going back to Woolco. And here is this young fella changing the prices on them.
Uh-huh.
They were supposed to be $59.99.
Oh
Now here,
no.
now here I am. I'm scooping up all the size 9s, 10s, 11, 12s that he hadn't changed the
Uh-huh.
price sticker on it yet.
Mm.
So I walked out there with about 20 pairs for all the guys on the ship. They put the wrong price tag on it.
Well, you scored, but your friends were left out.
No, they all scored because I went back and bought them
And you
for
did
them.
get them all, huh? Okay,
Yeah,
I thought maybe you
20,
got
20 pairs.
okay.
This kid's
Oil
on
lanterns are easy
this
to
kid's on his knees changing
move
price
around with.
stickers. I'm scooping them up before you got to them to change the sticker
Hmm.
on it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree, Huga. If you mean the foyer hand, they are really good lanterns.
Mm. I've got they're still not packed up yet, but I've got 2 Coleman propane lanterns, and I use those for power out, and I saved the Coleman propane bottles. I bought an
Yeah,
adapter on Amazon that you can thread it right into those great big
Yeah,
propane cylinders and recharge them. You know. Yeah, I have one in the washroom CR. It's just a tea light like this. Yeah, it's right by the sink the sink handles. So it's just enough light to be able to go in there and do your business. Yeah.
Huga keeps a Bic lighter rubber banded to the oil lamp so it is there when you need it.
Good
Well, that's
idea.
a good idea.
Hmm.
now
Never
I
thought of that before.
I
keep in
swear by these right there. Yeah.
keep in mind if you have a Bic lighter or any type of butane lighter, it will not ignite below 42 degrees Fahrenheit.
Hmm. Well.
The butane will not turn into a gaseous state below 42 Fahrenheit, so you have to like warm it up in your hand or put it in an inside pocket and warm it up first.
Yeah.
Every year in the United States, they find at least 2 people out in the bush frozen to death, and they had obvious signs of trying to light something like a Bic lighter that they had in their pocket. They had in their
Hmm.
pocket, and they couldn't get the lighter to light.
Yeah. Yeah. There's all kinds of considerations for all this stuff, but
Yeah.
yeah, I use these for my candles and all that, and yeah,
Yeah, I should
lanterns,
get
all
a
that.
couple of. I should get a couple of those too.
Yeah. There's 2 of them that remain right there with all the candles. Those are not, I'm pretty strict about that stuff. You see it? Okay, you know
Look
where
at
it
this one.
is? Don't mess with it. Yeah, just leave it. Just leave it
Yeah,
right where it is. It's there for a reason. Don't play with it. Yeah.
and we have those. You have Bob. You can get those who you can recharge and use them again, and when
Oh,
they are
okay.
empty, you can recharge them again and keep
Yeah.
going. And,
Hmm.
Yeah.
but that, of course, you need power for that,
Yeah. Yeah.
or a power bank to recharge them.
That's why it's very important to be disciplined with your time and make good use of your time for reasons like that. Yeah.
Hey, Van City Prepper, good to
Hey,
see
Van
you.
City. All right. Nice.
Good to see you, ma'am.
Hmm.
I have to go. Somebody wants to go out.
Yeah, okay,
So
no problem.
catch you this evening, possibly.
All right.
Yeah,
Ciao, guys.
thanks,
Bye bye.
thanks for
Take care.
stopping by.
Hmm. Yeah. What do you still want to follow the topic of politics today, Shadow?
Well, well, it's from a prepper perspective, basically.
I see. I see. Mm-hmm.
So it's not general politics like that. In that manner, it's from a prepper perspective.
Mm-hmm.
I consider it will be a problem. I don't think this government will accomplish that much
Yeah.
because
Takes.
it, it will be probably fights between the red bloc and the blue bloc, and
Mm.
well, and now it's they call the SD for the blue brown bloc, blue brown party, and so
Spend most of their time interfighting rather than, that happens here in the States as well. Worrying about party politics rather than doing the right thing for the population.
no, babes, I can say I have. Because I don't travel that much. If I travel, it's inside my own borders.
Mm-hmm.
So
There's one change coming up to my preps is, I welded together a steel box and a locket so that
yeah,
no matter what, if somebody kicks in the front door, they're not going to have a good time getting to my food. But here's Mrs. a new house and she wants to change everything. So she doesn't want the food inside the house. So I had to make a compromise with her. I might have mentioned this last week, but she wants the food out in the garage. I said, not all of it's going to go out there. The
yeah,
canned food can go out in the garage well, why not all of it? Well, because I don't know if there's mice in that house or rats in the area.
yeah,
The dried food, anything with plastic container of any kind, even a plastic lid, that's going to be in the house. It's not going to be out in the garage where the vermin can get at it. I don't think the house has mice. I haven't seen any evidence of it, but I'm not going to take a chance on my emergency food getting consumed without me knowing it. That's just not a gamble I'm willing to take. I want eyes on that food.
yeah.
Oh, I don't even, a lot of people think about zombies and hooga. I don't, you know, my thoughts
Zombies is
on
just
that's a
zombies is
movie.
just
It's a movie.
a metaphor for different types of crisis. Basically,
Yeah,
that is what it is.
it's pretty much it. Yeah, yeah. The zombie movies. I watched a really low budget one last night. I was that bored. Just I was doing arts and crafts right here at the table, and you can miss 20 minutes of a zombie movie and you haven't missed anything.
Yeah,
But no, in my preparation, I don't have enough food to sustain the family for 30 years. That's not my mentality. I've lived through enough overseas and here that I know that things can go south and go sideways for a while, but it comes back. Because there's the millionaires, the billionaires, the supermarket owners won't allow things to go sideways forever because there's too much money lost. That's
yeah,
just the truth. The millionaire investors all over the world, if something goes down, they're going to be hammering on the business owners. The stockholders will be hammering on the owners. Get this back up and running. I don't want you to lose my investment. Get it back up and running now. That's just how the business world works. if they're going to invest in a company, they want their shares in return. I don't know. I commend anyone who's got 5 years of food and all that stuff. That's great. But for me, you know, I've got enough to sustain the family for a while, and I'm good with it.
Yeah. Hug says politicians seem rather unpredictable as of
Oh
late.
yeah.
I figure if I stay the course and gradually prep, I will be okay. Yeah.
Yeah. Just take your time. Just you have time. You do have time. Don't panic. And I would recommend to anyone who's getting started at this kind of stuff. I've been doing this for over 13 years, so I'm pretty good. And start off with food and water, and then put away the
Wait.
food that you eat every day. The same, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I My wife wants to look into some of the dehydrated food, and I lived on sea rats and MREs when I was in the military, and yeah, dehydrated food will get you through, but
But not in the long term.
right, you're gonna have constipation, man, because that stuff's yeah. Oh yeah, Huga, I'm gonna get some kind of a fire pit out there, and if we get this new house, yeah, that's gonna be one of the things. But in the meantime, I've got a paint can stove. It's on my channel where I tested it out and everything. Yeah. The good thing about this place that we're moving is there is an outside building that used to have a hot tub in it. So it's got a concrete floor, pony walls about 4 or 5 feet tall, and a good roof with a hole in the center over top of it, sloped roof all the way around. Well, that's going to be uh, set up to where I can get some kind of a trash burner out there, and if we need to, we can
Hey,
build a
Jack. Good
fire
to see you.
or whatever it takes. I have plans for that little building. You know, my wife likes it, so I can go sit out in the backyard and smoke. So
B. Moran says, I got 10 cases of ramen noodles. I should be good.
yeah, we've got that. We've got ramen noodles. I was quite surprised one day when my missus came home with 2 cases of it. Not it was like that. Those cups of noodles, her favorite type. And there were 2 cases of them in a great big bag, and she just walked by here and dropped it on my work table. It's like, okay, babe, you know, that's some of the stuff that's not going to go out in the garage. That's going to be inside the house because a mouse can get at that instant. Hey, Chef Jack, hello.
Yeah, he's from Australia.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah. I remember him, Chef Jack. Yeah, I remember him.
He's a funny guy.
Mm-hmm.
Oakham says, I live in a pretty stable. Everyone won't take any serious crud from each other in this area.
Mm. Yeah, if we do wind up getting this house, I've been over there in that area multiple times at different times of the day and night, just looking. You know, it's a much safer area than where we're living right now, and yeah. The house is in the paperwork process, getting it going, and the wife's going to have a conversation with a couple of people associated with that sometime today, I think, or maybe Monday. Well, that's a possibility, but you see, we haven't lived there yet. I don't know if there's mice around the area or rats. I don't know.
Well, you will
And
figure that out when you get there.
I certainly will. I'll find their trail, and I know what to look for. Yeah.
Yeah, they if they want to get in, they get in
Yeah,
because they all have always find a way in.
they do. Yeah, and they like to be out of the weather in the wintertime so they can survive. And, you know,
Well, wine can be good at some point.
well, what do you mean, Occam's razor? What do you mean exactly? I mean, things that get out of control. You are gambling if you think you're breaking in. I'm not sure what you mean by that.
I'm not sure either,
If you
but I
think
think
you're
we will have
breaking
an explanation.
in. Okay.
Well, I will keep going for a couple of hours more. Maybe 6 hours, 5, 6 hours.
Yeah, I'm gonna these shelves that are over here on on my shop. Though two of those shelves are going to be emptied of tools, and they're going to go in one of the spare bedrooms on the second floor. And my son works is a weightlifter, and he works out, and he and I are going to share that room. I'm going to put the dry goods on those shelves up on the second floor. He's going to be in there every night pumping iron. So, there's just having people present sometimes can help to keep the mice away. Yeah, Hugo, that's true. Yep. Hmm.
Yeah, that's the good thing with my basement. I don't have any windows there, so no light can get in there.
Wherever I place the food, I'm going to make sure it's not visible from the window, second floor or not, because some of the neighbors have got second floors, and I don't want them to look through my windows at a distance and see stacks of dry goods. That's not a good idea. Just keep that. I try to keep this stuff on the down low. I don't talk to my neighbors about storing food and stuff like that. They don't know nothing about it. Nothing. If there is a prolonged situation, I don't want them lining up trying to see what we've got, or don't come here and ask for food. You've had enough time to get your own. Yeah, I will turn people away. I will, because if you hand out a few cans of food,
You will
well,
have
they're
hundreds of
uh-huh.
them showing up the next hour.
Yeah, you're going to have more, and I'm not going to put up with that. And I've said it 100 times on here. My wife lived through a civil war, and she said, without any doubt or question, nobody comes inside your house for any reason. She's seen it go bad with her neighbors, where they're killing each other over over food, over sex with your wife or daughter or whatever. You don't open your doors and let people in. Just don't do it.
I agree, and well, that will be that can be difficult when you live in an apartment because
Hmm.
you don't have much space between your neighbor that lives opposite to you, and you don't have that much space, and you have the stairs. So
Yeah, I resorted to a trick to marking my food boxes, or not food, but all the possessions that go into our boxes, or nearly all of them, are written in a different language. So people here in the States, they have a tendency to go walk when you're moving in, they have a tendency to come walking up, introduce themselves, and then look and see what you're moving in. Well, I like my home protection gear is, the boxes are marked AWAY, and that's in Bisaya, that means fighting, away. So they see these boxes marked away or baon, food. They don't know what it is. You see, that's how I get around the nosy neighbor thing, or trying to, as much as I can. I'm just, anyone who wants to come and introduce themselves, I'll stop them at the garage door. We're
Yeah.
Stop. Don't come in the house unless you're invited.
Exactly.
Oh, I live in the U.S., More.
Yeah, has a point. Inflation, power outages is everywhere and can happen very quick.
It certainly
It
does.
can.
Yeah, it sure does. Yeah.
Yeah, and the last thing I saw about the inflation here is 10% now.
Oh boy.
And I saw something that they will raise the rents with 8 to 10%.
Most of our power outage, well, in 2020, when the riots in Seattle were going on, we lost power because it was done intentionally. The radicals used chainsaws and cut down some of the wooden power poles. But most of the time when we lose power, it's because of we call them gale force winds that come off the Pacific Ocean, knock trees over, and take the above ground power lines out. But I do have to say, a good thing is that all the new construction here in this area, Puget Sound area, it's all underground now. It's all being put in vaults underground. It's the power, the phone connections, all that's the new construction's all underground.
LG says, I also need to be prepared for a grab quick and get to safety. I am never coming back yet through the next 24 hours bag. That was a long name for a bag.
Yeah, I've got stuff set up for that too. Yeah. Mm-hmm. I do have a bug out cart that I welded together out of a baby stroller, a 3-wheeled baby stroller.
Yeah,
It
was a creative one.
Thank you. That's for Mount Rainier. If Mount Rainier explodes, forget politics. Leave everything. I'm going to grab that cart and have the family go and try to get out in a vehicle, and I can tow that cart behind the car, whatever it takes. So if traffic is stopped because of stupid people, we're still going to be on foot and with food and water and get to high ground, because if Mount Rainier explodes, they don't care if you're a leftist. They don't care what color your skin is. Mount Rainier doesn't care. A Lahar will take you out,
Yeah. That will be, everybody will run
Mm-hmm.
when that erupts.
Yeah.
But how long was that they erupted last time?
1,000 years ago. Yep.
Ooh.
But it's still an active volcano. It still shoots out steam and things like that. And Mount St. Helens in the same mountain chain as Mount St. Helens, and it had that massive eruption in 1980. It blew the top of that mountain right off. So it's in the same chain of mountains as Mount Rainier. But that also comes to planning ahead and communication with people that you can trust. Um, my wife is Filipino, and we have communication with other Filipino families that are at basically what you want to do with a lahar is you want to get away from the lowest point, because all that ice and snow and the glaciers melts in an instant and it comes roaring down the valleys. And anything within 100 miles of Mount Rainier is going to be in deep trouble. So there's a location where we have 5 different families that we know personally, and we might be able to get shelter with them, especially if we show up with food, water, and a way to be able to guard their family and ours. So that sweetens the deal. You know what I mean? Yeah, you guys can shelter with us until they can get the airport open or get the seaports open. It's at one direction is the port of Tacoma, Washington, and Seattle, Tacoma. That's where the Coast Guard, the Navy can arrive and be able to start evacuating people. And then there's also SeaTac Airport, and up in the same ridge line, and that's where we're going to go up on that area.
Yeah. Yeah, no running water or electricity though. Well,
Well, here's the advantage that we have in my family. If and Filipinos, a lot of them grow up without that kind of stuff. They already know what to do.
yeah, but
Seriously, they do.
yeah,
But
but you and me who grow up with electricity, that is
yeah,
another story.
it's hard on us. Yeah, but to them, like, oh well, we'll just have to build a fire to cook. Okay,
Yeah,
here's some water. Let's filter it through a t-shirt and put it on the boil it up. Well, we got a little bleach, drop a few drops of bleach. Everybody's got bleach. Yeah, when you're with a group of people who've already lived through this stuff, man, there's a wealth of information there. There is a real wealth of information.
yeah, I mean, you can learn a lot of things from them.
Yeah, you're right, Ocean's Razor. Peanut butter is in my preps, and here's a tip for you. Okay, you a loaf of bread won't last very long, so I don't store that. But what I do store is pancake mix. Okay, you can make some pancake. It's almost like an unleavened bread, and use that for your peanut butter. Roll it up, and you've got bread and peanut butter, jelly, whatever else you've got stored away. Honey is a good thing to store.
Yeah, because that lasts basically.
Yeah, it's ironclad, man. As
Yeah,
long as it's covered and the bugs don't get at it, and honey, you just, if it turns into a solid, you just get it hot, and it turns right back into liquid honey, and you're good to go. The pancake mix, that might be something for you guys to put in with your gear. Um, and for me, if things are not going too well, I've got some maple syrup and honey and all that, and if make a breakfast of nice hot pancakes with some maple syrup or honey for some energy, that will lift my spirits, man. That will make me feel good. I'll be ready to go for the rest of the day.
yeah. Um, I just want to share you this too. This is really, I enlarge it a little bit.
Hmm.
These are bread, emergency bread.
Oh, okay.
Those two.
Nice. Okay.
And
Okay.
pumpernickel.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
And you know what? These, the shelf life on this, I believe it was,
Oh boy.
if I can find it, 15 or 20 years.
Okay. Really good. Good, good, good. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it was 15 or
Hmm.
20 years for these one. Both of them.
Hey, yeah. If you've got a jar of peanut butter and some, I also store crackers of different types, dry crackers. Yeah, if you can get some crackers and some peanut butter and you're hungry, man, you're living large there. That'll fill you up.
Uh, and the price for those emergency bread, the it's 70 crowns. So I believe it's $7 for one can of, with sliced bread.
Very good. Okay. Um, we do have a cans of bread here, but the only brand I could find locally was like a pumpernickel, you know, and
Yeah, like this one.
yeah, a real coarse bread. It would do. I've not bought any of it yet though. I haven't looked into it. I should buy one can and then lay out uh, some of them and have the wife and I sample, see if that would be suitable to buy more. But I haven't done that yet.
They have a lot of things. This is the general prepper store, and they have a lot of
Oh,
stuff.
okay,
This is a Swedish online store, so
okay.
can you get it on English too? Yeah, we can change it to English so you guys understand.
I see. Yeah, popular products. That's a good website. It's very smart.
Yeah. So that is in euros, 690 euros for those. And they have a lot
Oh,
of beef jerky, menu beef jerky, adventure actually. But I don't know how these are, but they are look good anyway.
yeah, Ocean Razor. Yeah, look into pancake mix because you can make it into a thin, flat bread if you like, and use it for peanut butter or whatever sandwiches, or just good old pancakes. You know.
Here you have Convar hard biscuits.
Oh
These are
yeah, those are.
hardtacks.
Yeah, hardtack is not nice. I mean, you've got to
No,
be.
you
Yeah.
you break your teeth on them.
Uh-huh. Yeah. It'll get you through the day, but oh boy. I've sampled hardtack before and ooh, yeah. Oh, you better have a lot of water. The only way I found hardtack to be easy to eat is if you have a hot cup of coffee, dip it in there and soften it just a little bit, and then it won't break your teeth, you know.
Yeah,
Yeah, yeah, Hooga hardtack. Yeah. A long time ago, our soldiers in the field, that's what they were issued was hardtack. That was daily ration. Oh God, man. Oh.
yeah. Here they have they sell emergency food, apricot jam.
Oh, that sounds good. Yeah,
Yeah,
you
that
bet.
lasts 10 years.
Nice. I haven't looked for canned jam. That's something I'm going to look into, see if I can find some. Because mine is in glass jars.
Yeah,
Yeah, but I include jam because it's something to lift your spirits, give you some sweet flavor while you're eating crackers and peanut butter. And
yeah,
jam. Once you open it, it's that stuff. I remember when I was growing up, but we made our own jam, and if jam got a little mold on the top of it, my parents, grandparents would just take a spoon and scrape the mold off and just keep eating it,
yeah,
and we never got sick. The old timers, they knew what was going on. They knew how to do this kind of stuff where it's all new to us.
yeah. Hey, here you have Convar emergency food whole bread, 10 years
Okay.
shelf life.
Wow. I
That
hope
is a
you
long time for bread.
I hope you can stack some of that up in your stuff there, Shadow. That's a good thing to have around. Yeah.
Yeah, I had that in mind actually.
Yeah, Oceans, I've got some Bisquick and I've got several packs of that. Yeah. Mhm.
Here they have Convar lard as well.
You can make candles out of lard. Do you know that? Put a
Yeah,
good wick down in there and light it up. And I made some big candles during last winter when it was so cold in large containers. And I put a bunch of Crisco, which is vegetable shortening. And I put two of them right over here because the garage door is there and a cool breeze was blowing in to kind of warm the floor a little bit. And those things lasted for 36 hours.
yeah,
36 hours with a wick off a 6-inch wick off of Amazon. That's almost a full work week. I never extinguished them. I let them sit there and burn all day, all night. And they did add a little bit of heat to the garage.
yeah.
Just made out of vegetable shortening.
So this is really, I love this site actually.
Hmm. Yeah, yeah, strawberry jam, man, I love that stuff. Ooh la la.
Yeah, and those emergency high energy bars,
Hmm.
uh, 20 years shelf life. So
Yeah, I just opened up one of my boxes of what we call Cliff Bars. They'd been in
yeah,
storage for over 2 years. I ate the whole box over the course of a few days as a snack, and they were still good. Yeah. So that's one thing that those are readily available to us on the supermarket shelves. Is Cliff Bars. I
Of
like the
course, I
ones
came
with.
in on the food.
I like the ones that have got the chocolate chip. Chocolate chip Cliff Bars.
yeah,
I really should eat before I joined the panel.
You should. You
yeah.
should.
He's always get
I knew I
hungry.
should have. I knew I should have. Hello, everyone.
Yeah. Yeah.
Hello.
Yeah. Yeah, I think so far as concealing that I've got food preps, one of the things I'm going to continue doing with boxes is, like I said, market in a different language. So if I can't get it from the garage to the second floor quick enough, well, they're not going to know what's in those boxes, and I don't want the neighbors to know that I've got food stored and stuff like that. Just nope. Nope, nope, nope. Yeah, you can read the box. Go ahead. But what does baon mean to you, or pan de sedan? Baon means food. Pan de sedan or pan means bread. You
Hmm.
know, So that they can go and be a little nosy Karen and look into my garage, and they can't understand a damn thing that's on those boxes.
Yeah. And you have they sell lights, and these Twilights, camp lights, multicolor.
Oh,
It
okay.
it basically looks like this. You strap them up like that, and it comes in a nice little pouch.
Oh, it's one of those color strings or LED strings or
Oh,
light
that's a
strings.
good idea, Hugo. Good idea.
Hey there, Daniel Channel. Good to see you.
Hi.
What's up, CR? How's Canada today?
Oh my gosh, it's so warm out west. it's much nicer out west than out east right now. That's for sure.
It's 68 degrees here in Seattle right now. 68.
It's warmer
But
here.
it's
warmer than there.
It's kind of like the end of summer festival, isn't it? The nature's going to give you a few more days to be able to go outside and stay warm.
One more week.
Yeah, please, just stay this way.
But it won't last.
Oh, I didn't tell you guys this, but it was 2 nights ago. I had the garage door open because it's warm. It's it's probably 10 p.m. or so, and I heard a rabbit squeal. Have you ever heard a rabbit when it's being attacked? They make an unmistakable scream. I know what that scream is. And so I got up and I come to the doorway to look out, and right between these two houses was a bobcat running along with a dead rabbit in his jaw. A freaking bobcat right here in the suburbs, man. He got one of the little backyard cottontails and he got his dinner. My wife, when I told her that, she went into a panic. Oh no, blah, 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 blah. I said, no, did he come after you? No, he had his dinner. He doesn't care what I was doing. He's got dinner. He's not going to stop to look at me, man. He's hungry.
That sounds like me sometimes.
Keep the door closed. Keep the door. No, I got a 45. If he comes in here, it will be his eviction day from the planet Earth, and then I get a really nice, cool bobcat skin.
On the bright side.
Yeah.
Yeah, Bob. I'm starting to plan a little bit more. I'm like, well, I might as well do it. Try to do more of it now while it's still nice.
Sure.
Well, I mean, like, there's no point in working on a snow blower when it's like already below freezing. If you don't have to, right, or something like that.
Right. Yeah. When you're cold, it's hard to work on machinery because your fingers are shaking.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
You got the dexterity. And stuff like that.
And your nose is dripping and.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, great! I got drippings over the igniter on the.
Yeah.
No, I gotta wipe it off.
Yeah, you just drop snot right into the carburetor, So
it's like, really? I can't believe I just did that.
Mm-hmm.
No, but and stuff like that. And check on the stuff, like whatever you have, like the shovels and stuff like that. I think. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Heck yeah. And I was quite surprised by my wife's reaction. A bobcat. A bobcat. Oh no, right here by the house. Yeah, hon. There's black bears at night, and I've seen coyotes, and I also heard them hunt down a little fluffy dog, man. They work in packs of threes, and I heard them just a few blocks away. The little dog was yipe, 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 and you could hear the three coyotes triangulate him and yipe, yipe, yipe. Wildlife's all around us, man. It's the way it is here in the Northwest. There's tons of it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Renan, long time no see.
Yeah, he can go on about that. I'm going to get a coffee, guys. I'll be right back.
All right.
Yeah.
I don't know what you guys were talking about while I was gone. I sort of saw some of the chat. I did not hear what you and Bob said, though.
Well, I see it's with this government we will have some issues. I don't like the right-wing bloc because the right wings, because they will probably rip up everything and make things even worse, probably.
Well,
And
that's why you
and
take
they
the fairness back in
and-
your hand, right? I was going to
Yeah,
say that's why you take the fairness back in your hand. Something you can do today, right now, kind of. Well, maybe not exactly right now, but in the present.
yeah, and I think the SD can be a huge problem.
Well, it's not always like that. So. Oh, that's not good.
No. No, it's not.
Yeah,
But my gut feeling tells
talk to
me
her.
we will. My gut feeling tells me that we will have serious problems with this crappy government we have now. And I don't trust them. I don't even trust the. Well, we'll see in a couple of months, maybe a year or two. But I think the SD can run over our new prime minister, which they probably will do and push their politics. To get what they want, because they are manipulative. And
Have I showed you guys our bolt out bag or?
Yes, I remember that video, Bob.
Yeah. This is it. And anybody else who hasn't seen it, it looks like crap, doesn't it? It's actually a new bag that my wife didn't want anymore. This has got some food and stuff like that in it. So if we've got to run out of this house just to stay alive, a way of avoiding problems. People don't want it. Look at that. Yeah, it's ugly. I'm nothing. These guys got nothing, man. I learned that by watching the homeless population around here, what kind of gear they carry. Well,
yeah, it's concealed
to avoid problems.
Mm-hmm.
Good point.
Somebody won't know that I got a 45 on both sides of me underneath my shirt, but
Well, that too.
Just make it look like garbage.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess you painted that way.
I did. It was new. The wife just didn't want it anymore. You know how ladies are about getting a new handbag. Women. Now, Renan. Okay, thank you, Renan. Yeah. I'm gonna look up some of these folks' channel, and these are those Cliff Bars that I have in storage. These I just opened a box that were over 2 years old in storage, and they're still just as good as they were the day they were made. These are nice.
Yeah.
And store what you want to eat.
Right. Yeah. What you eat every day, you bet.
At least try the stuff first. That's why I'm just like, yeah, I'm not doing those hard food rations. They're kind of dry. I mean, they don't taste bad, but they're kind of dry. But that's something you don't know.
They have played a long game already. I don't trust them. Because they lie. They have put out a lot of lies before. And they will keep lying, so.
That's part of the politician's job description, isn't it? To be a shameless liar. A lot of them are.
Probably.
Anyway.
Yeah, bend it in your own way.
So
to speak. Yeah. Answer a question with an open, and we still leave it open.
Yeah. Never answer any question is what those.
It's an indirect response. Yeah.
No, but they may make me worried.
Yeah, me too.
If you check on their backgrounds and how they were founded and everything like that, you can't. They are their roots. They will never get rid of that. Never. If you establish those roots from the beginning, you will always have them, even if you try to make it more, proper. They still, because they have a mask on.
Yeah.
Because they hide what they really are, and I believe they will show their real face pretty soon. I guess it's a feeling I have.
You can't hide forever.
No.
That's why before I voted locally, I looked up all these people's criminal background, all of them. So that's one thing I do. Well, a sociopath or psychopath will remain that way for the rest of their life. They will not change. Not change.
I think they wait for the right time before they show their real face. And then people will notice those who voted for them. Oh, they are so terrible. Why did we vote on them? Yeah, deep shit. You're screwed. Take it. You voted for them.
Psychopaths prey upon the vulnerable people. They do. That's what they count on. Victims. That's how they survive. Victims.
Yeah, I have my gut feeling tells me we didn't learn from the history. This feels like 1939
Oh God,
in Germany.
that's when everything went south right there in Germany.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
and the National Socialist Party in Germany back then it began. They got in to the government, and they stepped up a little bit more. And when the time was right, they just pushed the button and hey, it's not acceptable anymore. So you're
Yeah.
out. It's now us.
Mm-hmm.
And I think we are heading for that when it comes to SD.
I hope not.
That, I hope not. I really hope not. But my gut feeling tells me that. Yeah, I know that. Yeah, a Waffen-SS.
Yeah. Yeah.
And the problem was he was he stick to his beliefs until he died 1995.
Well,
So don't you get that feeling that things is begin to repeat it again?
yeah, sounds like it. Mm-hmm.
Because I got the feeling.
Well, it's even like that here in the New World, making people the others. You follow what I mean? Well, you're one of the others. We don't want you. They're trying so hard to divide everybody by race, by sexual gender and identity, and all that. That's divisionary. That's the same thing that the Nazis did in 1939, right from the beginning, is they started separating. You are the others we don't want. You are the others we do want. Do away with these at any measure. At any measure, because once you combined anger with disgust, it develops what's called hate, and it
Yeah.
makes it easy for the public to hate the others, and it's easy to put them on trucks and throw them out in a landfill. That's how it started in Germany.
Yeah, and the interesting thing with SDs is that they want to forbid the the pride flag. They want to and if you have a different sexual preferences, you are not allowed. It's
That's
forbidden.
not good.
Yeah. And they don't want the democracy. They just want to divide the country, the community, or the society in parts. And if you are on a welfare and you don't have a job, you're not worthy because you are not contribute to the society.
One of the others. And they'll
Yeah,
start hate, disgust with anger makes hate. So it's hate the welfare people, hate them. You know, you've got a better society if everyone is included. Everyone, as like going after the homosexuals. That's stupid.
yeah,
That's destructive. That's foolish. I'm going after the gays or someone because they look different, or that's destructive. You can't do that and have a successful society. It will collapse on its own.
yeah. And if somebody is, if there is a family with an immigrant family with one kid that is criminal, they want to punish the whole family and kick them out.
You can't do that. Just
Uh,
the criminal, yeah.
but if they do that, they will create more chaos.
Absolutely.
And what happened then? We will have probably a civil war between everybody fights everybody, and nobody knows who's fighting on which side.
That's what a dictatorship wants is divide and conquer, and then they're the ones who rise to the top and take all their useful idiots who help them get there and wipe them out. That's how it happens, man. People just don't learn from the past. They just don't learn. Or they don't remember. They choose to forget, or they've never been informed.
Yeah, and they don't want the democracy and the market trends. They will make sure that they will make that activated. So that means hundreds of thousands of people will not afford to have a apartment or anything like that. So that will be 100,000 on the streets, basically kicked out because they can pay the rent, because the rent is too high.
Yeah. There's a good movie that everyone should watch and learn from it. I know it's just a movie, but it was written by a young lady who survived the genocide in Cambodia. It's called First They Killed My Father.
Okay.
What the communists did when they came into the capital city of Phnom Penh was they deemed all the city dwellers who were under French influence, who liberty, freedom, education, they deemed all of the city dwellers as the others. They treated them horribly. And at the same time, they went after the Buddhists, the Buddhist priests, because Buddhist priests they don't go out, they don't provide to the state, to the collective, the overall, and they massacred them. They worked them to death. They were the first. Then they went after the city people, and they put them in separate concentration camps from the poor people who lived out in the country. They took the useful idiots of the poor people they raised them from in the country, out of sight. They took their children and they educated them to hate the family, hate unity, hate the city people, hate religion. And those were the armed guards that were killing anyone in the prison camps that was deemed not worthy anymore. It was written by a young lady who survived that. It was a fantastic movie, and like her mother and father were killed because they cut their rations to starvation level because they were city dwellers. They worked them half to death, and their dad got weak and he couldn't keep up with the quota of growing food. And I mean, these guys were growing food like you wouldn't believe, but no, that's not for you because you're the others. The food went to the party members and the useful idiots pulling the triggers. And they first killed her father, then her mom, and the children. One of their brothers disappeared because he was old enough to carry a gun, and they just took him. And from there, their mother taught the youngest children, as soon as I go, escape from here and go to another camp and tell them that we're refugees from this country place, and our parents were killed, or our parents died, and that's how she survived. But she wound up in another camp where it was for military training, and they started teaching these children, how to kill the Vietnamese, how to hate the Vietnamese. Make the Vietnamese the others. I don't know. I don't ever want to be a useful idiot. Yeah, because as soon as it all started happening, the original useful idiots were taken out and killed by the next group of useful idiots. They're killed. That's like people here who are communists who want to burn down the establishment and kill people. Well, yeah, you might have some authority for a little while, but as soon as they're done with you, they're going to put you in a pit in the ground, and you're going to dig your own grave. That's what happens. People just don't see it. I know it's a heavy topic, but that follows along with what Shadow was saying. People just don't remember the past,
And that's why it makes everything much more important to be prepared
and be ready.
Yeah. Be self-sustaining as much as you can, when the time comes.
And I really, really hope my gut feeling is wrong, but at the moment, I will trust it.
Mm-hmm. And hi, all you coming in right now. I see the chat.
Mm-hmm.
You're joining us. It's nice to see you all again.
I hope things don't go south for you there, Shadow.
I really hope so not.
Mm-hmm.
But at the moment, I feel it is beginning to go south. So
make sure you've got good cold weather stuff, because one of the first things that these dictators will do is start cutting your power off, so you can no longer communicate with each other.
Yeah.
Because they don't want people to clan together and work together. They want to divide everyone. I don't have a ham radio. I don't.
Nope. I don't have a ham radio myself.
Nope, I do have some walkie-talkies in this bag.
Mm-hmm.
So that if the cell phones towers are down, which are guaranteed they would be if something really goes sideways, we still, as a family, can talk to each other.
Or it'd be so congested that you wouldn't be able to get through.
Hey, A7. Good to see you.
Hi.
Well, my friend, my gut feeling tells me this new government will not accomplish a zip, and it makes everything worse in this country. This will be tough 4 years until the next election, if there will be a next election.
There are consequences to political parties fighting each other because they don't do what's needed for the common good. When they fight among each other, they don't pass legislation. They don't. Well, I don't know.
Something to benefit more of the people.
And it can happen a lot of things on 4 years. Either good things or either bad things.
Yeah.
So at the moment, it's just in the middle. It's 50-50. So you don't know, will it go that way or that way?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. But that's why you prepare, just in case things go sideways.
Bingo, CR. Yeah.
All right. I mean, that's how you stay proactive.
Be savage.
Stay on top of your game.
B Savage asked how can you pay your bills if the banks are shut down? You just don't pay
You
them.
can't.
You just
You
don't.
can't.
You learn how to live on your own. If they want to come and evict you, what are they going to do? Yeah, go ahead. You just have to learn how to be self-sustaining.
Yeah, 7. Yes, we are sweating bullets through our own train wreck of the current administration not doing the best for its citizens. Well, I agree with that.
Mm-hmm. That's been that way here in the New World for quite a while. They're promoting their own greedy self-interest. They're going to make money. They're going to get paid off in shares in corporations. And for the rest of us, you just got to play catch up. You just got to do the best you can. It's been like that for a long time here.
Yeah, and hope for Yahtzee.
Yahtzee. Yeah.
Yeah, highest point 50, 50, 50, 50, 50.
I haven't played that game in a long time.
Also, if you're in a situation that you can do it, look to reside in another country. There are benefits of living in a smaller country without very much money. Is that many of the concerns we have, they don't have those concerns because they're not used to the luxuries. That's just a thing to look into. I know a lot of people just can't do that, but I understand. But that is an option. Keep your passport current. Don't break any laws that will get you blacklisted, and leave that open as a possibility to go someplace else.
Yeah, have that option.
Yeah, just have that as an option. Yeah.
I have seen articles stating that Euro governments will be able to control the heating of all homes that have updated current-day thermostats. That is a horrifying thought alone. Yeah, I agree.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's terrifying, man. They can shut your heat off. Mm-hmm.
And they do it with pushing a button, basically.
Mm-hmm. And they pass the legislation to make sure that it's legal. Because you're one of the others. You're one of the others that we don't like. Yeah, let's hope that doesn't come to that.
As I said before earlier, times are changing. They do. It does. But it doesn't feel as it did 10, 15, or 25 years ago. It doesn't feel the same anymore. It's different. It's a different. It feels like the time has took a sidetrack, and it doesn't feel the same way anymore. It's different.
Okay. Well, that sounds interesting there. Oakham Razor. The Vatican is pulling its money back. Are you sure about that? I mean, you know what I mean. I'm not being a smartass or anything, but are you sure of the sources that you got that information from?
I heard the Vatican call the whole of its out-of-country wealth back to the Vatican by the 13th of this month. That is odd.
Yeah, that is odd.
Why would they do that? They must have a reason for that.
It could be.
They must know something, because otherwise they would not pull back anything. They would let it be.
Depending upon is the source credible? There's an awful lot of the folks out there spreading misinformation,
or it can't be verified.
Right. Yeah.
So forth and so forth. It's just a theory, then, right?
Yeah. It's just entertainment. Yeah. It's entertainment. That's what they call the news here in the States now. Entertainment. Crazy.
Yeah.
Like I said, I just avoid all of the national stuff. I as much as I possibly can. Wife and I only watch a little bit of local within a few miles of our house information, and the rest of the time we just
Yeah.
this is all I can control. That's it. The rest of it's out of my control. So
yeah, I'm like that too, Bob. I'm very selective of what I watch.
Yeah. I know not everybody can do that. Some people want to get involved in the information, but I found that most of the information being spread around on U.S. news and the BBC and all that is just so slanted. It's so full of propaganda, and it's just not worth my time.
It's probably like that everywhere.
Yeah, I
it's
believe
probably like
so.
that everywhere, right?
I'm sure it's the same in CNBC. I'm sure it's the same,
and so forth and so forth. All these networks and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm. Any news agency that's sponsored and funded by a government, can you trust what they're saying? No.
So the question is, we cannot trust this new government at all. No chance. Especially when they is the second largest party. And if they grow even more, we will have serious problems. And when we will already have serious problems, in my opinion, and my concern with them.
Well, from what I've gathered, not from the news media, but from other sources like podcasts of credible people like Jordan Peterson, that if there is the new world is going to have to stand back and watch Europe, because it appears as if Europe is going to be targeted first, about like the Dutch farmers. The Dutch farmers, they want to throw them off that land and make a major city of immigrant utopia. That's something to watch. And
I follow his channel, Jordan B. Peterson.
Mm-hmm.
Peterson. Yeah. Good channel, by the way.
It is.
A7 says David Paulides has a segment once a week, and I trust his way of vetting his sources. And according to him, I just learned before coming here that he hinted that there will be a ceasing stoppage of some types of goods in USA. Would you like me to go get a better quote? I don't mind. I will do that for all of us. Yeah, please do.
Yeah, if you can post a link up, we'll take a look. Yeah. Now here's my thing though. All these YouTubers, there are so many out there. I'm very selective who I subscribe to. The ones who want to get the clicks, the ones who want to get the YouTube cash coming in, have been spreading for a very long time that the shipping ports in the US are shut down. We're not getting anything imported or exported. They've been saying that for a long time just to get clicks. That's the sources you don't want to listen to. Because I went down to the port of Tacoma several times during the week, and goods are still coming into the U.S. ports, and the rail system is still running, bringing food out of the U.S. being sold, and goods coming in from Korea and China and all over the world. So there's an awful lot of those. I'm very selective who I subscribe to, because as soon as
I was going to say, Bob. So you're slower or just behind.
What's that?
It's still catching up to that's what you're saying. It's things are still moving, but maybe it's catching up or just slower than usual.
Things are it's just like normal. CR.
Oh, okay. I don't. Oh,
Yeah, I haven't
I'm
seen
picturing him. Okay.
no change at all.
Okay.
I saw it with my own eyes, and I put out a video about it. Look, while a rail car full of goods were heading into the U.S. from the port, and semi trucks heading from the port of Tacoma out into the freeway systems, and I was like, what are these people talking about? This is normal business. The ports are not stacked up full of ships. You know, they always just there's a couple ships at the port, and they unload them quickly because every ship has to pay a fee to come to the port. So they get those things unloaded quickly and get them back out to sea. And it's just full of stuff, you know. Yeah, there's rail all around me that goes from Port of Seattle, Port of Tacoma, Port of Everett, and it gets rail card all across the U.S. It's just like normal. So what I'm saying is that as soon as I saw that for myself, that everything is just going like it always has, I went back home and I am unsubscribed from quite a few of these YouTubers because they're full of crap. They're full of BS. That's why I question the sources of some information.
Yeah, and have you seen it with your own eyes, kind of deal, right?
I have. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, that's what I mean, right? I can relate to it from anything else than in a form from something else, but have you seen it with your own eyes in the real world in front of you? Not a picture, not a video, but
bingo,
like your own eyes.
Yeah. I got a comment from a fellow as soon as I posted that video. I'm filming the port, and there's stacks of containers coming into the U.S. while rail is running to go into the U.S. full of goods. And you know, and one fella, he's hard to get a comment from occasionally, and he said, no, don't believe your own eyes. Only listen to, he was joking, only listen to these people who have special information and special knowledge. That's Steve from Corsair's Trainers. He's hard to get along with, but he's right. You know, he calls out some of those what he now calls the YouTubers weather forecasters or weathermen, because they have a crystal ball and they can tell what's going to happen in the future. Oh, all this disaster. Come back for my next video and click like, you know, because you're going to starve to death. You're going to starve. You know. I had been subscribed to those people when I saw the port at several different times. Normal business. Unsubscribed from those people. Just gone. I don't want to hear your BS. You know.
Hyper exaggerated.
Yeah, just to get clicks, just to be popular, just to be, you know. And I've said all along on different lives that I haven't seen any food shortages here in the Seattle area at all. And I made videos about it, and a couple of people commented, well, that's because you live on the West Coast. I said, no, it's not. And I held up a can of beans. Look, these beans were canned in Iowa. They came by rail car out here to Seattle.
There you got Bob. A7 shadow link.
Let's see.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Let's see that link.
This was posted 7 hours ago. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. I don't like that fear porn, and
I don't like it. Yeah. There are so many channels like that out there now.
I'm gonna watch this video later, so.
Can you personally send me that link, by the way? that link that's in the chat right now. That way I can retrieve it later. Or else I have to go all the way through the chat to find it.
Yeah, I grabbed that link. Thank you. I'm going to look into this fellow's channel, see what's up with him.
Yeah, just message it to me. I'll take a look. Yeah, but I was just thinking, you only have so much time to watch something, and you're just like watching crap. And it's just like no.
Yeah, you're right, B Savage. And fear porn, we're all being shown to it in every country. Oh, okay, yeah. If fear porn is a real problem, yeah, I just don't listen to it. There was one guy's channel I'm probably going to click off of here any time now. His channel is American Expat, and his channel started off pretty good, but now his his channel is all podcasts about, oh, it's all falling apart, the whole world is crazy, and that's it's like
this is only chapter 2, guys.
Yeah.
We're still in the rising action of chapter 2. There's more chapters. I know there's still more chapters. This can't. I know things are still going to be worse than whatever it is now.
Yeah, like a podcaster saying just everything's crazy, it's all going to hell. Well, that's not sharing information. Do you understand what I mean? To me, that's not sharing information. Okay, yeah, things are crazy. So like in my area, it's crazy from drug addiction. But to have a podcast again and again and again and again and again, be afraid, be afraid, be afraid. No, share some information. Here's what you can do.
You can do, right?
Right. Yes, exactly. Here's what you can do to help
less of that can't and more of what you can. That's what I would do.
Well, I'll go back to Steve at Corsair's Trainers. He's got a military background, and he was in the Marine Corps Special Forces, and he knows how to guard a neighborhood, and he draws illustrations. What you're going to need to do is watch these holes through buildings and post someone here and there to guard your neighborhood, and that's his specialty. That's information I can use, and I take it to heart. I remember what he says and how he puts out his illustrations. That's helpful. But this stuff about, oh no, the world is coming apart. And man, I click off those guys pretty quick. I try to do that on my channel as much as possible. This is what you can do to help yourself. It's affordable. You can do it yourself. Forget all the other stuff. Just take care of you and yours, as much as you possibly can.
And be more proactive.
Right.
Versus reactive, right? You're reacting to all the news. Then being proactive to it. Whatever it is, good, bad, or whatever, right?
Stop drinking.
International, whatever.
Yes, like Steve harps on his every Monday. He's got a podcast, a live, and he goes after he calls them Cheeto eaters, people who put out the fear porn. All they do is sit on their couch, drink beer, and eat Cheetos, and they don't actually do anything but blah blah blah. There's a lot of channels.
It almost seems like it's continuous, right?
Yeah, and they
all the time, right? It's just
but what I find is sad is that channels like that get a lot of views because people, I guess it's like a soap opera. Come back next week and we'll tell you how the rail. I got my magic crystal ball. Everything's going to be shut down because I have special insight. No, you don't. You just want clicks. You go over this guy's channel right there. He shows his little
the
pantry.
Viralness, right?
And I thought,
videos.
I thought Shadow did a real good job about showing wool blankets. Got them at a discount store for this amount of money. Put them away. That stuff like that. Water containers. Boom.
I was just thinking it'd be one thing to show something once in a while, like what you were talking about, but hopefully the majority of the content is more like things you can do. It's one thing to announce something, but it's just like, okay, you announced it here again. It sounds like yesterday's video again. And it's like, okay, what can we do?
Well, I got a lot of respect for Corsair's trainer. He put out a video the other day, and he asked the question, what are you doing to secure your home, to secure your food, your family, to take care of your family? What are you doing? So I messaged him that, we're doing well here, and do you mind a response video? He said, go, So that was my last video. Here is what I am doing. Practicing with my bolo, practicing with my sticks, and securing your front door is one that I focused in on, part of the video.
Okay.
But anyone who doesn't physically show anything that they're doing, they're full of shit. They're reading it out of a book, or they're just got their weather forecaster crystal ball, and they're spouting off bullshit, and I click off of them, man. Just get rid of them.
And it feels like it's not cool. What's that word? Cooperated or what's that word?
Yeah.
Yeah, that word.
Yeah, and what they say, there's no way to verify it.
No one's even. All right, it's just like.
Yeah.
Where's the space phone?
What I focus in on around my neighborhood is what I see every day, and like I go and do it again. You've got more of a threat worrying about somebody who lives not far from your house of stealing your stuff. That's more of a threat to your safety than anybody else, rather than like some of these idiots say that the Chinese are going to invade and take over everything. Shut up, and it's all driven by narcotics and amphetamine sales. And that's
something like that. You're more likely to see. There's higher chance.
Yeah.
Or probability of it.
Yeah.
It's just like preparedness, right? There's a reason to prepare for these storms, metaphoric storms and such, because they're probably going to be more common for you to experience over time, and things that result from it, whatever it is. Because when you're ready for stuff like that, then you're ready for other stuff too, by default.
Yeah.
Because you already have, let's say, the tea lights, the food, the water, right? Regardless if it's a hurricane storm, whatever, right? It's,
Yeah, exactly. You got more to worry about as the windstorm coming in and tearing down the power lines. Now you're in the cold and the dark. Here's what you can do yourself. Do it ahead of time. Get it staged. It's stored out in the open where it's easy to find. There you go.
Yeah.
That's what myself and others do. Good information, something that we can do. Yeah, that's true, Hoga. That is one of the problems that I face here every day in the Seattle area, is the people who need their fix. And those are the ones who will break into your car and try to get through that door and get in here. That's the problem. Though, I used to call them meth zombies, because when they're hurting for a fix, they're single-minded. They want to get into your house, grab your stuff, and if you get in the way, you're going to get hurt. Meth zombies, I used to call them that, but I've tried not to do that too much. But Yeah, I'll definitely watch that guy's channel. The link was posted up in here. I'll definitely take a look and see what's up with this guy's channel. It's so hard to find really genuine information out there. Yeah. I just wish I could get my wife over the used blanket thing. I would. I do. I wish I could do that, because I would go pick up more, because there's always used blankets in the secondhand stores. But she's like, bed bugs. What if they were sick?
I don't know. Go steam it then. Go steam
Yeah.
it. Go steam it out.
Take it down to the. I'll take it down to the laundromat and put it on hot wash, and
And then I'll steam it after. I'll let it dry in the sun.
Yeah.
Or whatever, right? And just keep going. I'm just like, it's been a year. It's been a year. It's been a year. Yeah, I guess. But the thing is, in times of need, you may have to.
Oh, heck yeah. Oh, yeah.
Right. In time of need, you may have to.
Yeah, I know, Huga. I've tried to get a work around things like that. I've tried to get a workaround, but she went through medical school and she knows so much about bacteria and viruses and parasites and insect infestation and on and on. Example is, the other day I was out driving around the area and I saw some possessions that are put out on the sidewalk. It says free. There's a laundry basket there. It's beautiful. Better than the laundry basket that we have. Now, the thing that stopped me from picking it up and taking it is, that came out of somebody else's dirty clothes were in there. Don't you know about Citronicobacteria raceus? What? Communicable diseases, hon.
Well, that's why you're really thorough. It's like if you're trying to get cleaner water, you're very thorough. Try to be as thorough as possible.
How about a little Lysol?
I'll start adding in some stuff. Let it dry, then put something else. Okay, I steam cleaned it. I washed it. I put this and this, and just keep adding, and really reduce any chance to near zero.
Yeah. Yeah, she'll allow some things, many things, to come into the house secondhand. Most things are not really a problem, but nothing that touches your skin, like a sofa or blankets or towels. No. She knows about 200 zillion different types of bacteria. Jeez.
Well, just be like, okay. I'll bring back the shirt, but it's 100% cotton. I'm making charcloth. It'll be in the fire. It'll be good.
Yeah. As long I actually see her if I just don't tell her about it. And I keep it in the shop for fire starters. What Mrs. don't know won't hurt Mrs.
I've exposed it to UV light too.
Yeah, there you go. Hon, I buried it in Hanford nuclear waste disposal property for 6 months. I'm pretty sure everything's dead. I put it in a nuclear reactor for half an hour. It should be okay.
It's kind of glowing.
Yeah. We could use it as a night light. Yeah. Use it as a street light.
Oh yeah.
I don't know. That's the compromise that has to be made. Just the workaround. That's part of the life. Oh, Ocean's a razor. What do you mean by evil has a way of belonging to the rich? I've seen rich people that are evil and poor people that are evil. Both. Evil doesn't seem to have a. Well, the rich people are usually exposed more than the poor people, but. Oh. I have a brother who's evil. He's a psychopath. He's not rich. Well, he was a brother. He's not a brother anymore. He's gone. He's out of my life. I'm not letting that monster near my family.
Mm. You know what's funny, Bob? I was not mentioning this earlier, and like literally when I saw your video, I was just like, I wonder how many candles I have.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I was just thinking like that, and I'm like, how many candles do I have? And like, well, yeah, I got these and these and these, and I'm like, yeah.
And those 3 packages of 100, I bought them at different times.
Mm-hmm. And this is preparing over time, right? It wasn't all a big, one big purchase.
No,
sometimes
not at
it's
all.
Like that. Sometimes you actually have to scout out and source it out, right?
What I will do, like same with those little propane bottles at the same time as the tea lights, I'll check them. As soon as I get in the store, I know what I came there for, and I'll go check those different items and remember what the prices are. Mm-hmm. And as soon as the price drops a few bucks, boom, pick them up.
Yep.
Hey, there she is, our radio announcer lady.
Yeah.
Attention, everyone. Someone has just joined our panel.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi, guys. Very nice to see everyone. Hello to everyone in the chat.
Renan, yes, a psychopath can be evil. They don't have a conscience. Yeah. Trust me. I grew up, I had to share a bedroom with a psychopath.
Shadow knows that I'm in the same boat as Bob. I had to literally unplug from a toxic brother.
Yeah. Oh, you did too? Yeah, you know how it is. Mm-hmm.
4 different doctors told me to.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. A psychopath has no conscience. There is no limits.
Zip.
There is no guilt. There is no shame. You are a resource to a psychopath. And to me, that's freaking evil. I don't want I don't want anybody like that around me. I'm not saying they're a Satan worshiper, but their behavior is evil. Get away from those people. I had a comment on one of my videos. What do you think that the sociopaths and psychopaths will do if shit hits the fan? Oh boy,
mow you down.
That would be a problem.
Would not think twice about mowing you down.
Yeah, they wouldn't.
What people do now.
Yeah.
With a general world with rule of law.
Mm-hmm.
I almost said that wrong, but yes.
Yeah.
We have Guardian in the house.
Hey,
Whoa! GP's with us. Oh my gosh.
In 2020, when Seattle, Tacoma, the whole Puget Sound was being lit on fire, I sat with the door open and the power was cut off. I sat outside my house in the front and the back, watching for people just like that, because all law enforcement was centered on the cities. Okay, they made sure the riots lasted long enough to exhaust the law enforcement officers, and the law enforcement was drawn out of the suburbs into the cities to try and control these people.
Almost like a misdirection.
Yeah, and I knew, and that's when all these officers were there for days getting exhausted and injured, and that's when they popped out and they went out into the suburbs and started lighting fires. Yeah.
Bob, I still can't believe they didn't call in the National Guard.
Well, the governor finally did that weeks later. I mean, weeks. He let it happen. But that's what ended it, was when the guard showed up. And I saw this, I think it was in Tacoma, the National Guard showed up, and there was a line of police officers, and behind them was the National Guard with armored personnel carriers, and the guardsmen had body armor and riot gear, and some of them were Army Rangers in the National Guard. I mean, those are the guys you don't want to fight those guys. And then the governor finally called curfew. That's that far away from martial law. And the rioters knew what that meant. They understand the law just as probably better than we do. When they called curfew and the guard showed up ready to fight, that's when it started coming to an end. But the governor waited and waited and waited and waited and waited.
Hey, Guardian, good to see you on panel again.
Hey, GP.
Hi, good evening, all. I hope that everybody's having a lovely evening so far. And yeah, our power just came on about half an hour ago.
Yay!
Guardian, would you please remind me what area you're in? General area?
Sure. Yeah, I'm down here in South Africa.
Ah, yes. Okay. Good. That's great. Shadow and I were having a conversation before the live stream, and we were hoping to get as many different countries represented as we could. So that's great. We've got another country up here.
We always do. We always do here, though, all the time. I mean, now we got GP here. Right.
Yeah, I'm pretty much the furthest
so
from. We're like.
Guardian, you're breaking up, dear.
Oh, good. I thought it was me at first. I was like,
No. I just said sorry. I apologize, Dave. My quality was a little bit bad. I was just saying that. Yeah, I'm definitely very far from everybody. Like, I'm really far from you guys, and it sucks because I'd love to meet Bob in person. I'd love to meet Shadow and CR.
Big pleasure to meet you too. Yeah.
It'd be nice to go visit you in the desert. Or at least by the shore.
Man, it would be awesome. I'm glad that we can communicate this way, but yes, it would be awesome to meet all of you.
Yeah, I agree. That would be awesome.
But one of the reasons why we were discussing having different countries on here is I wanted us to all take a look at how much we have in common.
Yes, we do.
How much are all of our governments shortcomings? We're all experiencing some form of either disruption or or unrest or
combination of
things are hinky going on with the law. That link that I posted to the David Paulides factual news, one of the things that he brought up was there was an illegal hacking that wound up revealing 2 police officers that donated money to the truckers' convoy that was trying to go from California to Washington, D.C. Now, for those of you that did not hear about this was supposed to be a big deal. They were supposed to pick up more and more support as they crossed the country, and that was stopped. I don't know at what city it was stopped. I don't know at what reasoning they used to cause these truckers to disperse, but they definitely did not want it to attract attention. It was nipped in the bud. Yeah. 2 policemen that donated to the cause, they want to prosecute these guys, even though the information about them having donated would have never become public had it not been for an illegal hacking. And what have they done illegal
They haven't done anything illegal.
Precisely my point.
Mm-hmm. Well,
You're not
they'll go through
enforcing-
the court proceedings and they'll be acquitted. You know, and there's no charges. You're dismissed. Yeah.
Nothing happened.
Mm-hmm. But you know, the lawyers love that kind of stuff because it keeps them employed. They love that. It's money.
Well, the lawyers are probably the only ones with sure employment right now. But
yeah,
mm-hmm.
Creative. I wanted to ask you how things are going in Canada. Are they still imposing things against folks who were supporting the truckers that made it over the border? In other words, are they still freezing the bank accounts? Are people who were punished then, are their accounts still frozen?
I haven't heard anything for a while now. It almost seems like it's been on the back burner.
Yeah.
I mean, there's other things happening in the country, though. So, as I know.
Well, they're using a trick in the United States news services. I'll give you a good example. There's an ongoing war. How often do you see it reported on the evening or late evening news? It's gotten to a point where almost any story is pushing that to the back burner, even within a week of someone in Russia suggesting that Putin be put up as a war criminal or no, treason, put up for treason.
Yeah,
well, I believe that was last week.
There's
go ahead, Bob.
There's been war in the Philippines for over 300 years. How often do you hear about that? You don't. You don't hear about it.
Well,
be savage. Another good point is, can they force people out of their dwellings if the economy goes under and things come to a halt? You know, will people have the resources to try to evict that many hundreds, thousands, or millions of people out of their rental situations?
Sorry, I apologize.
Jump in.
Come on.
Sure, yeah. I was going to say that regarding corruption as well. So I'd like to let the record state that there's no corruption in my country.
None here either.
So,
no.
Did I hear that?
No, not here in the U.S. No.
Also, Hook Homestead, hello, by the way. And then I also just wanted to add in the fact that our fuel prices have, in the last 2 years, our fuel prices have more than doubled.
Oh,
like
Lord.
It's gone up 250%.
Across the board, right?
Pretty much.
I mean, talking about the major things like
and it's increased prices for everything. Even though I've got like a decent income, I'm currently like very much middle income at the moment. Even though I'm like earning pretty well, like even though we're earning decently, like we pay so much for everything.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's your fault, Guardian, because you didn't go green.
And Guardian, every product that's reaching you has being upped in price because of how much it costs to transport those products to you.
Yeah, that's all part of the plan.
We're all feeling that bite as well.
Yeah, exactly. Mm-hmm. Yeah, and they're also wanting to kind of present socialism here in the most.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, they're pushing, oh God, the electric car things. The electric cars, which admittedly we don't even have a system that will support
infrastructure.
Having exact word I was looking for, Creative. Thank you.
It'd be one thing if the infrastructure was already there, but it's not, right?
Mm-hmm.
This is why I'm still a proponent of the hybrid model. Or a hybrid for a bit more.
Sure.
Well, that would
sure,
be nice, except the average cost of them is $60,000.
Yeah, exactly,
Excuse
right?
me. How many of us on the panel can afford to go out and buy a $60,000 car this week? Not me.
Yeah, not me.
Not this month. Not this year.
I'm still working on the generator.
Mm-hmm. Well, you realize why they do that is because the folks in DC they get paid off in investment. They take what do you call it, shares in these companies who are right who are supposed to be building the infrastructure, and the shares and the companies who are making the electric cars. That's the corruption. So they will do anything they can to make sure that those shares that were given to them by these business owners are going to be profitable. That's why they do this stuff, to line their own pockets with money. And if the program doesn't work, that's okay, because they'll just dump those shares because they were given to them. They didn't buy them. Mm-hmm. They have no loss.
Going green is code speak for getting rid of people.
Yeah, it could be. I hope not. But
yeah. Without infrastructure, it's not going to happen.
No,
you can't. You can't.
And Occam, I very much agree with your comment about the goalpost moving. They're going to keep that sucker in motion.
Yeah. So with the advent of technology.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry.
Guardian, I don't know what something is muting you at some
I apologize.
Points. That's okay. Just keep working with it. We want to hear from you.
I know that there's a slight bit of delay. I'm sorry about that. Yeah, thank you.
No worries, mate.
I think that it's very interesting. We could be heading.
There's a hiccup every so often.
Okay. I'm going to bounce down for a little bit, guys. I got a task to perform here for a few minutes. I'll be back later.
All right, Bob.
No problem.
All right.
Thanks, Bob. Mm-hmm. Come see us.
Yeah.
Well, okay. I guess we'll just continue our conversation.
I would have liked to have caught more of what Shadow and Bob had to say before I came in. I wanted to, first of all, I ran across that the David Paulides link. Wanted to check in with that real quick and see if most of what he was saying was in line with what he's been reporting on a weekly basis. And it is, with one big difference. David is not one of those people that says, I see the point where goods are going to drop off dramatically getting to us. David's not one of those, the sky is going to fall any minute people. And that's what concerns me, because he's starting to mention it for the first time. Granted, he's just mentioning it. But if you watch the video and you watch how he brings things up, well, I wish I knew him personally, because I'd pull him aside and say, as an announcer, I can tell you, sometimes you're kind of taking your audience for granted, and they might see your your, when he's exaggerating or using hyperbole or things like that, they may take it offensively, as though you're kind of dumbing it down in certain ways. You don't want to accidentally insult the intelligence of your audience, because you are giving them valuable information. But this poor guy's really been through it. He's just released his latest movie, The Missing 411 UFOs, and he knows that that's going to be controversial. It's also the last project that he worked with in connection with his son. and his son committed suicide a little over a year ago. So David is he certainly loves his country because he did not wait long to get back on the air. But occasionally you can tell that his only son's passing. You don't hear it on the news. You don't see it in the print news. It's a disturbing factor. Yes, Brandon, I understand that there are a lot of different entities. But one of the reasons I wanted to come on today is to point out that a lot of what we're facing is similar. We have some positive things on our side that we may have to rely on, and number one is there are more of us people and citizens than there are the folks in the government that are screwing everything up. We are slowly finding out in America there are more people that care about us going to hell in a handbasket than the people who would like to go burn down the cities and protest while policemen stand back and, you know, they report, but they to the southeast it did not seem very much at all like they were trying to stop the burning down of cities in the state of Washington. Granted, I'm next to the farthest state away from there, but I've heard of that going on in other states, in Oregon, in the neighboring states to Washington as well. Going across to Illinois is certainly no walk in the park. And then you hear about 200 people getting across the border. They're being put on airplanes at night and flown to places like Martha's Vineyard. The people at Martha's Vineyard, we're talking about a vacation summering spot for wealthy people. So when they jumped up to complain, well, we don't really have the services to take care of 20 to 200 refugees that have come over the border. I call them illegal aliens. Whatever your name du jour. We're being flooded, and that's only helping the flow of the same street narcotics that are killing most of the people through overdoses. The heroin mixed with the fentanyl and other illegal substances that are just taking people down like flies.
Yeah.
So, what can we do? I'm hoping that we recognize, even though our problems aren't exactly alike, the thread of what's forcing us into positions of desperation, they are related.
Common goal and things like that.
Come and go.
Right? Something to pull us together. When I say us, I mean the people and so forth.
Common goal, survival.
Oh my god! Oh my gosh! I didn't.
Hi, Guardian.
I see him. Oh, you were working on the lighting. You were working on the lighting. Hey. I get it now. Yeah, I get it. Nice to see you.
No, not really working on the lighting. Is my sound coming through properly at the moment?
Yes, it's fine.
All right.
Yeah, no problem.
Okay. So yeah, I think just on what we're speaking about, I just want to speak for like a minute about it, because there's a couple of thoughts that I've had specifically about this. And the problem is that the worst part is that we honestly, even if we talk ourselves blue in the face, they have it to the point where we're extremely distracted, and where we're absolutely able to be monetized, not monetized, monitored. We're able to be monitored no matter what we do, and that's kind of thing. I'm not going to like tinfoil hat it or anything like that, but if they wanted to listen to you, they could, and we all know this. If they wanted to listen to you specifically, yeah, if you were doing something against, and look, what I will say in defense of it is that there's a lot of crime that's been caught because of the fact that we're not as secure as we might believe. What you do on the internet and what you do in real life should be worthy of the truth and honesty. So if you're doing things that are legitimate, that you can be honest and truthful about, then you shouldn't really worry too much about the camera watching you all the time, because it is watching you and there's nothing that we can do about it. So we're at the point, and that's my original point, is that we're at the point where it's like, it's hard for us to kind of turn around at this point and to all of a sudden, even if we were to slightly lean a conversation towards some sort of a quote unquote rebellion or something like that, we would be instantly quelled. We don't have the ability to really stand together, and that's the unfortunate truth. And if we did, they'd instantly see it as a threat, and that we would be sorted out very quickly. So it's just the reason why I speak like this is because the political government in my country has held power for the last 27 years now, and there's nothing that we can really do against it, because they say that your voting is important, and I get it, but sometimes it's those people that count the vote more than the people voting. So
excellent point. Very well said, Guardian, and I agree 100%.
Yeah, I agree too.
Mm-hmm. He has a way with words. I gotta admit that, GP, you have a way with words at times.
I also ramble too much, though, sometimes too.
Well, no, you are not rambling. You're making very good points, sir.
It's just to
And Ren and I agree with. I hope I'm pronouncing your name right, dear. I agree with the statements that you're directing towards me in the chat with the government. They used to call that pork. Too many departments, too much government, and all that. No, these people could work together in the Senate and the House Representatives. Not unlike that's their freaking job. They collect taxes from us. We pay them to represent us. It's not getting done. A minority is getting represented like all hell and back, but the country as a whole up till now is just now getting around to admitting our leader may or may not all be there. The man is all but being walked. He doesn't even know how what direction to leave a podium. He can't speak intelligible sentences, and the past 10 days he's been threatening Americans with American armaments. It's the craziest thing I've ever heard. I never thought I'd grow up and look at my own country and go, holy crap, we're in the Twilight Zone.
Dun, 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 dun.
Nothing makes sense, and definitely not right. And we're halfway into an administration and halfway towards another one, and they're doing everything they can to sabotage what may be the next election. It's crazy, quadrupled.
Yeah, I agree.
Guardian, I don't see any tinfoil hat aspect in anything that you said. Everything that you said is supported with intel that has been proven. That's why Edward Snowden is sitting in Russia right now. Not only is everything we say being heard, it's being recorded for the people that haven't had a chance to listen to it yet. And I posted a link just before you came to the room to David Paulides, called what he calls the factual news on the channel Can-Am Missing 411 on YouTube. One of the things that he brought up was that Facebook, someone has come forward, a whistleblower at Facebook has come forward and admitted that for the past year and a half, if you sent a private message through Facebook to any of your friends or family saying anything about the events that took place on the 6th of January at the Capitol, if you said anything in connection like, oh, that just really boils me that it went that way or whatnot, you got marked as a subversive and your name was turned over to the FBI. They spent over half a year collecting records on all of the people that said anything in their private messages, and the FBI had to wind up giving up in the end because they said we can't make a solid case out of this and go after all of these people just because they're saying an opinion. They're not saying they're going to do something. And we were referred to as, and I quote, gun-toting rednecks. So if you happen to think that the last president did a good job when we were the number one supplier of crude oil on the planet Earth during his administration, to come to a point where as of this week, we've got our people talking to Russia to get Russia to talk to Iran, two countries we're supposed to have both of them under sanctions, but we're reaching out double taboo to discuss what? Getting crude oil. From being the number one on the list supplier to being so choked that, and they've lowered the price of our gas prices in our country a little bit, and they want everybody to have a feel-good moment about it. Don't fall for it.
You see, the thing about what they're doing right now, right? If I was in a position of power, I'm speaking hypothetically here for a moment. If I was in a position of power, all right, if me and a couple of friends, say for example, CR and I are heads of state, and we have the ability to kind of push different, agendas, whatever they may be. You can put it as a metaphor as we'd be selling bananas. Okay, so say for example, CR and I, we run a store and we are selling bananas. Now, bananas is also another analogy for fuel and for gas, for petrol, diesel, whatever. And the thing is that the way that they've really got it is they absolutely have in place a suitable replacement for the current fossil fuels that we're currently using. But the thing is that it's as though CR and I have a banana store, and the fuel is the bananas, right? So the thing is that the public come in and they all want bananas, all right? Now we've got a lot of oranges. We have tons of oranges that we need to sell too. But the thing is that bananas need to be sold up first. And if we can't, while the bananas are being sold, it'd be stupid of us to use the oranges, all right? If we go ahead and if we carry on selling bananas, the current fossil fuels that we are, keep the public happy and keep the public distracted, that never even question what they're doing. And the biggest problem behind everything that we're doing at the moment, you see, that's why I'm saying with the oranges and the bananas, it's like they absolutely have the replacements ready already, and the technology in place to absolutely abolish the requirement for the fossil fuels. The things that the public is currently certain amenities that we need as people, right? So the problem is that's been happening for the longest time is that there's nothing that we can possibly do to kind of push back against that. So the way that that's been going for a really long time is that we're so blinded And we're so stupid, and I'm speaking about all of us. We're really dumb when it comes to how easily distracted we are and how easy it is to divide us from one another. One of the most amazing things about South Africa is that the government that we currently have is so bad at what they try and do that that they can't even divide people of the country. That's how bad they're so bad at what they're trying to do as initiatives. That one of their initiatives is to try and divide the people of South Africa, and they even fail at nonsense from the top and pushed in by the media as well. And on a day-to-day basis, like a lot of the time, we don't give two damns what they're trying to push from the top, because we realize that we're all human. And the thing is that what they try and do is that they cover their corruption and they cover their theft by making sure that they'll always point all of the problems, and they'll use a side political party of theirs to put all of their problems as well on a certain group of people. And then as soon as because every single thing that they do can easily be pushed underneath the rug, as long as they're blaming other people. Yes, exactly. As long as they're blaming another person. So it all comes down to the fact that we are unfortunately like all running around like guinea pigs on a hamster wheel, and there's so much better ways to live life that we just don't realize it. Do you know how many people right now, if you ask and have conversations with, are willing to go back to more natural and holistic ways of life? People are sick of technology. They don't want to be living like this anymore. Like it feels almost unnatural. That's where we are now. Can you imagine how bad that's going to be in like even 50 years from now? Like I've spoken enough, but my bottom points that I'm saying, and when you say that I make valid points or something like that, in no way. And I know that it's soapboxing kind of thing as well when I try and like explain certain things, but it's also the fact that like in no way do I think that I'm smarter or better or more informed than anybody else. I absolutely want to learn and be a very absorbent sponge to everybody around me all the time, which is why I love listening more than speaking. But I'm saying, I'm not blowing my own horn. I'm doing the absolute opposite and saying that I really don't know anything compared to the amount of information that's out there. And the more that I found out, the more that I realize how absolutely stupid I am when it comes to everything and how little I really know of anything whatsoever. So I'm saying that you should always be prepared to learn.
Frequently.
Yeah, that's the 100% where I was going to end it off. Go ahead, please. I'd love to listen to your response.
No, you are not going on too long at all. You are making very good points, sir.
Keep talking here, GP. I am listening. This is why I'm listening.
Yeah, GP is a good point.
Yeah, come on, guard.
He always has.
But divide and conquer is exactly what they want. That's why they're keeping Americans in fear that there's going to be a civil war. They've been pushing that since before Trump went into office.
Yes, and recently, what the current standing SCOTUS, like what the current gentleman in office, that's the lead. I won't even mention the name. What he said the other day when he said that anybody that supports MAGA is an extreme terrorist. Look how divisive that is. That is so hateful. And the thing is that it's both sides that do that nonsense. I think all political parties are the same when it comes to it. They just want to divide people.
I was watching a documentary about a musician last night when I saw that they covered the years where Reagan got elected. Guess what Reagan's motto was? Make America great again. Yet you don't see them out there lynching the memory of Ronald Reagan. No. It's got to be Trump that has to be racist. And it's down to, people are so trigger happy to, well, I'll put it to you this way. The more that they put on the news that they are prosecuting less people for doing crimes. Now, these are policemen that are getting on national television and saying, as of this date in September, we will not be seeking active bail for people who commit the following crimes. And the list was terrifying. It included things like attempted kidnapping. And you're going to tell me somebody like that isn't even going to have a veil placed on them, just alarm bells going off left and right, and this whole business where the distrust is being instilled and whatnot. The fascinating thing that I found about the Civil War was 3 people who came forward. This is less than 3 weeks before Trump won the election. Not went into office, but won the election. There was a civil disturbance of blacks against whites. 3 black people got on Facebook and put on videos that they were there and watched both sides of that fight get out of the same 6 buses. He said if you look closely at the footage, you'll even see that they're wearing related pieces of clothing on the opposite sides. The whole thing was staged, people. We watched them get off the same buses that pulled up like 3 or 4 blocks away from where this riot took place. It was a staged riot. Now, the riot made the news, but they sure didn't expect these people to do these videos on Facebook. And of course, as the second these people made these videos, we shared them like crazy. As a comedian said a few months ago, know what's in the hot dogs you're eating, because we are being played. Bob, you got it.
Yeah, you got it.
I'm not the biggest fan of Facebook, but believe me, right now I'm really kind of pissed with myself that I did not save those links. Should have done it. Knew it was valuable at the time. Thought it would blow over, and now it's 10 times worse. Because it's being fed into that hate factor is just really being ratcheted up, and the networks are supporting it. They're making it worse. They're making it more divisive. Divide and conquer.
So can I tell you what I really
Jump
hate
in.
about the current situation? So right, the thing is that this is the very scary part. Okay, so if humanity is, because currently we've looked out there into the stars and we can't find any other signs of intelligence. All right, we currently can't, and I'm not gonna and I'm gonna say that this is something that's very concerning. Is if we are the only life spark of intelligence that's out there in the universe as it is right now. Okay, say for example, because sure you can say that there's most likely other intelligence, sure, that's fine. But the thing is that if we're the only life spark of it, if we're the only spark of intelligence right now, and this is what we're doing when it comes to military and when it comes to the way that we're fighting against one another, and that we put so much attention on celebrities and politics and this type of thing. The fact is that we're so human beings, and human nature is, that's why the zoo hypothesis kind of reigns true to me as well, because in a way where Earth is kind of the prison planet. My wife absolutely loves this theory as well, where if you look into the universe, human beings' nature is just to kind of be destructive. And I don't even understand why we just can't get past that. It's 2022 and human beings are still engaging in absolute brutality against one another all the time. And for some reason we can't move past that point. But this is my original point, and the reason why what I wanted to say as well is that if we look at the fact that we are only intelligence out there in the universe, and this is how we're behaving, it's absolutely appalling. Serious about all of us, I'm including myself as in all of this as well, right? The fact that if this is the only way that the universe is going to see intelligence, and we potentially are going to blow each other up just by having the wars that we have, and you hear what I'm saying? If we're going to be destructive towards each other, instead of trying to unite beneath a single progression in technology and science, then where are we going to head to? This is so disturbing. If we destroy intelligence that's out in the universe, then what have we done? We've literally
I don't think it's the volume of his speech. I think it has to do with his connection.
Yeah, it is his connection.
But I think I understood from what I heard or could hear. I think I got the gist of it.
On the point of there being intelligent life, I would suggest that people take a look at Dr. Stephen Greer's movies. 2 of the main 3 are currently free on YouTube.
Oh, actually, we lost him here.
The one that you probably want to see the most is available on Netflix and Amazon Prime.
Yeah,
and
Amazon
that would be
Prime.
Unacknowledged: The Greatest Secret in Human History. This gentleman has been proving for decades. They've developed what's called the C5 initiative, and the governments, frankly, have not figured out a way to stop him, because now that he's leaked this out to the world, there are literally people reporting from every single continent that they too are managing to make contact. And so far, there has not been as much as one situation where a human being was harmed. Quite the opposite. They have recorded events where, when they go in groups, not only were they able to make contact, but there were people that they have photographs that were actually healed. He's done recent interviews about it as well.
I'm going for a bathroom break. I will be back in 30 seconds.
Okay.
I hope you manage for 30 seconds.
Oh, okay. We'll try Shadow. I've got the timer going.
So what, is my connection a bit more clear now, by the way?
Yes.
I hope so.
So am I coming through a little bit more clearly now? Is the connection a bit better?
Well, keep talking.
As soon as you got through saying better, your mute sign went up. Are you muting at the end of your sentences on purpose?
Just keep talking, GB.
That's correct.
Oh,
Just
okay.
keep talking. Just keep talking.
Okay.
Continuously talking. I mean, yes. Keep going.
I was just asking if it's better, if the connection's stable now.
We'll let you know if it goes bad. I know sometimes you can't
what I was saying there, and to sum it up without kind of, yeah, no, I can't. Sometimes I can't. So what I was saying is, it's just really messed up that if this is like the only intelligence that we can find, right, is us, that really a tragedy that we're destroying each other. We behave towards one.
Yeah, you're breaking up again. And I'm back.
Welcome back. Well,
Welcome back.
By the way, I gotta leave at the top of the hour. Whatever, 5 minutes, 7 minutes, whatever it is right now. By the way.
Creative, I'm not quite sure what you mean, dear.
I'm slipping out at the top of the hour.
Oh, dang. Don't have any bad news. Shadow knows about this.
I gotta make sure I actually finish my things for the day.
I had this incredible post that I was posting to your channel. It was paragraphs long, Creative, and it was on the video that you did about Canadian geese. Yeah, but I'm not making a joke. It's a pretty incredible story that actually happened to me personally, and I thought that you might enjoy having it amongst the particular comments that video attracted. And my computer went down and killed almost everything I wrote. So I've got the core of it, but I'm like, Now I don't know what to do.
That.
Does he still want me to post it? It's a fascinating story, but will anybody see it?
It's like when you're typing in like on a video or whatever, and you're about to hit comment, but you hit cancel. It's like, oh, I just wrote like 9 paragraphs.
Well, if you ever do something like that, hit Control and Z, and sometimes you can bring all of it back.
No, not if you actually hit that cancel or the X key in there. Well, at least on a mobile device.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah, that's why I'm always a big fan of copying the text too, because I can still paste it even after if I X out or refresh.
Sure.
It's like when you refresh a video or whatever, right? You'll lose your text that you just wrote. You know, maybe you swipe down by accident on your phone to refresh, or oops, I meant to hit this bookmark, not refresh the whole page.
Yeah. My phone doesn't connect to the internet, so I don't have that problem.
No, I'm not just saying that.
Is my connection a little better now, by the way?
I don't know. Well, just keep trying.
Yeah, just stick with it, Guardian. I mean, you're coming through well when you come through. I know it's frustrating, but stick with it.
All right. I just don't know if, because there's definitely a bit of a one that I'm having. And again, in the bits, I don't know why my connection's being really stupid tonight.
Oh, don't feel so bad. I feel your pain. Remember, I've been having issues with StreamYard, and look, for once, I'm not having issues.
Yeah.
Oh, bless his heart, he just got bumped.
Yeah. So
it may be the time of day or night there that there's a lot of people that are also draining on the same data source that he gets his data from. It could be a lot of things.
Oh yeah, it could be a lot of things.
It could be that. It could be his equipment. It could be the weather. It could be sunspot activity.
Yeah.
Believe it or not, we actually get warnings on broadcast radio about sunspots and how far in advance we get the notice that we may suffer interruptions or the transmitter may go down, things like that. Because the engineers just love it when you call them at 2 or 3 a.m. in the morning to tell you the transmitter's down and you're off the air. Technically, the FCC catches you with so much dead air and it's not being tended to, they can fine you anywhere from $50,000 to $500,000. It's crazy money. Thankfully,
the show must go on.
Almost always they do not do that, even in the big markets. Because you're not going to stop a sunspot. Thank you.
The tower's not here anymore.
Maybe in the search for what we can do, maybe there's a place where we can meet and exchange information about what we can do if something does take place, keeping in mind that some of us are only a little prepared in the prepping department and some of us are much further prepared in the prepping department.
Yeah.
Because some of us are going to face challenges, and it's completely out of our control.
That's why you prepare, so you can have some degree of that.
I see exactly what you're saying.
Yeah.
What I'm trying to double speak to you is, what if you're in a position where you're being actively prevented from doing that? Some of us are stuck there.
I see.
I'm lucky because I have to see so many doctors right now. Oh, by the way, I haven't seen y'all in so many weeks. I've been a little bit busy with the pneumonia for, what, a month now? I think it's been a full month now, Shadow.
Yeah, it's about a full month.
Yep.
Can I say a few words on the way out here?
Yeah, please do.
Top out.
Go
It's
ahead.
already the top out. Just a few more minutes with me here. I don't want someone mad at me because I'm not calling them back. Don't get mad at me. I don't want someone mad at me. But yes, do what you can to prepare. Be proactive. It's just like gathering stuff before winter time. Like the animals do or whatever, right? Stuff like that. And keep doing those things. The best you can. Might just help. So. Okay, I'm not good at speeches like GPS. But
No, you
I
are.
think everyone understands what I mean by that.
I follow you.
Yes. And
It's
do what you
just
can in your own area. Every area is gonna be different. Every area, country, whatever, right? Hell, every state or province or whatever is different. As I know here in Canada, and of course for you guys in the U.S. So. I know. Just keep going. Adapt the best you can.
The best
There we have Guardian.
Welcome back, Guardian.
And like that, let me give the mic to him, and I'll make my grand exit stage, right?
No, don't go now.
Oh, okay, fine.
I came back because you were speaking about me, so I was still listening.
Nice.
I came back to try one last time over here to see if the connection will actually stay stable.
Oh, good. Now we know how to keep creative around.
Sorry about the connection problems. No, I enjoyed, and I'm hoping that the connection stays stable.
Okay, an extra 5 minutes for GP. I'll give an extra 5 minutes for GP.
Thank you, bro. Appreciate it.
That's because GP means great person. For this great person, I'll stick around for another 5.
Thank you. And also, it's what's the time on your side, Sia? What's the time there by you?
It's afternoon.
All right.
And
do you have anything? Are you going to be doing anything this evening? Do you have anything that you're gonna? Do you have any anything planned, kind of thing, for a Saturday night? Are you going to watch a movie? Are you watching any interesting series at the moment? Are you going to be going out? I never go out anymore. Going out is no.
Okay. I know what that means. He's like, share a picture, share a selfie of it.
No,
I get it. No.
I get it. I'm saying that social situations, unfortunately, a lot of the time, when you start seeing through the veil and start picking up on social, not just social nuances, whatever, it's just the way a lot of people are fake out there. And a lot of people are, and I'm just being as honest as I can about this, people are always pretending to be something that they're not. And
there are more social dangers.
Yeah.
There are more social dangers.
Yeah, the older I get, the more I realize I like dogs, right? That whole statement. Yeah. Mm-hmm. The more I realize I like nature over people sometimes. But there are good people that are worth spending time with and that type of thing too. I get that.
Just like GP. GP's a prime example.
I'm nothing special, I promise. What I will say though is that there are a lot of good people that
he's exaggerating.
spending time with.
Like, how can you not enjoy a person like that?
Nah, I really enjoy
Sorry, he
spending
got me
time
with
with
that one.
you. CR. So, did you see my garden update, by the way? And I'm not going to say on which platform.
I have it on my watch later right now. It's because
Okay,
I was talking to someone else during that time, so I have to.
Yeah. No, that's cool. When you do watch it,
I'm trying to make time. It's very hard to. It's very hard to on YouTube to make time for everyone. I'm trying here. My watch later is always full.
Yeah, after you've watched it, just send me a message on IG or whatever, and then we can chat about that.
Guardian, did you say your garden?
Yeah. I've been really enjoying gardening this year specifically. I've always loved gardening in general, but this year specifically, I've been trying to. Well, I've got a whole project that I'm busy doing at the moment. I'm growing a whole bunch of vegetables that I haven't tried before in my backyard, and converted my backyard lawn which was in a very bad state, into a kind of, survival garden, if you want to call it that.
Oh, okay. Now you're getting interested. Maybe I'll stick around. Maybe I'll stick around a little bit more.
Yes, I know gardening will keep CR as well around. Gardening will keep CR around as well, is what I should have said there. Sorry. Words are hard sometimes.
Okay, earlier Guardian mentioned made a reference to holistic healing medicine, things of that type, and that is my front door. Excuse me, one moment. What great timing. Hang on.
You know what? I don't know if I'm losing the connection here. Maybe it was her end. Do I still sound fine?
No, you're fine. You just I don't know, there was a little bit of static slightly, but you're good.
See, this is what I talk about. It only took 4 hours. This is why. It's my cue to exit. It's my cue to exit. I'm breaking up.
Are you using the breaking up thing to?
No, I'm not using it as an excuse. It's just a segue. A segue. It's telling me, please charge me up. Actually, it's because my phone's down to like 18%.
Ah, that explains everything.
Yeah, and I have to double check. So I think I might be having issues with the phone. Hopefully not.
Can you guys?
Your finger, someone.
I'm trying to.
Yeah, he's trying. All right. I'm sorry, GP, but you were definitely trying. You know, when you're trying, when that's the last word you can get in on the panel before you get kicked out. I'll wait for her. I'll wait for her to come back, then I'll slip out. That way, you're not here alone. You're never alone.
Well, GP will be back, so
yes.
Well, your audio has worked perfectly until now.
Yeah. See. I told. So. Yeah. I wonder who's going to show up first. She's going to come back first, or GP's going to come back in.
Well, that will be interesting to see. Who is faster?
Let's cast the vote. Let's cast the vote right here. 2-1 odds. But yeah. But yes, it was nice to see you all. You too, CP. I saw that the comment in there. Remember, I always notice the CR words. a lot more. I guess I'm still waiting here. Oh, she's back. I think. Or no. Never mind. No, it's because you put on highlighted a comment.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I misinterpret that.
Yeah, it's easy.
Yeah.
to be mistaken. Technical difficulties. That's okay, no problem.
You know, I must really like you, Shadow, because I spend time with you every Saturday now. Almost every Saturday. I do.
Almost.
Somehow I make time for you. And somehow I'm still making time for you.
Yeah.
Didn't CR said 20 minutes ago he was leaving? Well, I can't get enough, apparently. Can't get enough. Oh, wait a second. Are they? I almost have a feeling that they're like, if we don't say anything, they can come back. CR will stay on this whole time. Oh, I see what you guys are doing. No, but seriously though, I should actually do actual stuff.
Yeah.
You know, I talk so much. I keep forgetting I gotta do the real world stuff, or else I'll never get it done.
Yeah.
Yes. So, and like I said, do what you can right now. Be proactive.
Yeah.
Whatever it is. There are still things you can do today. And hopefully in time make enough progress that it'll make a bigger difference later. That's like acquiring an extra can. And you can.
Yeah.
Something like that. Or yeah. Sure, I'll just stick around until everyone comes back. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. 20 minutes later.
No matter what. Yeah. Well, no matter what, it's those who are not prepared, they need to begin to
They'll have a
prepare.
more difficult time. They'll have a more difficult time to catch up. Like I've said to, well, I think I've said this to Vancity before. You know,
Yeah.
some of those opportunities might be disappearing more.
What opportunities?
No, I'm just saying like a deal, for example, right? You know, hey, that 2-for-1 deal, you might not see that for a long time if you didn't, catch it over the weekend kind of deal. You know, it'll be like what's the word? Right, or capitalizing on an opportunity, for example.
Yep, just when it comes to shopping, we've diversified our stores wider, and plan out the routes so the least amount of petrol is used and things like that. We just recently got a new chain of stores in our area. You'll save a lot of money. It's only on certain items. So that trip to that supermarket is not going to cover your whole list. But paying attention and doing as much pre-shopping online, seeing what's on sale.
Well, another thing you can do is, let's say a deal is per se at your price range. Let's say it's on food, for example. I'm gonna use.
Hey,
well,
MC
we'll just
Josh.
go back to it. Hi, Josh. I don't know this person, but let's say it was bananas or something. Let's say
MC Josh is cool. He's got a record out right now on YouTube. Came out a couple of weeks ago. Tripping at the Club, version 2. When you look it up, make sure you look up Tripping at the Club V2.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, I had to put that plug in there for my buddy real quick.
Yeah.
No, but what I was saying is, let's say it's like buying in bulk, but you're teaming up with someone to buy the bulk item, and then you divide it. So you get a better deal, but you're going in together with someone else to purchase, and then you just divide it in half. Whatever it is, let's say bananas, for example.
Why is everybody bananas today?
That's because you guys were mentioning it, so I figured I might as well go bananas talking about bananas and using it as an example.
I usually go bananas at work.
Well, I figured I'd slip that in. Just slide that in as an example. I know. You guys just heard me slide that one in.
I'm trying not to laugh really hard because then it sets off these coughing fits, and I just have to mute out.
Okay, I'll be more serious.
I'll be more
serious.
No, you don't have to be more serious.
Let's see what Josh says. Actually, just dropped a full album yesterday called Tres Amigos with plenty of projects in the pipeline.
Nice.
That's awesome,
Good going,
Josh.
MC Josh. Rocking it good for the neighborhood.
Indeed.
But anyway,
MC Josh is cool.
Another good thing about going in with someone on the bigger stores, like here we have Walmart, and Walmart
on
has
a bulk purchase or something
the bulk
like that. Yeah.
purchase place is called Sam's. If you do have someone that you can have that kind of friendship with, that might also be a person that you might be able to develop some trust if the quote unquote shit hits the fan moment does come up, or something that otherwise challenges us. We're going to need each other at the exact time that so many governments are going out of their way to divide us using propaganda. That's just the way I'm going to put it.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
That's definitely going on here. At first, it was all about, well, who did you vote for president? And then it was about, well, we want to address and correct wrongs that were done 400 years ago. And I think people are figuring out real quick that it's going to, when that pot comes to a boil, you're going to realize real quick what's happening right now is going to take precedent over what happened 400 years ago real fast. Especially, God forbid, if people start starving to death. And I'm not talking about in third world countries. I'm talking about in our countries.
People you may know too.
Yes.
To a certain degree.
That's another one of the reasons that even due to the pandemic, I love it when people say, if you have the time, go check on a neighbor.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Not just to check on their well-being, but that could have a dual purpose.
Indeed.
Now, this is where Bob would be great to pop in and say this is where we should be where we should use caution about that, because in his situation, well, just look at his garage alone. Everything that he can create, all the machinery he has to create, everything in there is worth so much because of how much he can produce his own things for defense, protection, tools,
fabrication.
That's just what we see. And I take his word when he says that he's well prepared. He looks very relaxed about it. And I'm not going to ask him to go into detail as to what that means. When he exercises caution about his neighbors wanting to go out of their way to seem friendly, to try to get closer, I agree with Bob's vibe that they're really trying to case his joint. They're what's the word? They're trying to figure out where he stands or how well he's supplied or things like that. It's none of their damn business, and they need to respect everybody's space. If not, Bob's going to have something to say about it or do about it.
It's odd times these days, and I think if we look around the world has changed.
Yeah, our great grandparents that went through the Depression, they knew something about how to get through something like this because they've already they saw it, and they survived
and
it.
then some, right? And then it's not just that,
and taught their children, our grandparents, very well. So,
right.
So
facing multiple challenges right now.
So it's
first times.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Go ahead, Shadow.
So it's time to basically pick up your common sense and stock up.
Like I said, do what you can today.
Yeah.
Right now.
It's too many tensions around the world. It's too many tensions.
Well, Shadow, remember what I said earlier in the year? We're going to face multiple fronts. Well, we are. This is part of it.
Yeah.
Right? It's these multiple events, situations, things happening that'll start to wear down your resilience, your resolve.
Yeah.
It'll start to break you. It'll start to break you, right?
Oh, that's why they want to keep us in fear, constant state of fear. That's why I don't mind that. My roommate and I sort of have an arrangement where he's pretty much in control of the TV, and I stay online and I select things to watch there. Occasionally, he picks stuff that I like to watch too. I might watch TV a while, but news, no. I'm very careful about where I gather that from because it's all about misdirection. Was the exact word I was looking for earlier.
Yeah.
So divide and conquer. I think if you pull out, what is the guy's name? Sun Tzu, the Art of War. The guy that wrote the Art of War.
Sun Tzu. The Art of War.
That one of the first
I have that
things,
book.
Wasn't that one of the first things that he listed as a war tactic? Divide and conquer. So of course he wants us all separated, and it's working so far.
Yeah.
But I think people have also reached that saturation point where they've figured out, there's a BS factor in this, and we're coming up against survival. And survival is going to make you change your priority list real quick.
Yeah.
Sup, Auslander? I see you.
Hi, Auslander. Good to see you again.
Good morning, Auslander.
Yeah.
Okay, I know I say this. I'm leaving in 5 minutes. I'm leaving 5 minutes. I spent like an extra half an hour here. That's how much I like you, Shadow. Spend an extra half an hour on my day. I mean, it's because Miss Boo's here. I mean, yeah. Yeah, that's it. That's the real excuse. That's the real excuse.
So you're just gonna change it with whoever's on the panel.
Yeah.
That's a nifty trick. I might borrow that.
I just made that up. I just made that up. I'm improvising.
That's a good improvise.
Yeah, sometimes you gotta adapt. Improvising is another word for adapting.
and the problems with small events that happens all around the world, they have a tendency to get together and get them, and the problem will get worse.
Mm-hmm.
More screwed up before it gets better is
Yeah.
what I'm thinking.
Yeah, small events can create a huge event that can flip everything
Domino
over.
effect, or domino effect. But
Now,
I was gonna
Shadow,
say
I
that. I
have
was
not
gonna say.
had it.
Yep.
Go ahead.
I'm just making it up as I go along now. But yeah, go ahead.
That's actually a pretty good song that Mike Shinoda did on the Post Traumatic album that he dropped right after we lost Chester Bennington. The dumb part is Mike Shinoda said, "This is going to be the only solo album that I'm going to do. We're not giving up on Linkin Park." Well, that's double dumb because number one, you're never going to find another Chester Bennington. Period. Anybody is going to throw off the whole chemistry of the band, and worldwide, Linkin Park has such a faithful following
I
that
started to
to this
hum
day,
some of the songs.
The underground hasn't even begun to break up. If anything, they've knitted more tightly together. But when Mike Shinoda said, "This is it. I'm just dropping this solo album to get my feelings out." Now that it's been since 2017, when we lost Chester, suddenly we noticed him trying to drop singles after that. And now he's tacking on his singles to all of the Linkin Park's old songs. He doesn't realize how bad he is pissing off customers. So if he hasn't figured out why he's not making money by now, or barely, the heck is that sound, Creative?
Remember what I said?
Nope.
Remember what I said? Remember what I
Nope.
said earlier? That's where I know. This is my
Yeah,
kid.
his system.
Yeah, see, this is what I was talking about. When it happens, I know when it happens. No, I've just been lucky. I've been able to say a lot of words. Okay. Anyways, everyone go stay
Len
proactive.
Whistler, good to see you, brother.
And I'll catch you. I'll catch you later, everyone. Yeah, I see you back, OG. Hey, Glenn. Okay. Anyways, thanks for having me
Creative,
on.
it was great to see you, babe.
I know. Yes. Thank you. I was going to say something. What was I going to say? Oh, yeah. I almost forgot the CR word. Take care.
Take care, dear.
All right. Later.
Take care, CR. And it was
You watch. I'm going to go ahead and finish that post about the flying geese. I think it's it just kills me that it's not as current a video now, but hopefully some people will get a chance to read it because it's a true story. It actually happened to me, and it happened with a flock of geese, and they were big. And I don't understand how this would happen in nature, so I'm literally asking people, have you ever heard of this before, and why would something like this happen? So I'm kind of asking everybody to help me solve a mystery of nature.
Yeah.
And I can kind of answer my own question about what I brought up earlier. What if you have hit stumbling blocks on your way to prepping, whether that's financial, or if you're in a situation like me, you're dealing with a heck of a lot of medical, and that's stopped you both physically, um, financially, in a lot of ways. Just the ability to go out and do things. Yeah, that really gets halted when you get thrown non-COVID pneumonia on top of everything else. So I officially had to have that stupid test done. I'm like, I'm glad y'all can give instant results pretty much, within minutes anyway, because I'm not one of them
Yeah.
people who wants to hang out all night waiting to get results on something. Lynn Whistler, thank you for the compliment. I appreciate that. I'm kind of cheating, though, dear. I am a professional announcer. Not teasing. I have many years' experience on radio and television, so I'm kind of cheating. Is that Albus?
Yep.
I didn't know Albus was talkative. I can hear his
He
kitty.
is, especially when he wants up in my lap. So. He wants some attention.
Occam's Razor, if you're still here, thank you for dropping by, and please come and visit with us again. You make some very nice points. We've had some great people in chat today. Some very
Yeah.
constructive comments.
Yeah, I agree.
I wish that Guardian were still connected with us, because
Yeah.
I'd just like to say that whenever I offer a source or a link to something, I'm not asking that everybody believe what I believe. Um, I'm offering a source of information, and if you would be so kind to check it out, it might be something that interests you a great deal, or perhaps not at all. All I ask is that you give it a chance. If it's an hour long, try to hang with it 15 minutes or so and, get a good feel with it. If I can sit up
Yeah.
there and listen to like an hour of someone's 8-hour chat, and that's not you, Shadow. I'm talking about that certain other
No.
community I don't even want to name. MC Josh knows which one I'm talking about. But basically, it boils down to people who just, as best I can tell, they just want to gather and talk to each other, like people would on a party line telephone. The only difference is that some of them can see each other too. I don't get it. I'd much rather be here in a situation with you, and let's try to help each other. Let's try to do something positive. Um, which reminds me, and this was the question I was getting to, and I kept getting interrupted. I haven't had a chance to look over the information that you posted to me yet. Is your worry about the new government coming into Sweden, are you worried that that is going to cause further divisiveness amongst the citizens of Sweden?
I'm not worried about that. The politicians or the new government will mess things up. So, and the SD make it even more difficult for the immigrants. So they get pissed, and so it creates more chaos. So it will. I think the SD will probably. I got a gut feeling that they will run over the prime minister. It's just a gut feeling, but I don't have much hope for these 4 years until the next election. It gives me more worries than it gives me peace of mind. Hey, Liesel Delegro. Good to see you.
I was just wondering how to pronounce her first name. And hello to LG and everyone that's joined us in the chat. Houselander, that's a good point. Of course, elections are always going to cause a certain amount of division, but they shouldn't cause the threat of a civil war. And I still say that that's just another one of the things that's supposed to
The problem with
hoping it's an
SD
empty
is
threat.
the problem with SD is they are against the pride, the pride flag. They are against um, Muslims. They are against a lot of things. And if you don't have a full-time work job with a real paycheck, if you are on welfare and work and you don't have a paycheck, just only a welfare, they don't consider it as a work. You don't contribute to the society. And then on top of that, they will have an idea to market rents, which means every landlord can raise after their free will their rents. So that means the rent will go up, even be very high. So hundreds of thousands of people will be kicked out on the street because the rent they can't pay the rent because it will be too high.
We kind of made a reference to that earlier when we were talking about, what happens if it goes into collapse and everything. Well, they're not going to be able to evict everyone for two reasons. Not only just because that's not possible, and number two, because I'm sorry, I might have to mute my microphone and go holler at somebody.
Yeah.
The second point was if the economy has collapsed, who are these other people that are supposedly lining up to rent these places that you can't kick the people out of? And that's what I see happening. I think we just have to stay where we are and just stay united on that. We're not going to start taking over the national parks and saying, "Oh, that's okay. We'll all live in tents." Especially folks like me and LG that are going through some heavy duty medical stuff. We may not be able to. The pandemic has shown us that we may have a cease on active medical care, but that doesn't mean we won't be able to use those same connections to be able to find some way to at least get access to food and things, because there are people aware that we are in these conditions. And not for nothing, but the whole basis of the disability thing is based on not only the fact that medically you're forced into this position, but also there's a number of years you have to wait until you can go to court to have this proven. And during all of those years, the reason why your pay accumulates is because you did work for so many years and contribute to the economy. So disabled folk have contributed to paying taxes and being responsible citizens. We could easily have world health care. It's just, especially pharma in this country, is just, heck, they're running half the political show already.
Yeah.
It's no great secret.
Your healthcare system is expensive.
Well, in particular in the state that I'm in, and that's part of the problem. The disability system is based on a state to state situation.
Yeah.
How your state delineates what type of care you get, what they will cover, and so forth. I need to get the hell out of my state. Even though I'm getting care, it's coming too late. Here's a great example. I have pneumonia now. They just found a pulmonologist to help me, and the earliest they can get me in to see him is February. That's 6 months away. Or it was on the date that we set the appointment. I'm like, wow, 6 months. And it's considered a short wait if you can get an appointment with a doctor in 3 months. So the people that are running the test facilities, they found a way to make things work. They started staying open until 9 in the evening instead of closing at 5 p.m. They made up the backlog of tests, and now they've already reached the point where they can close at 5 p.m. once again. Rest of the healthcare system could easily catch up to that, even though they're saying that the current COVID, the latest strain, supposedly LG, do you mind letting us know what state you're in? I'm just curious. If you're anywhere near the southeast, I might know of someone to recommend. Because I got stuck in that stinking wait list forever, and just so happened my roommate, who was doing home loans, working out of his home with another gentleman, was talking to a lady one day that happened to be disabled, and she gave me the name of this person. He's now retired, but he trained people in 6 different states before he retired. For 25 years, he was the district head of Social Security Disability. So he quit to turn around and fight for the people instead of being the head of the person that was watching all these people get turned away. Great guy. Really lucky that I caught him just before he retired. And I had to go to court a second time because I survived cancer, and that the way that they wrote it down was, okay, well, you've got these 2 disabilities, but your cancer got better, so we're discontinuing your disability. You're no longer disabled. I'm like, that makes no sense whatsoever. And they terrified me for 3 years, sending me a letter every month saying, we're going to go ahead and keep paying for your medical, and you will still be allowed a monthly allowance to live on, which, newsflash, it's not enough to live on, not even remotely close. I brought this up for a reason, damn it. Talking about Social Security disability, and I lost my train of thought.
Well, it happens.
Yeah, there's something going on here. It's a little bit past my control, and it's really testing my nerves. I had a feeling that was going to happen whenever I told you earlier that I was going to make a request to stop by.
Yeah.
Okay, great. You got a caseworker. Another thing that you want to remember is every state, LG, every state has an ombudsman. So that's another person that you can reach out and contact if you've tried to reach out to a state representative and they give you the runaround and you're not getting enough feedback. Every state has an ombudsman that you can approach and plead your case to, or say, I cannot afford to await this amount of time. So look up your state's ombudsman, making sure I pronounce that very clearly because it's spelled a little bit funny, and look into contacting them, and that should be of help as well. That information came straight to me from the person that represented me in my most recent case. That's close, Auslander. There's an S after the first M. Ombudsman.
Ombudsman.
You're most welcome, dear.
Swedish word. Ombudsman.
I didn't know that. You know me in word history and roots of words and everything. You know I love all that stuff. Yes, that means I'm boring company when you get down to it. Oh, mercy.
Yeah, languages are not easy, especially when they don't pop up that often.
LG says, what does ombudsman mean in Swedish?
Well, it's I can see if I can find a good explanation on it. But technically, I want to get this right, so I'm gonna.
Is it perhaps a mediator or?
If I translate it to English, it's a representative.
Auslander says it's the person who should make sure that the law is just. Wow, that describes a lot of people that are supposed to be doing that in law and government that don't get around to doing that. Or at least from the perspective of people who have been fighting the system and get tied up in red tape. I know it's happened to me many times and has cost me years of waiting, so I'm just guessing from some of the comments that LG has made that's the case with LG as well. They'll strangle that red tape if they can.
It says here an ombudsman or ombudsperson works for an organization such as a school, office, government, agency, or medical facility to help mediate conflicts between parties. As an ombudsman, your duties are to listen, assess, and discuss
Mediator.
issues that arise between employees, students, or other individuals.
I nailed it. It's a mediator. It's a go-between. They help the two sides that are trying to connect with each other connect.
Yeah. But the governments have divided it up into 101 different departments.
Yes, Auslander, someone brought up earlier that that's one of the things that the U.S. is suffering from is there are so many departments that, and on top of that, yes, there are plenty of departments that their main worry seems to be lining their pockets. If you ever doubt it, just take a look at what the official White House spokesman, check out the BS she is trying to deliver to all of the reporters every day. There's a channel on YouTube called John Talks. Number one, his videos are hilarious. Number two, his videos will scare the crap out of you. And number three, he almost never does a video that's a full minute. They're really short, but they get the point across most of the time between 20 and 40 seconds. And some of them are so funny you can't do anything but laugh. It's freaking sad, the state of affairs, because all he's doing is taking clips of actual news and showing people what kind of insanity we're trying to wade through over here in the U.S. with all the stuff that's coming in against us. And while we've got people just flooding over the borders completely unchecked. And then they're getting free tickets to fly and they're being flown all over the United States. So as far as we know, this is going to affect, check it out, hear me out, what I'm fixing to say. These people that are so generously being allowed to come over the border, the Democrats not only know that, they're hoping that's what's going to ruin the next election. That's why they're not stopping it, which is the job they're supposed to be doing. They're doing everything in their possibility to take away half the constitutional rights that we have according to our Constitution. And if it's effectively being taken away from you, but not by word, what matters? The fact that it's being taken away or that the spirit of it still remains there, it's just not being paid attention to. But people are definitely getting hyped about that. Every time they start to mention something that has anything close to do with the right to bear arms or taking guns away from Americans, watch how quickly they react. Real quick. Especially in these turbulent times. And especially if, how many states are talking about defund the police, make the police less. Okay, you want to be less safe, but you want me to get rid of my guns too. Not going to happen. Not
Exactly.
A good combo. I don't know about the King Charles thing. I know people that are already referring to him as the interim king. No man has waited as long as he has to step into the position of ruling. That already puts him at such a dated age, and they might as well be, training William for it anyway. I know people who were honestly surprised that Charles wound up getting selected anyway. But I guess those of you that have anything to do with the monarchy know more about the succession than others do. It's just plenty of discussion about that around the time that the Queen passed. Took me by surprise. I didn't learn for almost 24 hours. Auslander, I'm so glad you dropped by to cheer us up today.
Yeah, he's always cheering us up. Well, the nation comes first.
Huh?
Nation comes first. Auslanders, too many care only about dollars and ideologies. Most don't care about the nation. Nation should come first. If you want to keep the people happy. Yeah, well, LG, I know he has 3 channels. It is what it is. No need to pretend that some things are not how they were or should be. Well,
Sorry about that. I'm back.
welcome back.
Well, thank you. Don't think I have much longer.
YouTube jail time added a lot of reality to what is going on here.
Was that the Now I have a friend that recently got clocked by YouTube, and I think they spanked him basically for a week. He couldn't.
Yeah,
he couldn't
it's a
do
week.
things for something like a week. Is that something close to the situation
Yeah,
that
that,
Auslander is referring to? I'm sorry, guys. I haven't
yeah,
been around a few weeks, so
yeah. That is basically YouTube jail time. You get one strike and they put you in jail for 1 or 2 weeks. So you can't do anything.
You can't even like sign into your account and watch videos?
Watch videos you probably can, but you can't
But you can't
upload
post
comments.
content.
No.
Oh, that sucks. I can understand where they would want to put a halt on live streams, because I see people that have live streams that are the chat flies by so fast it's not even funny. It's easier to keep up with the people who are giving the donations in the chat and watching those bubbles collect at the top where you can see how much they donated and whatnot.
Yeah.
Than actually trying to read the chat. Give you a headache trying to read that fast. I can't believe I actually used to do that for a job for AOL. I showed it to my mom. She said, how do you read things that go by so quickly? And I said, you just start slow and speed up the process. Pretty much how you learn to do anything. Eventually you get used to it. Right now it would make my head spin.
Yeah, I've been on a stream. There were over 1,000 people, and the chat just moved too fast.
Yeah, AOL actually had a setup for something like that too. They would put in a type of a blocker almost, where you would the people that were trying very hard to interact with the main speaker would like come to a first stopping place, and those chatters, it was almost split into two. You've got the main speaker who's chatting. In other words, no one is live, and then you've got the main people that are lined up, 6 or 7 that are lined up, waiting to speak to that person. Or if they can handle 6 or 7, that's okay. As a moderator, it would be pretty usual for us to handle 10 to 12 chatters at the same time. We were given a special app that would allow us to just hit the tabs, and the tabs would light up with each person's response, and just sit up there and talk to 12 people at the same time, handle them as quickly as you can, and move on to the next set of concerns or whatever you're having to address in the chat. That's real fun when you get stuck between the question of the Palestinians and the Israelis. Very complicated.
Yeah, it is.
Other social media public platforms are being created all of the time.
Yeah.
So I give 2 craps if Facebook goes completely under or if I get kicked off of it. I would be just as happy to go back to, what was the old one before that? MySpace. LG, I try to do that too. But when I signed in, early this morning, I had like over 200 notifications. That's a lot.
That's a lot.
Yeah. I'm going to have to prioritize on that.
Yeah, when you get that many, you need to put some in higher priority than the others. So yeah, 200 notifications.
Well, LG, I don't know if you were with us earlier when I was talking about one of the things that David Politis had reported in his factual news segment that he released a few hours ago. And one of it was that a whistleblower from Facebook has come forward and said that there was an FBI focus on all of the Americans that were pro-Trump. If these are their personal messages to each other now. They actually went into these users' personal messages to their friends and their relatives, and if they acted upset about like the events that happened on the Capitol building in January 6th and whatnot, that these people would be labeled, what was the word I used earlier, Scout? Not quite domestic terrorists, but not subordinates. Subversives is the exact word. Thank you. That we were going to be labeled subversives, that we were going to be grouped all into a group, and that the FBI was going to study us, which apparently they did for 6 months. And then they arrived at the decision that you can't go after people just for getting upset. None of us were threatening to harm anyone. And basically, you can't call a person a subversive just because they have a right to complain about the current government not running things well. And I decried the violence that took place at the Capitol. I've never even seen the footage of it. I don't think that's the way to go about getting your voice heard any more than I think or support the burning down of Seattle or any other town. I don't think it should have been permitted. They actually tried to do that in my city around the same time that I'd say 2 or 3 weeks into the Seattle situation. And our police put it down real quick. Never even got a chance to fire off.
I always thought a good businessman could be a good leader as president. They treated the country as a business.
Well, you got to admit, I didn't think it would work, and it worked out very well for him. As I said before, we went from being the world's #1 supplier of crude oil. Without question, we were at the top of the list, to going into an administration where now we're begging one country that we have on sanctions to speak on our behalf to another country that's even worse off. We shouldn't be having diddly squat to do with Iran right now, especially. There's riots going down in Iran today. 50 people have been killed in the past 24 hours just because one woman got caught either not wearing a hijab, a cloth over covering her hair and parts of her chin and everything. Now, I'm going to let you in on a little secret. There's a TED Talk. Those of you that aren't familiar with, these are university talks that are usually timed to where they can't go over 15 minutes in length. And they go from university to university, from country to country, continent to continent. Look up the TED Talk about the woman that says the Quran says nothing about wearing the hijab or hijab. It's literally not in there.
I'm familiar with TED Talk.
Oh, some of them are great. And so many different topics that they cover.
Yeah, they cover a lot of different things. I've said it before and I'll say it again. The USA plus Canada plus Australia can literally feed all 7 billion people on the planet if we join our efforts and resources. Yeah, probably.
I think that's true if we can get out from under this aspect of the divide and conquer.
Yeah.
I don't know what the conqueror aspect refers to, but it's real damn evident they want all of our countries to stay divided, whether that be over an election or this business that they're trying to sell the American people on, that we're just on the verge of a civil war. And we're not. We've got some highly dissatisfied people. This wokeism is slowly coming around to being recognized for what it is. Some people have good points. A lot of people are just throwing negativity out there and seeing how far they can get away with doing bad things. It's affected the law adversely. It's affected our protection adversely. And it's finally reached the tipping point where the average American is having to admit, okay, we don't like what the administration is doing. We are worse off. The polls are very clear about this. Hang on a second.
Yeah, hang on.
Okay, it does, however, state that a woman is guilty if any man gets aroused simply by looking at them, so that's where hijab comes from. All right, damn it. Shadow, I'm leaving.
Okay.
Auslander, if you offend me again, I'm never speaking to you. Dude, either do some serious research or don't make offensive statements. I just gave you the information from a professor that not only gives you the history of how it came into use and why it's not in the Quran. Please feel free to avail yourself of those things before you make a statement like that. And if you would bother to bring the book, it actually says something more along the lines of, if you look at a person once, the second time you're supposed to drop your eyes. You're not even supposed to look at them. But that's more towards manners than it is rules of life. Something you don't seem to think those people possess. Plus, not to make too fine a point of it, but everything you've said is negative. And whole reason I'm here or come here is to be on the positive side of things. Don't be capping off to me, sir. Obviously, the version you read is one of the tainted versions. When Khomeini came out of hiding, when the Shah of Iran was overthrown, all of the Qurans were collected and his version was issued out. Yeah, you also sound like the kind of person that goes out of his way to say he married a 9-year-old child, but doesn't bring around the fact that he waited until she was of age until they actually slept together. Keep posting the hate stuff, because that's all you're doing. That's hate speech. Come to think of it, isn't that why YouTube popped you in the first place? Wasn't it hate speech? Yes or no? Auslander. Did YouTube pop you for hate speech? Yes or no? In other words, you're not going to answer the question.
Probably
but you
not.
kind of did. By not answering, he has. It's nothing new. Racism, that's the first thing that I learned about AOL and being exposed to so many countries. Racism exists all over the planet.
Oh, yeah.
You did not answer my question. I asked if you got popped by YouTube under the heading of using hate speech. How many people we got watching the chat, Shadow? I can't tell.
Actually, 3.
Okay. Started out with 18 or 19 when you were in hour number 1.
Yeah.
I was kind of keeping an eye on it when I was looking over the information, and I just wanted to make sure that I was right up to the moment on as much as I could. I couldn't get into the deeper aspects of the Swedish government because just as I did with the Middle East, I really like to study the history of what all these parties did, how they've interacted with each other and whatnot, and then compare these different resources. And I'll actually build my own libraries about stuff like that and use the opposing sides resources to build that library. That's exactly how I wound up debating all the Zionists and kicking their fannies.
Yeah.
Welcome, Warren RCG. Welcome
Yeah,
aboard.
welcome, buddy. He was in earlier, and but he has to drop off because he had to do things because of his bad signal. So he's back with a better signal, I guess.
Un momento, por favor.
I hope you have better signal now, Warren. Okay, that's good. Wi-Fi is always good. Welcome back.
Thank you. So Warren was with us in the chat earlier, or Warren was up on the panel earlier?
No, he was in the chat earlier, but he had bad signal, so he had to drop off pretty quick. So, but now he's back home, so now he's on Wi-Fi, so he has better signal now.
Auslander, there are several different sects of being a Muslim, and only some of them recognize the Hadith. For heaven's sake, either. I don't know, Shadow. You got me at an impasse here. I don't know what to do about this. But it's very frustrating to deal with someone who is either actively making it a point to put out disinformation, or they just cannot take the time to look into it deeper, or what. I don't know. Bet you $1 to a donut he's never even heard of a Sufi. SUFI. F is in Frank. You look at how many different versions there are of Christianity and how differing they can be in their belief systems and how they evidence it.
Yeah. I don't know how many different versions of or different Christian churches there are. It's Orthodox, there are Catholics, Protestants.
Well,
can you hear me? Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you loud and clear.
Yeah. Just to correct the misinformation placed out there, right? All of the sects have hadiths. All of the hadiths, right, regardless of which ones are accepted or not accepted by each sect. For example, some accept Aisha's hadith, the writings of Aisha, some don't. I'm not going into that, which ones.
Bless you, whoever sneezed.
Yeah, bless you. Likewise, that's as far as the hadiths go, they're just as important as the Quran when it comes to that. You can ask any of their religious teachers / leaders about that, because they're the books that they refer to, written by those who were eyewitnesses to the events that occurred during Muhammad's life. Another piece of disinformation that you put out there, right, is when you called me a racist and said, "Oh, you're probably one of those racists."
No, I said.
Hang on. No, you stated it. No, you stated it very clearly. It's recorded.
Action.
You stated. Okay, let me finish.
Disinformation
and lie put out. No, sorry, disinformation put out by you and a lie that I'm racist. Because if anybody's DNA is mixed up with all sorts, including bloody Middle Eastern, welcome to the party.
No pure DNA on the planet. There is no pure DNA.
Exactly. I rest my case, and I've used that as an argument against all those fuckers out there that want to be racists. Right? But furthermore, to finish off the point, the misinformation put out there by you that Muhammad married a 9-year-old girl. No, he didn't. And that he consummated that marriage later on. No, he didn't. He married Aisha at the age of 6. Some say even 5, but it is estimated to be at the age of 6, not only as per Aisha's writings, but as per other hadiths
I was
as well.
quoting an example that other people had said as sarcasm.
He consummated that marriage at the age of 9. The girl was 9 years old when he consummated the marriage. And that was his best friend's little daughter.
Shadow, why
who
is
was
he
playing
up here?
with dolls. So, if you're going to state things out there and misrepresent things and misquote things and accuse me of being a racist, then the only ignorant person here, an intolerant person here, is the one making those types of accusations, throwing out that type of misinformation. And as far as me quoting the Quran in reference to how they justify, meaning the government, such as the Iranian government, etc., their justification, not my justification, their justification for enforcing hijabs and all those other types of things that cover the body of women, it only comes back to the teachings of the Quran, which are interpreted the way that they interpret it, and rightly so, as per their viewing of it, right? That a woman is guilty without court. It's like, how can a woman be guilty if some sick maniac out there finds her attractive, or gets aroused by her simply because he finds something attractive on her? It's his emotions, not her doing so. And I'm not talking about women walking around in bikinis or anything. I'm talking about any woman anywhere on this earth. That is totally, absolutely absurd. That is their justification for it. You jumped the gun and said, "Oh, it's not in the Quran." I paraphrased what was in the quote from the Quran, which they use as justification for it. And again, it was based on Muhammad's two events in Muhammad's life. The one that I remember vividly, which makes me sick, is when he walked into his adopted son's house and found his wife attractive, and hence insisted, ordered basically, but insisted that his adopted son must divorce her so that he can marry her. And he did. His adopted son divorced her, and he and Muhammad married her. Why? Because he got aroused by her. He even stated it himself. So it's not a case of me misreading or me misquoting. Hang on. It's not a case of me misreading or me misquoting.
It's a case question.
Hang on a second. Who's a better fact reader? The people who were witnesses at the time and wrote the hadiths, or us here today who are quoting from translations?
You're quoting something you studied, and I lived with the people.
Oh, okay. So I read the book, and I don't know what I read. You lived with people. I didn't
say that, but the first comment that you ever made in front of me was that people don't even actually correctly fast during Ramadan, when well over 90% of everyone that I've met.
Hang on. The definition of fasting is different, and see, you're twisting that around. Do. Hang on, you
won't even let me speak. How can you claim I'm twisting anything?
Because you just did. I clearly defined that fasting, as per Islam, is that you do not eat during the daylight, and as soon as night falls, quotation marks, time of day, whatever it may be, right? At the nighttime, what do? They all eat. That's not fasting. That's not fasting as per the understanding of what the word fasting means.
For heaven's sake! So if
that
the Jews do it, it's proper, but if the Muslims do it, it's improper.
No. What I was making clear was the following: when someone says fasting in, I don't know, pick a country, Australia, for example, people think fasting, okay, I don't eat that day, or I don't eat certain foods that day, or whatever. So the definitions of fasting differ, and the general understanding of the word fasting, i.e. for 15 days or 7 days or 3 days.
Amongst the different Muslims too. There are one type of Muslim that considers the fasting that you can't have food or drink. There are others that will go as far as not using any electrical appliance during the day. It
Sharia law. Yes, it depends on the Sharia law, whether it's enforced or not. That's what it depends on. For example, Kuwait has somewhat of a Sharia law when it comes to fasting periods, which nobody is allowed to smoke in a public place. What you do in your own home as a man is up to you, because you're allowed to in your own home, in your own building, that is the four corners of the walls. But in a public place such as the airport, nobody, including foreigners, must not smoke a cigarette in a public place. And that's just one example. While in UAE or Saudi Arabia, it's different. The Sharia law is enforced much more rigidly in some ways than in, let's say, Kuwait, which I saw as well. And who determines that? Well, the governments, quotation marks, governments.
And the same governments that put out those laws, if you think the royals aren't drinking behind closed doors, you're crazy. They do. I've seen them do it.
I've seen people in those traditional gowns go crazy in casinos in Europe.
So tell me, what religion on the planet is followed so respectfully that you can't find somebody that's not doing it wrong?
I never said there is.
It was a fair question.
I never said there is. And if you've heard me right, I have actually critiqued more so the Catholic Church than any other church among the Christians. And I don't hate them. I don't hate the Catholic Church. Heck, I was even baptized in the Catholic Church. I don't renounce that fact. I don't renounce the confirmation. But at the same time,
I haven't had the pleasure of your company enough to experience your opinions on the Catholic Church. Not that I recall. However, I still am pretty doggone ill. I've been dealing with pneumonia for a solid month now, and not trying to make excuses, but I don't recall being present when you were discussing the Catholic Church. I have quite a few.
That's what I was about to say.
Opinions on that.
I was about
I'm sure some Catholics would not appreciate my feelings on the matter, but they are my feelings on the matter.
Well, again, I will not go into my personal feelings and my personal feelings, but since Vatican, I'll just state fact. Vatican II forwards, things have gone downhill so fast that it's going to hell in a handbasket, as you Americans would say. Now,
what does Vatican II mean? Is that like the numeral 2?
Yeah, the Vatican II, 1960s, 63, thereabouts. I haven't got it in front of me at the moment, and I wasn't on the topic. I wasn't thinking about that. I was more so concentrating on recapping what I've read. I don't have a photographic memory, but I do know what I've read, and I have to go through it in my head on reference to Quran. But now, going back to Vatican II, trying to roll back into that, as we use computer terminology, database in the head, and the hard disk is not what it used to be. The processor is not what it used to be in that good old head of mine. Vatican II, that's when the big powwow happens, to use a layman's term. The big, all the cardinals, bishops, all the important fellas get together.
Oh, okay. Right? I think I know what you're referring to now.
Yes. And they started changing things in accordance with the requirements of the modern times and the modern day and age. So instead of being loyal to God and to the apostolic ways, the Acts of the Apostles, which is the tradition, where the tradition is laid out very clearly. And note, the Catholic Church always keeps throwing in our faces tradition, right? Much like the not the heretics, but the rabbis and the teachers and the priests of Jesus' day and age, the fig tree story, tradition over God. Well, unfortunately, when St. John made it clear, when in doubt, turn to tradition for us Gentiles, right? That's a paraphrase again, pretty much. Well, they've gone one step further and they've tried to twist the definitions of traditions around to suit the needs of getting more members into the congregation, which also resembles very much the era of whatever century it was, I forget now, 4th, 5th century, when the Pope and Caesar, just call him Caesar, I forget which one.
Do you believe that they're doing that to truly increase their numbers, or do you think that the real underlying factor is the accumulation of more wealth? I'm just curious.
Well, numbers equals wealth.
Yeah.
One is interlinked with the other. If you don't get the numbers, you don't get the wealth. So they're closely interlinked, and you can't say one without the other. But to make it more interesting, they have literally defied everything that was done by the apostles in Acts in Vatican II. And I state that as in my own personal opinion, and I can back it with some of the things that have been done in accordance with Vatican II.
The Pope's receiving room creeps the royal hell out of me. It looks like a giant serpent. You'd have to.
I'm sure that
you don't see it until you see the pictures, like from a very far point.
Yeah,
the windows resemble eyes, and there's like 2 fangs that come down from the ceiling. It's creepy as hell. And whatever that sculpture is supposed to be the resurrection of Jesus behind him. I hope I'm using the right word when I say the Pope's receiving room. It's where he meets with different. Yeah, okay. That's a creepy place.
What I will state is the following. For the great apostasy to occur, it can't occur without the assistance of people within the church, the heads of the churches / the church, including, but not limited to, the head of possibly still one of the biggest, if not the biggest, in numbers, that is, allegedly in numbers, the Catholic Church, the Church of Rome, should I say, right? So the Bishop of Rome, aka Pope, is going to be a major player in everything. And the sad part is, we've all been warned. We've all been warned, whether you look at it from a religious aspect or whether you look at it from a moral aspect, a humane type of how humans react or act, or how we tend to.
Or from a position of power.
Well, power is human nature. We'll just use the term human nature, for good or evil. And no matter how you look at the book and the warnings and the teachings, whether you look at it from a we'll say a metaphysical sense or a physical sense, a 3D sense, it all makes sense. It's all there. The teachings are clear, the warnings are clear, and if we reflect, hindsight 2020, on what's been going on since the 1964,
bless you.
Thank you.
Then we're in a spot of bother, aren't we? No matter which angle you look at it from, we are in a spot of bother, to say the least. But I can go on about that for days.
And I would say wars and rumors of wars. It states quite clearly that none of us is going to know what time the time is going to arrive.
But it is also very clearly stated, keep your eyes and ears open, right? So that you can recognize the signs of the times and prepare.
Absolutely.
So we may not know the exact moment, but we will recognize that moment if we have eyes and ears to listen and hear. To see and hear, sorry.
I translate that to mean that basically we're all responsible for living as Ib, prepared to be prepared for that moment should it arrive at any time.
Yes, correct. When it arrives. But it's up to, like in the 1970s, why would anybody think it was the end of the world? You get what I'm saying? There may have been fears of this or that. But
welcome back, Bob. Good to see you.
Hey, guys.
But we'll say the 1970s
been doing that
or
for some. People have been saying it's the end of the world for centuries.
I know, but we'll say we'll go 1980s or 1990s, early 90s. So the Berlin Wall fell, communism fell, peace on earth. Yeah, let's start getting things reorganized better. Oh, let's open the doors with China, and everybody's going to live happily ever after, right? Why would people think it's the end of the world? Only extremists would think that is an end of the world scenario. However, those who heed warnings to human nature, which you mentioned very earlier, just before, in reference to power, money, those who are aware of that would see that was leading to where we are. That was the setting for where we are today. So to claim that, not a conspiracy theory, but to claim that what's happening today is a result of something that happened in 2020 is actually mildly, if not somewhat extremely, childish, or not childish, innocent, or silly. Because
naive.
The word naive, that could be the best word, naivety, or living in denial, seeing it but not wanting to believe it, are the events that occurred, in the decade or two before it, because economics, politics, construction. I mean, China wasn't built up in 1 year. They didn't become a world superpower in 2020. Sure, the shift of wealth may have occurred in 2020, the biggest shift of wealth ever in the history of mankind. But that didn't happen overnight. It took decades. So the events from the 80s and 90s are now resulting in where we are today. And if one looks at that like a general after the battle / hindsight 2020, yeah, it's easy to recognize. But not many people were intelligent enough to recognize what's going on or to see what's going on when it was going on, including myself. I'm not going to even try and claim that I was able to understand what was going on. don't think I'm talking from above. I'm talking as one of the dumb people out there. Almost use the wrong word there. For myself, not for anyone else. And you can live with, and just to add some fuel to your thoughts there, you can live in a society of Mormons, for example. Wonderful people, great people from everything that I've heard about them.
I've done that as well.
Yep. And you'll find everything's great and lovely and wonderful when you're with them. But yet, when you read some of the things, it's like, hang on a second, some things here sort of like just don't add up. And I'm not picking on them. I'm just giving an example of another group of people where you can live with great people. And yet you can go out and live with another group of maybe an extra, I don't know if such a sect exists, but another sect that goes one step further, right? Who claim to be Mormons and who do things that are morally unacceptable by any which standards out there, right? And they go by the same book.
Okay, I'm curious. Are we referring to things like polygamy?
I'm not going to go into it because look, I'm just saying.
I'm just asking a clarifying question. I'm not speaking an argumentative point. I'm just trying to clarify what it is we're discussing. I can't register opinion, and I'm not sure what it is we're discussing. If you're referring to the polygamist, that's I don't get that. But they consider themselves. They seem to refer to themselves as per what I've seen on television, the shows that are centered around it. They recognize themselves as an extreme version, or what's the word I'm looking for? Not historical, but an older translation of what the original Mormon principles were said to be. I just put it that poorly as heck. I just paraphrased that quite badly. But hopefully there's enough brain cells threaded together in there somewhere that my basic thought got across.
Again, you can pick any topic and you'll find differences in opinions, in how it should be understood. And you'll find that in any religion.
Mm-hmm.
But as far as the world and what's going on in the world and calendars and warnings and events, like I said, no matter how you read that good book, whether you read it from a literal standpoint / religious standpoint, or whether you read it from a 3D physical standpoint, meaning of this world, as far as just teachings, well, guess what? There's a lot to be learned there. And if human behavior goes a certain way, we may very well get a repeat performance of what we saw in the 1930s in Germany, for example. Oh, hang on. Didn't we see that something similar, not identical, but similar in immorality in 2020? And 2021? Oh, heck, I got put into a camp. For what? Isolation camp.
Nice.
Yeah.
Wait a minute. What?
Yeah. When I came back to my home nation, my home country, landed here, I had to spend 2 weeks, and I had to pay for it, right? Isolation camp.
Why?
Because heaven forbid I have the bug.
Oh.
Although I got tested twice before that, tested every day after landing.
And you were carrying the paperwork with you?
What paperwork? Yeah, you have to.
Like
you
the
can't
paperwork
get,
you can't fly without verifying that you've had the jab and you've been tested clear. You can't fly.
That's what I thought. If he has the paperwork and he's proven that he's landed and that he has no COVID, and you had
they were equal on the jab. Hang on, they were equal on the jab or unjabbed, right? They said it doesn't matter whether you're jabbed or unjabbed. So all people, jabbed or unjabbed, had to go 2 weeks of quarantine. Dot. And no questions asked. No option. Otherwise, you cannot get into the country. You cannot get on the plane.
When was that? When did you have to go to a camp?
October 2021.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's why we avoided going overseas for a couple of years until they stopped doing that. And when we got to the Philippines in April of this year, we just proved that we had the jab, that we had a test within 24 hours, and then go on in. You know, we were lucky. We had a choice to go, when to go. But I'm sorry to hear that they effed you guys over like that. That's just nuts, man. That's overreach. That is overreach right there.
Exactly. That is exactly my point. So when humanity,
that was not the only over the top thing that Australia was doing at the time. I was very concerned about several things that positions that the government was taking in 21. Very concerned.
Well, the state of Victoria was the worst example, or the best example of overreach. But my point is, when humanity does the same thing the same way, or based on the same immorality, and I'll say overreach as just being a general rule of thumb, overreach of government power /power, the results are very similar, if not identical, in nature. And that's why I quoted Germany, 1930s, and I will quote the events that occurred in 2020 and 2021 in many a country out there, not just Australia, but Australia was somewhat open and public about it, and it wasn't hidden, if you know what I mean.
China is still hidden quite a bit, and they're still doing it in China. They're still doing it.
They're openly a totalitarian society.
Absolutely, yeah.
Australia is allegedly a democratic, free society.
Bob, did you hear anything about a few weeks ago? It was well over a month ago. I just heard this. I didn't read this, so this is why I'm posing this to you. That the Chinese people were told to go out in the street and kill their own pets because their pets might carry the virus. Do you recall running across
I haven't heard anything about that. No.
Okay. I've been trying to get a verification on whether or not that was just...
The only way I get information about China is there's a YouTuber, and there's two YouTubers who lived in China for a long time, and they're both, one's a South African, and he and his wife now live in the States. The other one's an American, and they still have connections with people over there who have a router that camouflages your location, so they get up to date information. That's the only way I look at anything like that. And the last they stated was everyone has to go in and get a test every day, and then they put them back in their apartment, lock them up. Every day they have to get a test.
Here's a bit of trivia for one and all. The Australian Commonwealth, or Federation, whichever way you wish to refer to that Commonwealth of States, the Union of States in Australia, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
We are the only nation on this earth that has literally the following text, and I'll paraphrase it, but you can look it up yourself, in our Constitution, which was voted in by referendum by the people very soon after the Second World War / the events and the findings of the evils that went on in the Second World War, right? That states the following. That states the very, very clearly, no medical or dental procedure can be, note the word, conscripted, so forced upon you, to any citizen of Australia, upon any citizen of Australia. So no medical or dental procedure can be conscripted upon any citizen of Australia. We are the only nation in the world that has that literally specified in its constitution. Yet look at the events that went on in 2020 and 2021, and then tell me, how far have we gone in the wrong direction?
Your government's breaking its own laws.
The excuse was that, see, here's the funny part. Corporate law, right, is different, and it falls on the international guidelines and so on and so on. Secondly, the states can do whatever they want as states, allegedly.
Yeah.
And I'm not saying that's right or wrong, but what I am saying is any law that is not in line with the Constitution, with the will of the people, as per referendum vote, majority vote, that is, from all states around Australia. So it's not like 5, 4, whatever, 3 states, the majority, 3 out of 5 or whatever, for example, or should I say 5 out of 7 voted for it. No, majority vote in all of the states. So all of the people, all of the states was that this shall be added to our Constitution after the events of the Second World War. By those people who literally saw it, lived it, fought it, who got first-hand or second-hand knowledge of it from the people who were coming from overseas, no matter whether they were coming from war-torn Europe or whether they were coming from, or they were exiled prior to that or escaped Europe prior to that, namely the Jews. So they heard it from first-hand witnesses or were first-hand witnesses to the events. You get it? So that generation of people said this will never happen again. In this country, that can never happen what happened over there. And yet
Israel said the same thing and turned around and treated the Palestinians like the Nazis treated the Jews. There are examples.
What is a recourse that Australian citizens have? Can they file a lawsuit against the states or the Fed, or is?
Well, there are actions in that field which are going on. I'm not qualified. I can just generally give an opinion on it, a view which is not qualified, but I am not qualified to state anything that you can hold me. You know what I'm saying? Don't hold me to what I'm about to say.
Yeah.
There have been attempts. There are attempts. And it always comes down to differences in laws, corporate law, state law, Commonwealth/federal law. It's like, it seems to be a deliberate confusion of what jurisdiction, what falls under. For example, businesses can note the word mandate, right? Which is the word has been abused so much.
Yeah.
Upon employees, right?
Yes.
Upon employees. That's corporate law.
I appreciate the fact that you put deliberate in that explanation, because I believe that's another way in which our countries share commonalities.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And I'm just, again, saying it as it is. Well, state law, right? So follow the science, note the words, the jargon, follow the science.
Yeah.
Who's the medical advisor or advisors telling the state leaders, right, the premiers, what to do and how to do it? Where's the money coming from? It's like it's such a web. It's just a web, a net of differences in and it's the same thing everywhere from what I can tell. So when it comes to the legal system, it's like brick wall in front of you, brick wall in front of you, brick wall in front of you. You know, and people have tried. Some people have won, some people have gotten, but then of course it goes to a higher level, doesn't it? How much money does one have to invest? So who's making the money out of it? The lawyers. Yeah.
Lawyers are the only ones who ever win.
Yes, and I've seen
lawyers,
online,
the mega companies, and the billionaires.
Oh, they've
Since
already
2020, the billionaires have quadrupled.
Yeah, it was the biggest wealth shift in the history of mankind.
There you go. Guys, I got to grab a sip of water to stop coughing. I'll be right back.
Okay, no problem.
And all the little guy can do here in the States is file a civil suit for income lost, property lost, and you're going up against either the state government or the Fed. They can outspend you easily. They can tie you up in court for 23 years and never resolve it, and it doesn't hurt them at all. That's what some of these folks rely on. But yeah.
Well, unfortunately, I'll just give a general comment that I've made before, and I'll say it again based on what I've seen and experienced in the former Eastern Bloc and here. In the former East, two comments actually. First one, in the former Eastern Bloc, the justice system is basically you are guilty until you prove yourself innocent. You must prove your innocence. It's not a case of you are innocent, presume. It may even state that on paper somewhere, but in the actual proceedings, the judge, she or he, takes the stand that you must prove your innocence. You can't prove your innocence without a shadow of a doubt. You are guilty. Dot. And that defeats the purpose of the whole concept of innocent until proven guilty. So it's the exact opposite in the way that it's done, in the way that they approach the system. I'll just say the legal system there, just to generalize again. That's an ad hoc generalization, but you know what I'm saying, court proceedings.
I do.
Well, in Australia, in the USA, in Canada, in all of Western Europe, haven't we seen and heard many similar stories lately in the last few years? In that field. So that's the legal branch where we're seeing it go downhill very fast. And no offense to anyone anywhere in the world. Let's just be objective and try and be realistic about it without the personal feelings or emotions that come attached with nationalism, religion, or whatever. Right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
The second thing I want to say is the following, a historical fact. The difference between Eastern Bloc democracy, the most important, if not one of the most important, if not the most important difference between Eastern Bloc democracy and Western Bloc democracy in the former Cold War era was that the Eastern Bloc democracy was literally a mob rule. Whatever the majority decides, it applies to one and all, regardless of who they are, where they are, and they must do that. Otherwise, if they don't, they are automatically an enemy of the state or an enemy of the republic or enemy of the people, right? While in the Western democracies, we used to pride ourselves that the minority that disagreed was still entitled to their freedom of speech, their freedom of expression. They shall not be punished for not having the same opinion. They may have to abide by certain rules and regulations. However, we shall adapt and accommodate to the needs of these people. Was it done ideally and perfectly? No, it was a learning process. But we used to pride ourselves in bettering ourselves in that the minority was ensured everything so as not to be imposed upon by the majority. Have a look around us today. Look at Congress, look at Parliament in Australia, look at the Senate in Australia, look at the Senate in the USA or any Western nation. Hasn't it become a mob rule? We have majority vote. It applies to one and all, or otherwise you are automatically a kind of enemy of the state.
Yeah, they're using. You've probably heard of it.
I have a really radical view on that. That probably steps outside the box. Bob, please continue. I'm sorry.
The communists here. Let's just put up to a. That's who they are. They are communists taking over, wanting to take over, grabbing power. They are communists.
And Bob, isn't it true that the word communism is being used in our own news on a more regular basis on like the talk shows after the news has gone on? Okay. Yeah.
I don't watch mass media, but there are scare tactics, especially among Antifa, who are communists. They're doxing the state government, the city government, and they're publishing private information about citizens. Like example, the one thing that I had heard that in a city, they looked up who all the firearm owners are and their addresses, and they published it out. That's a way of getting around the legal system to try to sway people to live in fear. That's happening right now.
That's what I meant by the fear porn.
Yeah, and they're publishing your private information. Yeah. I find that disturbing and shameful. But if they want to publish that I have firearms and my address, go ahead. Go ahead. I'm old. I don't care.
My opinion is much the same. Cold dead hands.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, what does upset me is that someone in the state, someone in the city, in the counties has got an IT professional who's supposed to be safeguarding that information, right? I'm sure
Welcome
there's
back,
someone
Homestead.
I'm sure that's how they operate. And that person or persons is not doing their job, or they're told not to do their job. They're probably under forms of extortion or duress. That's how deep this shit goes here in this area. It's deep. But,
And
yeah.
if we look at the term communism, right, and if we just take out the political ideology and look at the way things were run under any socialist / communist government / ruling governance there, don't we see very many new changes happening over the last decades in all Western nations that resemble that very same behavior, that very same nature of wanting to have total and utter power over everything and everyone, regardless whether they declare themselves as left or right or pink or purple or green or blue or whatever. And I'm not picking on any one political party or any one nation. I'm saying the West. You know, we're the ones that were supposed to be doing the right thing. We're the ones that were supposed to be looking after humanity. We're the ones that were taught that humans are more important than anything else, including money or political ideology. And yet, in reality, what have we come to? I'm not saying that we're the same as
change for the worse.
Exactly.
Yeah.
We've gone downhill. We have not took heed of anything that was there to be learned from. We have, in fact, let our own emotions and our own personal feelings or our own personal wishes, and I'm not saying we as in individuals within this room, I'm saying we as a whole, right, as a general rule of thumb, because exceptions prove the rule of thumb. We have let things that are not relevant, things that are not important, things that cannot be justified, fly, and every time we do that, it goes one step further from that. Then it goes one step further, and one step further. You give them an inch, they take a mile. Give me a little finger, they rip out the whole arm.
And they're never satisfied. Never. You cannot apologize to these people. It does nothing, because they're still going to come right after you no matter what you do. One of the methods that they are using is called information wars. Like if we're found to talk about something here on YouTube, Facebook, whatever, they'll shut your channel down. You're gone. And it's effective. It's very effective because it prevents us from stalking.
Here's a bit of good news for you, Bob. Sorry, let me share the good news on that. From what I understood, I'm not sure what level of court, but the only next level above it is the Supreme Court of the USA. One of the courts just under the Supreme Court level, I'm not sure what state or what, don't quote me, I'm not sure of the title, but the only level above that is Supreme Court. They have ruled in favor of, not in favor, but against the right of any social media platform censoring people.
Thank God.
Now, the next level, and the assumption or presumption or whatever you want to call it, or we can say assumption because it does make an ass out of you and me, but we'll say presumption to be nice, is that it will go up that these social media representatives, right, all of them, all the conglomerates, are going to take it up to the level of the Supreme Court.
Yeah.
Now, the good thing about the Supreme Court at this moment in time, to my understanding, I could be mistaken, right, is that the majority of the judges are reading the Constitution as it is written, and not as they feel it should be or as they think it should be. You know, but they're saying they're taking the literal word, and that's it. Now, again, I've said that very bluntly, and I'm sure there's a lot more to it, but you get my point. Yeah.
That was exactly the reason why Brett Kavanaugh, who was being appointed to the Supreme Court, That's what he believed in. And they tried every smear they possibly could to prevent his appointment to the Supreme Court, to prevent him from being sworn in, because him and many others read the Constitution as it is written. Forget So right now that's where we're at,
So if that goes to court at that level, and again, presuming that they are coherent, consistent with the way they apply the law, apply the Constitution, we can hopefully keep our fingers crossed, as pagans would say, that, and we all do, is that maybe, just maybe, in the USA, where a lot of these tech companies are based, they may have to get rid of some of their inner bodies or sections or departments that apply their personal opinions or views, or censoring people for having a difference in opinion or expressing something that may not be in line with the current information that's out there, but they're expressing their concerns about events and the information that's out there. And then, even though they may be vindicted later on, which we have seen a number of cases, which I'm sure there's many more out there, but they don't get the right to go back to that platform because they've been kicked off.
Yeah, that'll be job loss for a bunch of blue-haired leftists, communists. I hope that happens. I hope that happens, because these folks have crept in and have seized too much power. And if anything changes, any thoughts or opinions that are different than theirs, you're an evil person. You're shut off. And that's got to stop. I'm hoping that what you're saying will come to fruition. I hope. I hope.
Well, like I said, it's at that level now where the only next level up is the Supreme Court. And I'm sure that they're scuffling around and trying to figure out how to avoid that.
Yeah.
But they have to do it because precedent has been set.
Yeah, what concerns me is they tried to rally the left, the communists, to riot and destroy when the Roe versus Wade was overturned, because there is nothing about abortion in the U.S. Constitution. It's not in there. It was a decision made in the wrong, and it took years to correct it. So chances are, if they shoot down and make it against the law to censor their own websites, that's when the money will go out, and you'll go find thousands of rent-a-rioters and probably begin the whole disastrous burning and killing all over again. That's very, very possible. That I saw in 2020 in your country, same thing happened as it was here. The Antifa, the communists, radicals, doing exactly the same thing as they were doing here. These people are global. They're powerful.
Luckily, they're so small in numbers as far as the ones that are willing to go out on the streets, as far as the extremists are concerned.
Yeah.
As far as what they refer to themselves as freedom rallies, in reference to our Constitution, which clearly states that nothing shall be conscripted as far as medical or dental procedures, those people are constantly being portrayed as anti-vaxxers. And they're not. They're pro-choice when it comes to
that's part of the information war.
Yeah. And here's the thing. I'm often the one that says Australia needs a Bill of Rights that resembles the US Bill of Rights. We need to take some of the things that are in the US Constitution and put it into the Australian Constitution. And here's a point. Maybe the citizens of the United States need to put that one-liner, I'll say one-liner, from the Australian Constitution into your Constitution, that no medical procedure or dental procedure can be conscripted upon a U.S. citizen.
Yeah, we have that, but it's not in the Constitution. Yeah. We have that. That's why even if you're mentally ill, you cannot be forced to receive medical care, mental or physical. I can't remember when. Just forgive me, but you cannot be forced to receive medical assistance unless you are a danger to yourself or other people. And that means you've got to be arrested in the act of violence. Yeah.
How does
But
one
if you're
interpret
found
that?
as sane, you can refuse medical care that would literally save your life or make that decision for your minor child.
I can't remember what action that was, but it's national. It's not in the original Constitution. We have that already. That's why many people who are out there homeless right now, as long as they're not trying to kill somebody or light themselves on fire, state agencies can approach them, talk to them, evaluate them. As long as they're not doing those two actions, they have to let them go. So we do have that, but it's not worded exactly what you're saying there, Oz.
Yeah, but that's what I'm about to say.
You mean
I was
as
about to
long
play
as
devil's advocate.
they're not harming themselves or harming others? Or
Correct.
a threat to others? Okay.
Correct. Mm-hmm.
Okay, devil's advocate. As per the extremities that we saw, how many people considered, let's say, certain people without a certain medical treatment, not to name it, right?
Mm-hmm.
The unbeeped people as a threat to them because they're unbeeped. Devil's advocate right there.
I
So that wording, beeped. No, I don't know how to say it without.
Yeah, I get it.
Yeah. So how many people? Yes, that's the one.
Okay.
Bingo. So how many people who were extremists in their views, right, said, "Oh, we feel that we're threatened by those who have not been beeped. They're a threat to us." And yet now the data and science is proving to be, maybe not the same as what it was a couple of years ago. And it's, again, certain people have been vindicted, and yet no action has been taken to say sorry or apologize.
Yeah.
And and this is the sad part. Even people among each other, family and friends, are not saying sorry to each other about the events from the last couple of years, and saying we were wrong in what we did and how we treated each other and how we looked at each other, regardless what side you're on. I don't care. There's no mending there.
The people who can't, I hear you, but my opinion on those people are the TV watchers. The people who are weak of mind, who are brainwashed by CNN, CNBC, BBC. Oh, I believe everything. Those are the people who will not make apologies to their families who they've dismissed. Those are weak-minded people.
You're loud and clear on that. Yes.
Yeah.
That is a generalization, but it's a fairly correct one. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But at the same time,
people, they have ridiculously strong voices.
Devil's advocate.
That's part of the info war. That's part of the info war. They are heard loud and clear. Mm-hmm.
So
interesting
what
that
I
you use
stated
that word.
Can the US maybe copy paste? Should the citizens of the US maybe copy paste that one liner? I'll say one liner, just to, from the Australian Constitution. Can Australia copy paste a Bill of Rights from the US in many things? And so on and so on, and from your Constitution. And you see what I'm saying? It's
I do.
But why don't we do that? Loopholes, misinterpretations, twisting of things that are black on white or ink on paper or whatever you want to call
it. I have no idea how to do things like that. That's going to have to go through the courts and through the House, the Senate, and then.
Well, it's the people.
That's
the people.
Yeah.
Referendum. Mm-hmm. That's what it is. There is no in this. Okay, you guys have "we the people." In the Australian Constitution, it says "where is the people." Old British English or Old English, okay, Shakespearean, whatever the hell the right term is, I don't know. It's the same thing. Where is the people? We the people. And yet Aussies say, we're not Yanks. We don't have we the people. And it's like, what are you talking about? Read your own Constitution. It says, where is the people? It means the same bloody thing. It
does.
Yeah,
I got it.
So
I get it.
It's like we, the people, are the ultimate authority in Australia. We, the people, are the ultimate authority in the United States of America. Dots. No politician, no political party, no money, no billionaire, no Facebook, no Google, no this, no that. We, the people. So the referendum on a national, state level, not state level, a national level, federation/commonwealth level, is the ultimate power.
Yeah.
But what have the politicians done? They've complicated the process of getting a referendum started to the point where you can't do it without them.
Lawyers.
Exactly.
They are. I've been through the court system quite a bit because I'm divorced from many years ago. And, I consider attorneys as parasites. They repair nothing. They manufacture nothing. They suck off the public funding. They contribute nothing. They are parasites, I despise them. Our courts have got to be fixed, but who's in charge of the courts? More lawyers. If you put a proposal in front of there, they're going to debate it for the next 14 years.
Yeah.
And who's going to pay for that? Me? I don't have money for that.
Oh, and meanwhile, they only have to dodge all of the prisoners that are sitting up there clogging the system with whatchamacallit lawsuits. You know what I'm talking about, Bob.
No,
yes, prisoners that are sitting in prison bring about frivolous lawsuits about, I got my ice cream, but it was melted. So I'm going to, and they do that on purpose to slow down the system.
Yeah, that's correct.
I was going to ask you earlier what you meant by the word doxing. Is that somewhat similar? Causing a clog by throwing a whole bunch of computer packets at the same time? Okay, what is doxing?
Doxing is where, example is someone in a local city government went into a system and found out who the firearm owners are and their address, and the doxing is making that information public. That's doxing. It's the same with you and I on YouTube. If I find out your name and your location and I make a video about that, where you live, your home address, your name, they'll shut your channel down for that's called doxing. Yeah.
Well, thank you for the definition. I appreciate that. I thought it was a computer term that meant something different.
No, that's as I know it on internet. They'll put your public information, your private information out there in the public. Yeah.
Okay, then what's the word that they use whenever they want to shut down someone's use of being able to reach a server? So they send a whole flood of like emails that are empty or spam or something like that that's meant to bring down the server, to crash the server.
I don't know. I can't recall what that is.
I thought it might have sounded similar or something.
Probably a single word. I can't recall what it is.
It's a DDoS attack.
DDoS? Okay.
Yep. And what it basically is, it was pretty much that.
It's overload the server.
Yep. Mm-hmm. DDoS attack, yeah.
Okay, thank you, Auslander. So they sound a little bit similar, but boy, do they mean different things.
Yeah.
Oh, yes. The DDoS is basically a dedicated attack. It's dedicated to this one server, and the purpose is to prevent others from entering into that server or being able to utilize it in any which way. Simple as that.
I thought DOS was a fairly antiquated computer language.
DOS is, but this is the acronym DDoS. Hang on a second. It's the first word is dedicated. DDoS attack meaning. Here we go. I don't want to misquote it.
And the frightening thing is that Antifa, they have people who can hack into nearly anything and do that to you if you speak out against them too much. And well, there's an example of a guy named Andy No. He's a Vietnamese American. He's a journalist, and he was attacked by Antifa, and they cracked his skull, and he was writing reports about them and publishing, and they doxed him. And I saw a video where there was 6 or 8 Antifa running around his house because they doxed him, and they were pounding on the windows, pounding on the doors, and he had to literally move himself and his family out. He says he lives outside of the country, and those people are scary. That's why on my channel you're never going to hear me say exactly where I live, because I'm living in the Seattle area, right in one of the hubs of the radicals. I have food, I have firearms.
Thank you, Vanessa Kitty.
And I protect my family, and I am one of the people that those radicals don't want. So that's why I'm very careful with my location. I'm sure a hacker could get in there and figure out where I'm at, but I conceal my identity and my location as best as I can.
There's no doubt about it. Look, the information is out there.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And I'll just give you an example. I've got a dual SIM phone, right?
Mm-hmm.
I have two phone numbers or 2 SIM cards in there, right?
Yeah.
One of those numbers I've been using for everything. The other number I'm reserving for later on when needed, right? When the time comes. Now, again, on the number that I've used to purchase items, to register on government sites, and et cetera, right? I've been receiving spam increasingly so since November-ish, December. So as soon as I started using the number for anything online, I have started receiving spam and phishing, basically all sorts of rubbish.
I was just wishing to say, it sounds like they're phishing you, hoping you click on something so that they can download something to get your financial info.
The second number, which I have not used online anywhere ever, has only ever received 1 spam message. That's it.
Yeah.
Just
if I may, that's likely because the phone number belonged to another person and then was silenced for a while before they allow it to be given to another customer, because every time I've gotten a new number in this country, right away, I mean, this literally happened as the phone serviceman was plugging my phone line into the receptacle outside on the pole. The phone rang immediately, and I got a call from a person insisting that I was a student that was dodging a student loan.
Phishing, yeah.
I went to university on scholarship. No, it wasn't phishing. It was just people calling an old number that used to belong to someone else, because I kept getting calls for the same person.
Oh, okay.
They didn't rest. Yeah, so the one spam that he got on the phone that he's not used may just have been something, it may be phishing, but aimed at a person that prior had the number, because they say that there are so many more people that have phones now. They don't have the luxury of being able to, there's X amount of phone numbers that can be had worldwide, if that makes sense. I'm trying edit myself.
What is that where you can pay a few dollars a month and your computer signal is sent through multiple different countries? What is that called?
VPN?
VPN. Yeah, I'm planning on getting one when we move to our new house. Just start right off right there with a VPN, so that I can't be followed. I mean, I don't think that.
Bob, can I recommend to you that you look up Rob Braxman?
You definitely want to listen to that guy.
And he offers a VPN service. He's a guru. End of story. Now, is he the best in his field? I don't know. Is he popular? Yes. Is he upfront and honest and very precise about all the information that he does? Yes. If he says something wrong somewhere,
you notice
he will even admit that he made a mistake or said something that may have been
if you watch his
misunderstood.
comment sections, people will text that are obviously very talented with their computer knowledge will pin him down to individual words, and he'll sit there and specify precisely what he meant or correct things that he did not make clear enough in the comment section. And to me, it looks like he spends a great deal of time doing that after he has spent a considerable amount of time doing his live appearances. The guy, he's a genius. I trust him implicitly.
Courtney
and he cares about people's safety.
Courtney on Wide Family Farm got a VPN for her service, and she goes live a lot. And I'll probably start going live when I get to the new house, but I won't do it without a VPN. Okay, so she got a VPN. She pays a monthly fee, whatever it is, and that stopped all those sex bots in her chat, in her live broadcast. It stopped all of them immediately. It just, because there's no room for that to go get squeezed through if you're going to use a server over in Switzerland or England or someplace like that. It sounds like a VPN of some kind is worth a few bucks a month to stay safe.
Oh, I use a paid one. It's very well known. According to Mr. Ballin, it's very popular. It's so popular with the Navy SEALs that he's been medically retired for a few years now, and he still uses it and gives them free advertising from time to time, and sometimes they sponsor his shows as well.
Yeah.
I don't know if y'all are familiar with Mr. Ballin, but he has what I've witnessed in the past 16 months to be the fastest growing YouTube channel I've ever seen. Now, he seeded it first by starting on TikTok and already had an audience when he came over to YouTube through TikTok and Instagram. So he had a basis before he came over, but I've never seen a channel grow that fast. While we have a moment here, and I've got a second to get a word in edgewise, I just want to say that Shadow and I had a conversation before this live stream began. I asked him what the topic would be. He said new government, and I said, may I suggest to you that I think it would be a good idea if we can do our best to have, well, Sweden, of course, an American rep, a Canadian rep, an Australian rep, as many reps as we can, and we lucked into South Africa to look at the similarities of how much pressure is being placed on us by various methods. It's not a coincidence.
Yeah.
That it's happening to the
global
citizenry of all of our countries.
It's global. Yeah.
And that's worthy of note. Although the title is the new government, some Americans look upon this very much as a rather new president, even though we're this far into the presidency. We're almost at the halfway point. But they're already making so much tremendous noise about the next one. The next one's already looking like it's a screwed pooch before we can even make it out of this disaster to hope to survive it.
Yeah.
Not trying to get off the topic, but my point was, I asked Shadow if he would consider having this variety of voices on there so that we could just make that one point.
Let me ask Oz, is there, well, you saw what they did to Donald about raiding his house, all that. And is there same activity in Australia? Is it the same activity that where they're trying to destroy the reputation of a potential up and coming? Is that going on in Australia right now?
As far as the goal goes, it seems to many of us that there has been overreach and dedicated attacks, to use the DDoS terminology, on certain individuals, regardless of whether they be at a low level or a high level. And a lot of it
Yeah,
is
we're
like
seeing it at all levels.
Yeah, you've mentioned it earlier, InfoWars, not letting certain individuals get to the media, even during election time, is was happening. It did happen. I actually listened to a whole spiel about it for a radio station where the show, which was supposed to have a candidate come on, their friends, like barbecue buddies with then the prime minister, and that person, just amazingly enough, was just shrugged off as a conspiracy theorist or whatever. I don't know. So they weren't allowed on, marginalized. But not marginalized by the fact that the people marginalized them, but by the fact that people were not
I know
even
exactly
able to.
who you're talking about.
You do?
Yeah, they did manage to find one mistake. Supposedly, he did apologize for that, but that does not equate to reasoning to have him removed from being able to appear on any platform.
There's been a lot of this. Just recently, we've seen a number of we've seen the Victoria Police in particular, in the state of Victoria, take down or pull back their, like, oh, you've been put in prison or in jail or whatever, behind bars. I'll use the right term, behind bars, right? Regardless of what the exact term is. You've been having to run to lawyers for months on end, for maybe even years on end for some people. And now we're just like, oh, we're just pulling the charges. Never happened. Too bad to say. It won't go to court, because if it goes to court, they're going to lose. Oh, they probably will lose. So
yeah, I get it.
Abuse of power. But when it mattered for their power struggle, their total and utter control, they did put these people behind bars. Literally. Not just raid the house, but put them behind bars.
And then you're silenced. You're silenced. Yeah. Well, as I understand it, the Donald is doing rallies, and I can't find any of his rallies anywhere. I don't know where to find them, because they're silencing his rallies. They won't publish it.
I thought it was incredible that they took him off Twitter.
Yeah. He used to have a YouTube channel called The White House, and he was very smart, because he would, like at the border, he would hold meetings of sheriff's departments, border patrol, state, all law enforcement at a big table, and he would open discussion with them, and he would post that on his YouTube channel, and that also included his rallies and many other events that he would put it right out there in the public on his YouTube channel. But his channel's gone. It's gone. It's completely gone. Yeah. So they're using the same methods in Australia as they are here, I take it.
Oh yeah, and in Canada, from what I understood and from what I saw.
Yeah.
I mean, here's another bit of trivia for everyone. The biggest ever, as far as number of participants, protests, were the freedom rallies held in 2020 and 2021. In Australia, the biggest ever protest in Australia, which far outnumbered any numbers from the Vietnam War era or the women's lib era or anything else that ever happened in the course of Australian history. The numbers of people that turned up to these protests was, in fact, well over 1 million in some cities.
Wow.
Which, like,
that's power.
And the sad part is, the mainstream media just misrepresented it. Misinformation being spread by the mainstream media, outright lies on the numbers, on everything. The technology used to count the people, right, by certain citizens.
That's so easily abused. That's frightening.
Was literally the same tech or similar tech to what the police use, right, what the law enforcement uses, where they had drone footage of all of the people, right?
Yeah.
So from Parliament House all the way down the streets of Melbourne and so on. And then the computer program counts the number of heads. Now, no, it doesn't see all the children and so on. So it's always a lower number than what the real number is of people there.
Certainly.
And it doesn't count those heads of the people on the sides who are not part of the mass in the middle. So it's a much lower number than what it really is. It was well over 1 million people.
Wow.
Hi, King David. Welcome aboard.
So that piece of information is nowhere to be heard. So something that is for the Guinness Book of Records for Australia, something that is for historical facts in Australia, that the biggest ever protest of civilians, of citizens, was held in reference to the misuse and abuse of powers, right? The overreach of powers by state and federal governments in Australia in 2020 and 2021. And these were the biggest protests held in the history of the Australian nation.
And they covered it up.
Wow.
And it's not even in the school. Yep, and it's not in the school books. Nowhere.
Lord have mercy.
But they will say that the biggest, you will find data out there that the biggest protest ever held was during the Vietnam War era for women's work rights or voting rights or this or that. But this one, nope, never happened. Never happened. Let's just pretend it never happened. Sweep it under the rug.
Oh, right now, what's being decided to be taught to our kids in school, if a parent makes it into the planning and gets wind of what is going to be taught, that person is automatically labeled a why do I have such a problem with the word subversive?
Yeah, there you go. Mm-hmm.
You're an enemy of the state, just for saying here's what I saw them say in the meeting, and this is bad. They're going to teach our children this and cover the topics. A lot of parents are going to agree with that parent, but we've got to label them, make sure they are put down, make sure they are, and then the people that support this crazy crap that they want to teach these young people, that gets enforced even more strongly. I'd go into detail, but it's so sickening. It literally involves sex and introducing ideas to children 3 years of age, 5 years of age, 6 years of age, and we thought it was confined to the state of Florida, and now it's gone national, and the reports of the effects are already rolling in. There's a
podcast he comes on once a week. He's an openly gay boy and conservative. And last week, I believe it was, he comes on Sundays, I think. It's called Disaffected with Josh Slocum. Just type in Disaffected. Watch his podcast. And he was showing, and he read the law that's going to be signed into law very soon in the state of California, of a sanctuary state for transgender children. And he said will be a safe haven for any mom who has Munchausen by proxy. That's making sure that their child is sick, and this poor distressed mom can go to California from any state, and she will not be pursued legally, even if the father protests. The father can go to the state of California and press charges, and in the bill, it might be law by now, that the law enforcement is told in the bill that enforcing the parental rights and going after the mother and the child in legal terms in any legal way is the lowest priority of the state of California. They can't make it illegal for someone to press charges, but they can write it in this bill that a father is trying to get his child away from the butcher's table, which they have a clinic there that just chops up children every day.
God.
It's there. It's in work.
We're talking
Yep.
about the same state that allows
they're
groups of
operating
people to go into high dollar stores and steal up to a certain amount of stuff before anybody's even going to lift a finger to take an action against it.
Yeah, and now they're making it a sanctuary state for messed up moms who is angry at the ex-husband who wants to turn his son into a little girl. She can take the child by duress and take him to a clinic, and the clinic will cut his penis off and chemically castrate him, and it's all legal. Yeah.
1930s.
Yeah.
Same immorality.
I'll see if I can post a link to his show.
But I will tell you one thing. And this is my opinion, right? Which I can back why I think that, but I'm sure that you can come to your own conclusions. Unlike the 1930s, the next step in this whole process of immorality on that topic that you're discussing now, the two of you, is bestiality and the acceptance of it.
I also consider it grooming for pedophiles.
Correct. That's what they're working on right now, is to abolish any age restriction, sexual restriction. See? And the gay community has separated themselves away from the trans because the trans want to cut the gay out of women and men and women. They want to surgically remove the gay and just put everyone in a trans category. They're seeking power, and they're on their way. So he said directly in his podcast that the next goal is age elimination. Yeah.
Makes sense.
Uh-huh.
But my point, what I was trying to say was something that was never accepted in the last 100+ years shall also be acceptable and start entering the arena. And I'm seeing it as literally the bestiality side of things. Now, I know that might sound unbelievable to us, but look at our age group versus what we're looking at around us, and look at what we think and what, you see what I'm saying? So let's not look at it through our own eyes. Let's look at it through the eyes of those who think that feelings matter more than facts.
Yeah, correct. Feelings. Bill Clinton started that.
Just understand
Bill Clinton started
how
that.
The depravity can easily go in one direction. As if it's sick enough to go in one direction, it's sick enough to go in another.
Correct. That's what the goal is, to destroy all limitations, legal limitations, or anything. Okay, here's the link for Josh Slocum's, his channel. You really need to watch this guy. He is very smart.
Oh, I've got it written down.
Okay, here we go. That's a link to one of his videos right there. Disaffected. He's openly gay boy, which I respect the hell out of anyone who's open about it. And I swear to you, the stuff he talks about, especially the castration, the mutilation of children. The child does not have a choice. It's all up to the Munchausen by proxy mothers.
And it's not just the laws that they're making. One of the reports that I've seen in the past 2 weeks made it a point to include the number of A-list movie stars that are making example of their own children and making that information available to the public to further normalize the appearance of these actions. Whereas my roommate and I are very, I'm sure he doesn't mind me speaking for him on this behalf, very concreted into the idea nobody has any business telling your 3-year-old child about sex. That is the parent's job.
Correct.
to have any of those discussions with a child up until past a certain age. Hands freaking off, but no. So we're not destroying a few children here and there. We're destroying mass consciousness that's going to be the future.
That's the role that the transgenders want to fulfill. Yeah. And they're started with the public libraries of doing twerking and sexual act. That's sexualizing
Tell me
children.
how such a minority has gotten and acquired and is using that much power over so many people that do not like the idea, because you cannot tell me they're the majority.
Remind me to forward you this email. It's an article about puberty blockers and the bullshit.
Okay, roommate just handed me a report that he just found. Puberty blockers foisted upon minors proven to have devastating, irreversible effects. Dated September 21, 2022.
I think
and,
there's
the source is called The Blaze.
I think there's a clinic in Massachusetts, I think, and that there's another clinic in the state of California where they're doing this daily. They're chopping up children. And Josh Slocum showed pictures of how they add a penis to a female's body, and it is gruesome. And they do that. Those clinics do absolutely zero follow-up post-op. There is no paper trail on their mental health, nothing. Absolutely zero. They've got physicians in there chopping up these children and shove them out the door. One after another, after another. Josh Slocum showed how they add a penis to a female body as they skin this part of their forearm, roll it into a tube, and sew it onto the woman's abdomen, and then shove them out the door. Yeah.
I'm afraid to ask what age.
I don't know. Apparently, they're working on it to where there is no age limit. Any child, and you will be basically protected from prosecution.
One would think that would be the exact opposite of how it would even operate in this country were any attention paid to any of our rights constitutionally speaking.
Yeah. Watch
his
show.
The exact opposite. You would have to fight the parents to even get the information past a certain point.
That's a whole generation of kids, not just with PTSD, but with irreversible bodily
damage for life.
Correct.
Forever. Forever. Well, then they don't care.
If they live the life. Again, I refer back to what we were discussing earlier. Every reporting source in the nation is making it a point to not discuss a suicide rate that has leapt up as much as 70% in some areas, including servicemen, has gone off the charts. It's an epidemic by definition, by CDC definitions. It's an epidemic.
Yeah,
and you think that's not going to only stoke the fires of that?
The last numbers I had heard a few years ago about trans suicide was 40%. Successful suicide.
I'm talking about in general the suicide numbers. What number has it gone up to? Like, is it 5%, 10%?
I don't know.
When David Paulides' son committed suicide last year, he went to speak to the LA County coroner and asked that very question about that specific area, and they said it has risen in the past year 70%.
Wow.
In 1 year.
But now that they've got it, when this bill passes through their state legislation of the state of California, a vicious, violent Munchausen by proxy mother can drag a child under duress to those clinics, and they'll anesthetize the child and cut them up.
And add to those numbers, I can only go by the numbers that I can only mention that I've seen the European numbers and the British numbers as far as official data and stats go from their relevant departments, government departments, for the unexplainable deaths that are occurring in the last X amount of months or years, in the last year or less than a year. Those numbers from Spain, in the European Union, I think from Spain, where it was about 10, from one of the countries where it was about 10%, all the way up to over 30% in one of the countries. In a few of the countries, it was over 20%. Just more people dying than usual, and this is unexplained deaths that they don't have a reason for.
That's weird.
Not talking about suicide. We're not talking about anything. We're just saying. And this is exactly in line with the information that was put out by the US. Help me out here.
Yes, David Politis actually supports that in his research. He makes it a point to point out how many of the missing 411 cases there were where they found the bodies and the coroners cannot find a cause of death.
Yeah. Well,
underlying.
Yeah. So, and that absolutely is coherent with, consistent with the numbers from the US insurance companies that have stated that the number of people dying out there is increasing. And the details, I won't go into the details because I don't remember them off by heart. I don't have a photographic memory, like I said. But anyone is more than welcome to search it up on the internet and check it out. It's now public data from official European Union bodies. The UK official health departments bodies, have done that as well. I'm not sure about the US, but I know that the US insurance company have done that. So, yeah.
Is this 411 stuff happening all over the world?
Yep.
Really?
All countries.
David started with one specific public protected land, and then he did the Southeast, and before he knew it, the demand, he was finding cases all over America. Once he started doing the book tour, and that went to different continents, people started flooding him with cases, and he insists on researching every case personally, and he has a specific set of protocols that most investigators do not go by before he will even consider adding the case to his books.
Wow.
David has really high standards by which he does his research before he'll even...
When I first heard of this, it was in national parks, heavily forested areas, and people disappearing. And there is a lot of wildlife here in the U.S. that will eat you. You know.
But now it's people walking into a nightclub with 16 cameras inside, and nobody can explain why the human never walked out, was never seen on any angle, disappeared, and was never seen again. That happened. Wow. That's not an example.
Huh. It's like slave trade.
I wish to say, have a good one.
All right.
Enjoy your Saturday/Sundays. On Sunday, but yeah, you guys are heading into Sunday, so enjoy it. God bless.
All right, I'm going to bounce out too. I am hungry. It's dinner time. All right, time for me to go. Peace, everybody.
Thank you for stepping in, Bob. Good to see you again.
Bye-bye.
Auslander, you fled kind of quick there, buddy. If you're still around, have a good night. To be continued.
Well, that wasn't interesting. Turn on the stream.
I'm sorry, that's as loud as I can clear my throat.
Yeah, no problem. You need to clear your throat sometimes.
Hello, Tammy and King David and everybody else that's joining us for what I assume, are we getting towards the end of the show?
Yeah, I think
I'm
around for 5 minutes more, and then.
Oh, I'm not dropping a suggestion, hon. I just don't. I don't really have my eyes on the clock, and don't know if you started exactly at 2. I just wanted to make sure that I had a couple of things a little bit more solid to bring to you about some of the latest reports that had just gotten in through Mr. Politis.
Yeah.
Hello, One Day TV.
Thank you for the thumbs up. I appreciate that. Well, I'm doing good so far.
Oh, I'm doing okay too. Thank you for asking. How are you? Well, that is good to hear.
Yeah, good to hear. Geez, time is flying when you have fun.
And speaking of which,
yeah,
I wonder if I might request a moment of your time after the live is done with.
Of course.
Okay. I appreciate that.
You're very welcome.
So, you don't have to answer the question if you don't want to, but I'm kind of curious how you feel about the suggestion to try to get a representative from the different countries
I like the idea.
Get on the panel. Okay, because in bringing up the topic, I can understand having been in that position when you see an election go the way you are hoping it does not go. And as I've said many times tonight, I look forward to doing the research behind that so I can better understand that reaction. But I do think that it's important that we also take a look at the big picture.
Indeed.
So you notice that even though there are similarities about the pressures that are coming down on our individual countries, it's kind of interesting that it is happening in all of our countries. That we were. It would have been nice if we could have heard Guardian a little bit better, because it sounded like he had some interesting things to say. As much as he said, "Oh, I'm on the soapbox and I'm talking too much," no, he had some very valid points that he was bringing up. And I was kind of hoping that the other Canadian gentleman would come in. He usually only checks in briefly because he's getting married pretty soon. The last time he checked in.
You mean Thor Haven?
Yep, that's him. But this is probably close to his marriage time too, so he got a good excuse. Bless you.
Yeah, he has a really good excuse.
I'm on my honeymoon. Leave me alone. He seems like a real nice fellow.
Yeah, he is. He has a sense of humor too. So
I can appreciate sense of humor. I'm just really interested in his opinions too.
Thorhaven usually have good opinions about things. Especially when it was about these truckers convoy.
Is he a trucker?
No, now he has his own. He run his own company.
That's cool.
Yeah, I think he sells.
Because that way you get a lot of
He,
opinions.
he
A
is an
business
arms
owner,
dealer.
small business owner.
I believe he sells our weapons, guns.
Huh.
If I remember
So
it
yeah,
correct.
that
Sorry.
was that was kind of funny that if Guardian said that he was going to make an effort to be on, that suddenly Creative could find 5 more minutes to hang around on the on the panel. I'm gonna
Yeah.
figure I'm gonna figure out a way to tease both of them about that. You watch. But thank you for having me aboard tonight.
It's a pleasure.
What an interesting conversation. Thanks to the wonderful people that dropped in via the chat tonight. We had some really excellent comments that came up.
Yeah.
If any of you are new in the chat room, please do consider joining us, and hope that you are pleased that we do try to include the members of chat, and we may not be able to immediately answer what you're saying because someone is responding on the panel, but do give us a second and we'll get around to it, because y'all did a great job tonight of bringing up topics, and the commentary was aces, and Shadow did a great job of highlighting a lot of those comments as a way of letting you know, hey, this is a good point. We will be bringing this up too.
Yeah, I try to do my best to highlight those comments. Yeah, I think we wrap things up now. It's time for that. Yeah, 7 hours and 3 minutes and 14 seconds. So, guys, thanks for hanging on. Take care, stay safe. God bless.
Thanks, everybody.
And have a nice day, night, morning, afternoon, evening.
God bless. Take care. Look in on your neighbor.
And we are out.